amps up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
They'll snap it from the Indy 12-yard line. Richardson, empty backfield. He's in the gun. Here's the snap. Richardson looking, firing right side. It's picked up by Petrie. Petrie running across the 10 to his right, and he's stacked up inside the 8-yard line. Richardson coughs it up. Jalen Petrie with the INT. First and goal, Houston.
You're probably wondering, why are you playing a highlight from Week 8, the Colts game, where Anthony Richardson throws a pick? Well, the reason I'm playing it this morning as we bump into the show, I don't know if you've heard the good news, Seth, but yesterday the Texans clinched the 2024 AFC South Championship. I know people are probably like, why? There was no game yesterday. I'm looking at the standings. The Colts are still just 2 games back. Granted, the Texans have the tiebreaker, but let's do the math. That only really counts as 1 game, them sweeping the Colts, and I'm doing the math here. No, there's still 7 games left in the season. The Colts went back to Anthony Richardson yesterday as their starting quarterback.
Right.
2 weeks after saying Joe Flacco will be our year.
Yes.
They went back to Anthony Richardson and his 7 interceptions yesterday.
Will be the quarterback for the rest of the year.
That's what they said. Yeah, yesterday again. Yeah.
Just depending on when your fiscal calendar operates, which is, who knows?
That's true.
Up there, maybe that's what they were using.
If you
operate
on a November 11th fiscal calendar year.
Right.
Yeah.
That's probably what they were talking about. But through the rest of this fiscal year, Joe Flacco will be our quarterback. And then they also clarified, no, this has nothing to do with Joe Flacco's atrocious performance from this past week.
No.
The guy that we had said would be benched for the rest of the year is now our quarterback for the rest of the year. Because in the 2 weeks that he's gone, he's gotten better at these things. Like what Shane Steichen said. It's the attention to detail in everything Richardson does.
Oh, I have
it's got to
the cut.
Be a higher standard.
I have the cut. Do you want?
You have the cut.
Do you want
Play the
Steichen
cut.
to say
Play the cut.
it?
Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, let me hear from Steichen.
Yeah, here's Steichen talking about the decision. He actually kind of leads a whole preamble before leading up to the very dramatic reveal. Here it is.
I want to address, Anthony's situation. I've said the process for a long time. And what I mean by that, it's the attention to detail in everything he does. From the classrooms to the walkthroughs to practice to the weight room, all those little things, right? It just got to be at a higher standard. And that's what was talked about, and that's where we went with it. And so that was discussed with him 2 weeks ago. And those are the conversations that took place. And over the last 2 weeks, he's made strides in those areas, big-time strides, becoming a pro's pro. And is he a finished product? No. Help him there along with the rest of the coaching staff. But he's a hell of a talent. Like I said, we've never lost faith or belief in him and his abilities. And he's shown strides. He really has. And with that being said, he will be our starter again. He's going to start this week. He's going to start the rest of the season. All right. And we're going to go from there.
Boy, there's nothing to like hearing more about than a quarterback who just doesn't quite get the whole, hey, let's work hard and pay attention to detail.
But in 2 weeks, he's picked it up.
He picked it up. He changed everything. He went on a crash course in maturity over the course of 2 weeks, and now all of a sudden he's a regular Peyton Manning in there, dialed in on all the details, all the finer aspects. This is what, look, you know what, though? I have to say, I mean, this is the dicey thing about drafting quarterbacks these days. They're so raw compared to what they used to be coming out of college. And look at Kyler Murray. I mean, Kyler Murray is a guy that, at one point they wanted to write a clause into his contract to be sure he was actually doing some work away from the building. It took him a few years to kind of figure things out. Had to go through find a different offensive coordinator now. And ironically enough, now that Cliff Kingsbury is also doing really well with another rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
That, Baker Mayfield, no, you know what the problem is? Poor Baker Mayfield. I get him in my mind mixed up with Johnny Manziel. Baker Mayfield, there weren't really questions about whether he was competitive or professional.
Two very spunky, dark-haired, Texas-based, undersized quarterbacks. Yeah.
And Baker was raw in that he came from an air raid type system, which it's hard. He did well early on, then got injured, and then yada, yada, yada. I feel awesome about Shane Steichen pretending like, no, Anthony Richardson earned his way back in by acting like he actually understood what it takes to be an NFL quarterback.
I watched this whole Steichen press conference yesterday. It was about 8 minutes long. It was his Wednesday media availability. It was your usual coach's press conference, but it was very Richardson-centric. And obviously the Texans don't play the Colts anymore this year, but the Colts are the most relevant team to the Texans, not named the Texans, because the division championship is going to likely be the Texans' path into the postseason. So the Colts are the closest team to them in the division right now. I don't know that anybody – I watched this thing and I was waiting for the question, and if it was asked and I missed it, then so be it. But nobody asked him, are you putting Richardson in because you think he gives you a better chance to win?
Right,
And I know the answer would have been we're always trying to win. No coach is going to say – no coach is going to admit – especially if they're mathematically still in it, to the developmental aspect of this. But I do wonder if this is way more about Anthony Richardson's development versus them giving him a better chance. Because the fact of the matter is, he may, too, give them a better chance to win right now. Flacco's been awful since he got back in there, and their schedule does ease up a little bit here.
He might, and this is the thing, too. I don't know. Theoretically, I felt like Flacco might give them the best opportunity to win more games. But if the Texans were still going to play Anthony Richardson or play the preferred Joe Flacco, just because on any given Sunday, Anthony Richardson's capable of making a few miraculous throws, running for a touchdown, doing all those things that on any given Sunday can make your life hell.
Yep.
So now that the Texans have faced the Colts twice, I don't worry about it as much. I think it's also clear, though, by Steichen's comment that Richardson just wasn't paying attention to detail in enough things, and he had to make stride in those areas. Mm-hmm. Richardson tapping out because he was tired, that feels like that was just the cherry on top of, okay, this guy just doesn't get it. It wasn't in isolation. As many people as we expected them to, people tried standing up for Anthony Richardson, acting like, no, tapping out for a quarterback is no big deal. Why would a young quarterback doing something that nobody can remember any other quarterback ever doing in the history of the NFL is such a big deal?
Yeah.
Because it's a bunch of stuff like this where he just doesn't get it.
Right. They're acting like this happened, like that, what you're talking about happened 2 years ago. Happened 2 weeks ago,
Right.
It's crazy.
So we know he just hasn't been paying attention to detail in everything that he does. It has to be to a higher standard, and he also tapped himself out of a game.
Yep.
They got to be pooping liquid up there right now in Indianapolis over how much money they're paying this kid.
How would you feel if you were a veteran on that team? If you were a defensive lineman 10 years in, like you were with the Texans here in 2006, and you went through the whole David Carr thing when you were a player here, and that obviously was a long play, a long time. Richardson might be done after. Shane Steichen would never say this in a press conference. There's a very good chance he's playing for his job next year right now, right, Anthony Richardson? Because he may just not be equipped to be he may not have a good enough accuracy and all the things that go with being a franchise quarterback to be a franchise quarterback. How do you think the vets are feeling on that team?
I don't know. You know what would be a good question? Brunell would never give me an answer on this because he's actively working in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
But I would be curious about the Jets back when Mark Sanchez was the quarterback, and they were having success, except that all the stories that have come out from those Jets with Rex Ryan was that Sanchez was incredibly immature, like almost childlike
in New York,
making fart jokes and stuff. Yeah, just he was a big kid, you know, and he just wasn't ready for everything that came with that. And meanwhile, Brunell was the backup quarterback, and I wonder, and they had a really good defense, and you wondered, all right. Yeah, they made it to an AFC championship game. Would they have been better off with any veteran quarterback, like Mark Brunell at that point or something?
They made it to back-to-back AFC title games.
Yeah, and it never once felt like Sanchez was the guy driving them to that.
No, never. Not even close.
Yeah.
You know what I'm excited is back? Seth Payne, Anthony Richardson completion tracker.
Completion watch, yeah.
Completion watch is back, yeah.
I'm convinced that the Colts were just gaming the system when they benched Anthony Richardson, figuring, all right, well, let's quit right now while he's got a 50.2% completion percentage.
Like sitting a guy.
A little taste of success.
Like sitting a guy. Yeah, like sitting a guy when his batting average is like 301 towards the end of the year.
So we'll just get him back on track, and then like psychologically, he'd be like, yeah, I'm a 50% passer in the NFL.
That's right.
That's hard to do.
And he's got all offseason to think about how awesome he is. Yeah.
It's hard to do in 1973.
There's some people who are mad at me on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Well, as you heard, Seth, I just anointed the Texans AFC South champs, and we're not even to Thanksgiving yet.
Who are you, Ted Cruz?
Get
out of here.
Damn, right? Damn.
Get out of my sports venue.
Watch the Colts go on a heater and win out now. Text message, Sean, I have way too much football PTSD for you to be celebrating a division title midway through the season.
So you're going to become the new, when nobody wants to see Ted Cruz show up at an important sporting event in Texas.
They don't want me talking about their team.
You're going to be the new, don't be talking about the team when things are good, damn
it. You do a great job. There's one thing we have to ask you not to do anymore. Talk about the Houston teams. I like hey man, the Rockets too right now. The Rockets are on a nice little roll right now.
Where are we, by the way? I know with the heightened political climate and everything, I feel like that's old school, safe to joke about with politics.
What's that?
Just kind of laugh about Ted Cruz being a curse when he shows up in an event.
We're going to on this show.
People don't get overly sensitive about that, dude.
I don't
text in if you get sensitive about that or something. Let me know why we shouldn't.
Were they getting sensitive about it over the last month or so when he would show up at things?
I don't know what anybody gets sensitive over these days. They tend to get sensitive about lots of things.
I try to depoliticize most of my
I feel like that's a bipartisan thing when people know that, hey, maybe you're the biggest, maybe you donate to super PACs and whatnot and everything, but but you still are kind of like, but just don't go to my Astros games.
But I think even Republican Astro fans and Texan fans are like, just stay home. I
think Cruz has kind of joked about it a little bit.
He would be smart too. That would be the smart thing to do. All right, so Anthony Richardson, he is back in as Colts starting quarterback. That is the team that's chasing the Texans. We got a lot of Texans to get to. Rockets win last night, 111-103 over James Harden and the Clippers. One real quick thing on that. It was wild last night. Seth, the Rockets had a huge lead in the late third and early fourth quarter of that game. They were up by 20 against the Clippers. And the Clippers leave their backups in, and they make this huge run at the Rockets with James Harden on the bench. And I'm like, this is like the most bizarro thing ever. 10 years later, the Clippers are making a run at the Rockets in a game with James Harden on the bench.
They're not using James Harden. It just is more. And Harden he started off hot, and then he finished up after Thompson and Eason started handling him. He finished 2 for 11. He was on the bench as the Clippers were making a big comeback in a reflection of the old semifinals when the Rockets made a huge comeback. That was the game that basically did in Rudy.
No, Kevin McHale.
Kevin McHale.
Rudy would actually win the war with James Harden.
Right. Yes. Excuse me. I've got a little bit of Rockets dyslexia this morning just because I was watching that game on my phone. And the Clippers wearing white with the red coloring and with Harden being out there, it took me the whole first half to get used to no, that's not James Harden on the Rockets.
It's weird.
I had to keep consciously reminding myself. And now it's spilling over into Kevin McHale and Rudy Tomjanovich.
It was poor Rudy. All right, Texans Cowboys coming up on Monday. The line on this game. Are the Texans of all teams equipped for this right now. We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Are you equipped for retirement? There's a good chance you don't feel wholly comfortable with like everything you've got planned. You work hard, you're making good money, but you want to be sure you can
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texans are back at it today. They start up practice. Everything's pushed back a day this week. So this is like what Wednesday would be on a normal week. So they're back at practice. We'll get some clarity on Kamari Lassiter, at least as to whether or not he is practicing. He was concussed in the game on Sunday night. Looked pretty bad. Some friendly fire from Jimmy Ward. That's a big one for me, Seth. Nico Collins will be practicing. I guess I'm anxious to see, is he a full go or is he limited at practice? Nico Collins. These will be the things to watch for today if you're a Texan fan.
Right.
Out of practice.
The boy in Lassiter, you know, a lot of I just saw there was a flurry of kind of stats out showing how well the rookies, Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, have played for the Texans so far this year. They've got 7 interceptions between the two of them.
Yeah.
You know, you can look at last week going up against them, against the Lions. There's 2 safeties had 10 interceptions between them, and they're a formidable force. So these rookie cornerbacks, as much as we've kind of been wringing our hands over the offensive line and the way Caserio has put it together, you got to credit him with getting a couple of rookies who have come in and contributed big time. You know, and not as first round picks.
Yeah, they. That's right. Yeah, Kamari. You keep forgetting Kamari's a second round pick. In right away and took that job and has not given it up.
Very Ravens type signing when you draft a guy that's a really good player but doesn't have a great 40 time or measurables, that they just kind of recognize the actual football playing ability of the guy. The Ravens do that all the time.
Yeah, and he went to
Georgia. Terrell Suggs.
Yeah, and he went to Georgia. He was on championship defenses at Georgia. You're right, and he doesn't have the measurables are good, but they're not great. But he's a dog. Yeah. So boy, the Texans are 7.5-point favorites on the road against the Cowboys. And
Team
I guess
that has not covered the spread well this year.
Not at all.
And not in victories especially, but even, they did cover it in a loss against the Lions. So kudos to them for that.
Which was at home, I'll remind you. Like they've not been a good road team this year. They've not been a good team at winning by multiple scores, period, over the last couple of years. They play a lot of close games, and they win a lot of close games. So it's all well and good. But purely from a handicapping standpoint, and I think a perception standpoint too, that the Texans are more than a touchdown favorite on the road against anybody. I don't know that they're equipped. I don't know. This is not a shot at the Texans. I just don't know that they're equipped with this offense right now. You're talking about an offense where if you're going to back the Texans in the game on Monday and lay 7.5 points on the road, the Cowboys have some good players. You know what I mean? Like, they're a train wreck right now because of the culture, and they're dysfunctional, and Jerry Jones is their owner, and Micah Parsons has a big mouth. But, like, they've got players on that team. You're asking, if you're backing them with your money to cover a 7.5-point spread, I will remind you, you are backing a team where you are essentially conceding one entire half of the football game offensively. You are asking them to cover that spread for you for the most part, unless there's a couple random field goals. You're asking them to cover this spread for you in the first half of the football game.
Well, the big thing is that if Nico Collins is coming back, I think you look at what can the Cowboys defense do to slow the Texans down. And last week, the Lions, they started loading the box up against Joe Mixon, and the Texans weren't able to take advantage of it. They just didn't have guys really creating separation downfield. There are just too many instances, especially when the Lions they'd rush 3 and everybody would be back in coverage, and guys just weren't coming open even on the scramble drill the way that it does when Nico Collins is out there. I think that the Cowboys defense is very susceptible to allowing points in droves. And I think as long as Joe Mixon and Nico Collins are both out there, I think this Texans, even without fixing anything, and hopefully they do fix some things over the next couple of weeks, even without fixing anything, I still feel pretty comfortable about this spread. And partly, too, because the defense, this is a Texans defense, and I know it was at home, but they gave Jared Goff his worst performance of the year in a performance where it was coming off of one of the best 6-game stretches in NFL history by a quarterback.
Yeah, no, this defense is really good. The Texans defense is excellent, and I guess this is not. Yeah, they're on the road, but the home team they're facing has been dreadful at home this year. Like the Cowboys have yet to play a competitive home game this year, and that's not an exaggeration. They played 4 games at home and have gotten blown out by the Saints. They were blown out by the Ravens. They scored a couple late touchdowns to make it look closer than it was, but they got for 55 of the 60 minutes, the Ravens were destroying the Cowboys. They got blown out by the Lions. They got blown out by the Eagles last. They have yet to play a competitive home game this year.
The one stat that I saw yesterday that was interesting was havoc rate, where the Texans are third. They're third in havoc rate, and I don't think havoc's even an acronym for anything. I wish it was, but that just the name of the stat is cool enough that I got excited about it. But that's a percentage of the plays where the defense either gets a pressure, a TFL, an interception, a forced fumble, or a pass broken up.
That matches the eye test for the Texans.
50% of the time, and that is where they'll allow some drives and they'll allow a big play here or there. But they generally on as many series as not, they get a tackle for a loss, they get a sack, they force an interception. Especially over these last few weeks, they've gotten really opportunistic, and I think that's going to provide offense, in air quotes. That provides some offense by virtue of field position that I think they're going to force the Cowboys into some bad plays.
Yeah, there were some really encouraging things to come out of that Lions game. The result obviously was what it was, and the way they lost that game was pretty demoralizing. But to me, to come out of that game was the validation of this defense's ability just to smother other teams' passing games, because the other games they'd had where they were doing historical things completion percentage-wise, and they didn't do anything historic against Jared Goff other than what Jared Goff, like what you just did, comparing it to recent Jared Goff, like compared to what
he completed 50% of his passes.
Yeah. So
he hadn't been below in the previous 6 games. The lowest completion percentage he had was 72%.
Right. So the other games they'd had recently, like the Josh Allen game in Week 5, where he completed 30% of his passes, and that was the second lowest since World War I or whatever it was. In this century, whatever. You could make the excuse like, okay, he was missing his top receiver, and his top receiver wasn't even that great a top receiver to begin with, Khalil Shakur, right? So that was an excuse. When they did it with Anthony Richardson, who had a completion percentage that was juxtaposed to Josh Allen 3 weeks earlier on all the graphics, you could say, well, that's Anthony Richardson. Seth Payne keeps track of how often Anthony Richardson cracks the 50% barrier.
Although for what it's worth, it was Anthony Richardson's worst performance, too. It was a guy who's a really poor completion percentage having his worst completion percentage.
But there was the excuse like, okay, well, let's see when it's not Anthony Richardson. This was Jared Goff. This was Jared Goff with Amon-Ra St. Brown on one side, Jameson Williams on the other, Sam Laporta at tight end. He's missing a tackle, but okay. He's got both his running backs and a third. Like, this defense from that standpoint is absolutely for real. And I love that it's the marrying of the pressure and the coverage together. They talk about that all the time. They didn't sack Jared Goff, but if you watch that game, a lot of those incompletions were due to Jared Goff being rushed, being hurried in that game. And plenty of them were due to great coverage, too. And you pick off 5 passes, the DBs are doing their – that was, to me, the most encouraging thing to come out of a really disappointing loss was, okay, I feel like – I'm fired up to see this defense, that 3-week stretch of Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens. Like, how much – because I don't know how much the offense is going to figure out with this offensive line being the way it is. I just don't. How much can the defense carry this team in those games?
Right, because they end up – the dam, we've seen it. The dam eventually breaks when you give a good offense opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. They're going to figure it out. And the third quarter, hey – Stroud throws 2 interceptions. The Texans respond with 2 interceptions. It's just that at a certain point, when you give an offense like that enough opportunities, the dam's going to break. And there is a part where, especially without Kamari Lassiter in the game, then D'Amico was out of options for exactly how aggressive I think he really felt like he could be in the second half, and you have this healthy lead. I've criticized them being a little too conservative at times this year, but I understand the bind that D'Amico is in the second half once Kamari Lassiter went down.
For sure. 5-Hour Energy fan line, people texting in. If you missed it in the open, I anointed Lamps because the Colts went back to Anthony Richardson, and that's the team that's chasing them right now. I think the Colts are cooked. Incoming 80% completion percentage for Anthony Richardson. People think that I Ted Cruz this thing. And we got some Ted Cruz texts coming in, Seth, because you asked, is the Ted Cruz jinx a bipartisan thing?
I feel like it's an old style political comedy where you can kind of jab at people for silly things and not. I feel like even Republic, like anybody that's they could be a huge Ted Cruz supporter. They're probably being like, hey Ted, maybe don't go to the games, okay? Please. Don't.
Oddly, it's a very uniting thing. Like, it's something we can all agree on, you know? Text message, I guarantee you your colleague's Bible study group doesn't like the Ted Cruz show. I don't know.
I think they do. I think they can. Byron's Bible study group, who are big fans of Seth Payne, which is I find that as validation.
I want to go to. We need to go to Byron's Bible study group. I want to meet these people. The Bible study.
I'll power rank their takes on these scriptures. I'll tell you. Go ahead and lay them up on me. I'll tell you which one of you are.
No, power rank the actual disciples.
Power rank. Yeah.
Let's see how that goes. Text message. I'm a huge fan of Ted Cruz, and I want him nowhere near a meaningful ball game.
Yeah. This will be the thing that can unite us and get us back to being able to have a civil discourse about political things.
Yes.
It's always good to get together with people and first figure out what do you agree on. If you want to genuinely make progress and not just have a bunch of talk burns towards the opposition.
Yes.
First, just talk about what you agree on. And I feel like as a city, we can all agree on, okay, Ted Cruz maybe shouldn't show up at important Texas sporting events.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We can agree on that. We can reach across the aisle on that.
Join hands. Text message. This is from Ocho. Sean, I just heard you say Anthony Richardson is starting again, so I'm rushing to add the Jets' defense and special teams to my 6 fantasy football teams. The Jets play the Colts this weekend. Unfortunately, they were only available in 2 of them. Yeah, dude, you got to be on it when news like this breaks. You got to. I was thinking about that. The Jets Colts game. I'm like, who do we root for in this game? Like empirically, the Jets, because the Colts are chasing the Texans, but rooting for Aaron Rodgers.
That does remind me too. You know, what do people always say about me? Like, oh, Seth is so innocent and naive. He's like a child, out there. He's just so pure.
Right.
Sometimes I forget that this week, in which I feel like we've gotten more blowback about D'Amico Ryans, perhaps than we ever have, where people are starting to question this or question that. I always forget that there's a boatload of people who either gambled money or set their fantasy lineup on a hope that Nico Collins was going to play on Sunday.
Yeah.
And especially that they get really peeved when, you're telling me it was a game time decision, and but it looks like maybe it wasn't even, and I got my hopes up.
Boy.
I got these jackass, and Payne, pure as he is still a jackass, optimistic that Nico was going to play on Friday.
Dude,
yeah,
you're 100% right on that. I'm on a group text with a bunch of Texan fans, and a couple of them have Nico on their team, and I'm like, oh yeah, I would play Nico. I'm like, I would play him. They made me look stupid, you know.
Yeah. So now we're getting the blowback too.
I have a hard enough.
A lot of people just emotionally they feel put out by D'Amico, Sean, and Seth.
Right. I have a hard enough time not looking stupid on my own, D'Amico, okay? I don't need you jerking around with Nico's playing time, all right?
Yeah, and somebody might ask, well, what did D'Amico say that made you feel optimistic about Nico playing? And I can't provide that for you.
I can't
okay?
either.
I can't. He didn't actually say anything at all that made me feel
I need
that Nico was good
evidence.
to go.
Yes, I don't have the transcripts, but there's circumstantial evidence, yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to headlines in the next segment here. We'll talk about the Rockets. Rockets are on a nice one right now. They win last night. Texans back at practice today. News around the NFL. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, I'm talking to you folks out there that are looking to get the LASIK procedure, but you have an astigmatism. You're not nearsighted, farsighted.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Land. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, Texans back at practice today. We will keep an eye on the injury situation. Nico Collins will be back at practice. We were promised that by D'Amico Ryans on Tuesday. We'll see how much he's doing at practice, if he's limited or if he's a full go. If he's a full go, that would be great news. Kamari Lassiter, Seth, is the other big one.
Yeah.
As you pointed out earlier, he is unlocking a lot of things on defense. The ability to have two corners that you feel really good about putting out there on islands in coverage against guys.
Yeah.
It allows D'Amico Ryans to do a lot more things with that front seven.
Yeah, he's been very aggressive on third downs. They've blitzed a lot on third downs, and part of that is they feel really comfortable when they've got both Stingley and Lassiter out there, and their ability to play man. Without Lassiter out there, they've got limited options, and they have to become much more of a zone team and a team that gets it done with their front four. And that got harder in the second half last week when you don't have Will Anderson out there. So when you're getting positions where you really got to generate a rush without blitzing, and you don't have the guy who's been the best pass rusher on your team out there, it hurts. So Will Anderson and exactly where he is in his recovery, and Kamari Lassiter, those are two big deals. I don't care how much the Cowboys are struggling or whether they got a backup. You're on the road in the NFL. It's a lot easier with Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter.
No doubt about that. Yeah, Will Anderson, the other one, right, that we'll keep an eye on too. Yeah, surprisingly little information on Will Anderson in this ankle injury.
Is it surprising to you, Sean?
A little bit.
We still don't know what Christian Harris's deal is.
Okay, fair enough.
You know?
Well, we were just so in tune with the Nico thing. I thought there was plenty of info on, and there was plenty of info on Nico. Like once they got like 3 weeks into it, so maybe my expectations are a little too high. You're right. Fair point. The Christian Harris thing. Now we've had people ask about Christian Harris. We should as long as you mention his name, we should mention this here because whatever news there was on Christian Harris, I think failed some people.
Yeah.
But there were reports that Christian Harris is expected back after the bye week for that Dolphins game in Week 15. We'll see.
Which is Week 15. Usually you say after the bye week, and you're thinking like, oh, right, midway through the year or so? No. After Week 15.
The bye week is late this year, no doubt. But there have been rumblings surfacing that Christian Harris, indeed, his demise has been greatly exaggerated.
Which would be a nice ramp up for 4 games into the playoffs.
Absolutely.
So for however long it takes him to get out there and get his feet back underneath him, then hopefully you've got a little bit of a grace period there.
For sure. Thursday night football tonight. On the excitement meter scale for Thursday night football, this one's pretty high for me. Washington at Philadelphia. This is a big game in the NFC East. You get to see Jaden Daniels and this Cliff Kingsbury offense. Now, I think this might be their first division game or second. They have not played many division games yet, the Commanders. Mm-hmm. And if they haven't played the Eagles yet. So this is their first big test inside of the division, the Commanders. And so that'll be this will, we're going to start to really find out, as you pointed out, Seth, that the history with the Cliff Kingsbury offense has been that teams tend to figure some things out against him over the course of the season. They've not figured anything out yet against this offense. Washington's been dynamic. They've been awesome. Jaden Daniels is a lock right now for Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's having a better rookie season now, especially in the win-loss column, than C.J. Stroud was having last year. Jaden Daniels has been excellent this year.
Yeah, now through the stretch, and you go up against an Eagles defense that, has Vic Fangio, who they've had ups and downs defensively, but Fangio has faced Kingsbury before. I think maybe have a few tricks up his sleeve that they haven't seen from other defenses yet this year. But I don't. Yeah, who are you? I guess I can't emotionally get behind Washington yet. I don't know. Usually I'm a sucker for the underdogs and any kind of resurgence from like the Browns or the Lions. I kind of get excited for them. Washington, I don't know. I just can't do it.
I'll tell you how I've been rooting on the Washington front this year. I've been rooting for them to start failing sometime soon because I don't like the fact that there's a rookie quarterback who's having a season that's comparable to C.J. Stroud's season last year.
Just out of sheer jealousy and possessiveness and everything else.
Pettiness. Out of sheer pettiness. And Jaden Daniels seems like a swell fella, seems like a good kid, and they are really fun to watch. I need C.J. Stroud's 2023 rookie season to be held up on a man, to be held up like Simba, in the Lion King as the one and only king of rookie football quarterback season.
Yeah, I think the big thing that a lot of Texans fans are noticing, doesn't take a whole lot of digging to remember that, Cliff Kingsbury was talking to the Texans when D'Amico first got the job.
There's a lot of teams that have Kingsbury, Kingsbury envy or Kingsbury PTSD or regret over not hiring him right now.
And I was skeptical of Kingsbury. I'm less skeptical than India, just like Cardinals fans would tell you, but I've also seen this song and dance before with Kingsbury with a rookie quarterback and what happens over time as the tendencies start to mount.
Yeah.
We'll see, but so far, it looks like Kingsbury was a pretty damn good choice to be OC for Washington.
All these teams, they're all like all the fans are all like fretting and they're all like going crazy they didn't hire Kingsbury. And meanwhile, all these people in like Cardinal hoodies just like smoking a cigarette off to the side like, don't worry, it'll turn.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Rockets win last night, 111-103 over the Clippers. This was an interesting game. The Rockets led throughout most of this game. They were up by 5 at the half, I believe, maybe 3 at the half. It was a close game at halftime. And then they went on a huge run in the third quarter, put this thing away. The Clippers, Tyronn Lue took out James Harden and put him in sweats on the bench, said, no, we're good, we're done. They were down by 20-something. Yeah. And then we've seen this movie before in games involving the Clippers and the Rockets. It was 9 years ago in Game 6. But one team was down by 20, put in their backups, and next thing you know, yada, 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 it's a game down the stretch with James Harden on the bench for this particular team.
Yeah.
This time it was the Clippers, not the Rockets, making the comeback. Give the Clippers backups credit. They fought. The Rockets got a little too comfy in this game. To me, the big story from this game, and the big story during this mini winning streak the Rockets have, Seth, is the bench. The bench has been really good for the Rockets, and they are led by Tari Eason and Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
And watching that second unit come in and do what they do, that is a sight to behold, man.
And they put the clamps down on James Harden. I mean, it wasn't like Harden went into this with an expected rest night or anything.
Yes.
He made his first 4 shots, and then he missed 2 of his next 11. Missed all 5 of his remaining threes. Like they made him a non-factor and sent him to the bench.
They did. They sent him to the bench. And I was thinking this last night. You know how I am with like certain little mini events in sports. Like, do I stop and watch this? Like a Yordan Alvarez at bat. I don't go to the bathroom. I stay and watch that. I don't go to the fridge or anything. Texans on third down on defense this year. I want to watch Will and Daniil get after it here,
Yeah.
Watching Amen Thompson isolated with James Harden gave me that kind of feeling too. Like this is fun. It's long, athletic, eager. He's not a rookie anymore. Second-year guy, young player, going up against the OG Rocket scorer,
And then if you talk about let's say this were a playoff game.
Right.
And Şengün at the end in the last 50 seconds splits defenders for a thunder slam to basically put the game away, but then runs down and has a huge stuff at the other end of the court.
Yeah.
It was a pretty impressive 15-second stretch there in the final minute of the game out of Alperen Şengün. Yeah.
Good as it gets. Yeah, so that was really cool. Rockets win last night. They play the Clippers again tomorrow night. These little NBA things where teams are playing a couple games back-to-back. It'll be the Clippers again and James Harden tomorrow night at Toyota Center. Rockets 8-4 on the season now, man. They are firmly early in the season. They're firmly in that 4-5 seed range. Conference. That was a good win last night. Anthony Richardson is starting again for the Indianapolis Colts at quarterback. I congratulated the Texans earlier this morning on clinching the AFC South with that decision. Did you see this? We'll talk more about that.
I think it was. I think they're screwed with either quarterback, but yes.
Yeah. You see the story that Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce had their houses burglarized back in October?
Yeah.
That's a little scary, right? Like Mahomes' house was very prominently featured on that quarterback Netflix feature, and it looks like it's like up in the woods. He looks like he is very detached. From a neighborhood, and that's kind of scary because that's some dude that was.
No, this was an inside job.
Purposeful,
for sure,
yes.
Because even they don't have to release a lot of information for burglaries if there were no physical injuries or anything. Yeah. But it sounds like I want to say it was from Kelsey's house. They got like $20,000 in cash.
Yeah.
There was somebody who knew where the cash was.
Yep.
And they knew, and they did it. Kelsey's they did while the Chiefs were playing a game.
Yeah.
So obviously they knew he wasn't going to be at home.
Yep.
So there's somebody, and I would say, what is the chance? Conservatively, is it a 75% chance it was Jackson Mahomes that did all these?
I hadn't thought about that.
Is that a fair speculation?
I think that's
that it was Jackson and his band of hooligans.
At the very least, he did Patrick's house.
I can see Jackson as the crime ringleader, being like something out of a Guy Ritchie movie.
Oh
my God. They're all wearing GoPros.
Yeah,
like to document the fantastic.
Ask Patrick about it. No, don't worry. I know who did it. Don't worry.
Coming up next, a very special episode of Jake from State Farm,
That's right.
where Patrick needs the worst thing. Where Patrick feels violated by somebody burglarizing his home, but Jake from State Farm shows up, and he's there.
If they somehow weave the burglary into the next State Farm commercial,
they'd have to.
That's next level.
This is free publicity.
That's next level. All right, the Detroit loss seems to be the one loss this season I think that the Texans fans are having the most trouble moving on from, and I think it shows how big a missed opportunity this was. We'll hear from J.J. Watt in this segment. He was on the Pat McAfee Show talking about the Texans' second-half performance. We'll do all of that coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there. But first, Taquerias Arandas. And tonight would be a good night to go to Arandas Sports Bar at your nearest taquerias.
Mix up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go here on a Thursday. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud later today, so keep it tuned all day long. They'll have that for you this afternoon, I'm sure, on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, or at least snippets of it. On Pat McAfee show yesterday, they talked a lot about the Texans yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. This is J.J. Watt talking about the Texans' big-time second-half struggles right now.
Obviously, from my side, on the Texans side, it's very difficult. I had a stat that I had to personally look up to make sure that I was right on. But the Texans have not scored a second-half touchdown 5 of the last 6 games. That is a problem. And when you have a team like Detroit on the ropes like that, up 23-7 in the third quarter, you have to close them out. You have to find a way. And it was a crazy game. Like, it was, you could say it was a sloppy game in that there's so many interceptions. Obviously, it was all back and forth, but it was a very fun game to watch as a Texans fan, not at the end, but a very fun game to watch the back and forth.
Yeah, the sloppy game thing is interesting because it's funny when those interceptions were going back when they were both teams were throwing interceptions back and forth. Like on paper, you go, wow, this is sloppy, all these turnovers. But you go back and watch. I mean, other than the interception at the end of the half, which was the Hail Mary, that which doesn't really count. But the other 6 that were thrown by the two teams, they were all earned. You know what I mean?
Right. It didn't feel like a sloppy game.
Guys were making plays on the ball, you know?
No. I think as far as the interceptions go, that was one of the things that was oddly engaging about that game was it didn't feel like they were completely incompetent or hapless or anything. Yeah, they were earned interceptions. It was now CJ's, those were bad interceptions. Mm-hmm. But I think the Lions are so good that you almost credit it for, like, okay, it's not necessarily that the Lions are like not on their A game. It's that they're being forced into their B or C game.
Yeah, this is where that cut from JJ. This is where I know that JJ is working hard at his job as a national analyst, because if he had been watching the Texans as closely as a regular fan would be watching the Texans, he would not have had to go look up the stat about the second half and not scoring touchdown. He would have known already. The 5 of 6, though, was I was kind of hung up on the 4 previous games they hadn't scored in the second half. Yeah.
The 5 of 6 is the first. He was the first one that phrased it that way.
Okay.
And I actually thought, like, oh, yeah, that sounds worse than 4 straight. 5 of 6 just paints a longer image of incompetence. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Like, oh, okay. Oh, but the one game was the Patriots. I see.
Manure is worse than bird crap. the sense I've been getting, Seth, from people I talk to, people I interact with, like of all the losses this year, this is the one that's been the toughest to move on from for people because of the huge missed opportunity. And I feel like the fans for the Texans have fallen into like two categories when it comes to this game. You've got the fans that are still livid with anything involved with the offense, the inept second half offense in particular that J.J. Watt just mentioned, and then there is a group of fans. We get a lot of these on the text page, which is, all right, it's been a few days now, I've cooled off, and now moving forward, there were some things to take away from that game where I feel like we're definitely equipped to handle the next three games on the schedule much better.
Yeah, it's hard to separate it from that 4-game stretch where the Texans they've lost 3 of their last 4 games.
Right.
And it's hard to separate those other 2 losses that preceded this one. If the Texans had won 3 of their last 4 games, if let's say they pulled out that Green Bay game or something, especially, then you feel a lot different about losing by 3 points to the Lions, I think. It's just that it's the sum total of the incompetence offensively in the second half that makes you really question things. But if you look at it objectively, I'm at that point where I'm starting to watch some of the defense again, and I'm looking at the way Jalen Petrie is playing and how Kalen Bullock is coming along, and then you think about, all right, well, look, I don't know if this is going to solve anything about the way I feel about Bobby Slowick, but I know he's going to be a better play caller when Nico Collins comes back.
That's true.
And, of course not at the core. It doesn't change anything about him as a play caller, but it's just a lot easier when you've got Nico Collins out there. I'm not going to be complaining as much about things, I don't think, because things will get better. And then Will Anderson defensively. And, yes, it's the NFL. You can say injuries this, injuries that every single week. That's where I am right now. Yeah, all right. If Nico and Will are playing in that game, there's a very good chance that you end up winning it. So, let's load up. Let's play these next couple of – and when you're going up against the really tough stretch of your schedule, can you have Nico Collins give you a Will Anderson? Perhaps Christian Harris. It's a different team.
You think they're 9-4 going into the bye week? You think they win these next 3? If you had to guess right now.
Who's the third one?
Jacksonville. In Jacksonville.
Yes. Oh, boy, it's hard. I mean, even though I'm calling them patsies, better chance than not that, they win these next 3.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be favored heavily in all 3.
Yeah, and unless the Texans really blow out a couple of these opponents and have real strong second halves, I think we'll be just as nervous going into that stretch versus the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens.
Man,
as we would be right this moment.
That is going to be a wild week after the bye week, man. That is a wild, and when I say week, that's not it's basically a week and a couple of days. It's from the 15th through the 25th.
Yeah.
They play the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is going to be.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is.
Hopefully.
Yes.
At the onset of it, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It'll be a lot of fun doing this job. I promise you that for sure.
I wonder if you go back to, and I brought this up yesterday, the first year that the Chiefs won a Super Bowl. Remember, they went through a stretch where they lost 3 of 4 games in a row, right around smack dab in the middle of the season. The offense and Pat Mahomes just didn't quite look like what you were expecting or the promise of what he had shown earlier that year. And they fixed it. They got it back right. At that point in 2019, it looked like the Ravens were the team that was never going to lose again.
Yes.
So there's plenty of time for the worst, get back to health, all of that.
Yeah, I think the Texans, over the course of the next few weeks, they've got a real opportunity to improve, get a little healthier, and build some confidence too. I think offensively. I think sometimes it's like they say in basketball, Seth, sometimes you just need to see the ball go through the hoop, and that helps things. I think they need to see themselves score. I can't believe I'm saying this about a team with C.J. Stroud at quarterback. But they need to see themselves score a touchdown in the second half of a football game.
It's tough. Where I try to, separate my emotion from it with Bobby Slowick being so much different in the first half than in the second half. I mean, a lot of what teams are figuring out over the course of the first half is, they want to get CJ out of the pocket and they're running more boots. They're rolling him out. They're doing all these things. You've got solutions to that, and you figure out, okay, this is how we're going to play these guys today. The defense does. And I think where sometimes the second half the second half adjustments are overblown a little bit is that there's only so many things the Texans can adjust to. They're in the first half, they're doing things to try to compensate for the fact that they can't pass protect conventionally.
Yep.
And teams start to figure that out. And it's been happening all season long. When they try to help the offensive line out, when they try to help the interior three out, teams see how they're doing it, and then they've got answers for that. The answer for Bobby sometimes would be, all right, let's make these guys sit in man protection and pass protection and capable of doing it.
That's right.
And so I cut him a little bit of a break in that, but it still comes back into him because they can only execute so many things.
Yes.
Like the execution, I think sometimes people hear D'Amico or Bobby Slowick talk about how, they just need to execute better. Yeah, but that's not putting it all on the players. That comes firmly back on Bobby Slowick. Mm-hmm. Why are these guys not executing?
Yeah.
Get these guys to execute better.
Yes. J.J. Watt was actually asked about Bobby Slowick on the McAfee show yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
We're going through a similar thing in Houston right now. Like last year, Bobby Slowick, everybody is 100% on him, saying he should be assistant coach of the year, saying we're so grateful and thankful that he's not getting he just decided not to do head coaching interviews everywhere else. And now everybody all of a sudden turns on him immediately halfway through his second year. And it's like, all right, it's just crazy how fast we go from love to hate to love to hate.
Yeah, I mean, and what we do is a big part of that. It fuels the narrative's probably not the right word, but it definitely fuels the emotion.
Sean. Heavy's the head that wears the crown of an offensive coordinator in the NFL.
For sure.
It's a results business, baby.
Dude, he got a big raise this offseason, man, to not go be a head coach somewhere,
Do we know that he did for sure? Did he get an extra raise?
I thought I had heard he did.
I thought that was my speculation, is maybe they sweetened the pot a little bit when they found out that the Falcons really liked him.
Let's ask him on Friday at his press conference.
Did you get a pay bump? What do you think the answer is?
If you were to ask him at a press conference, he would no comment that, and then I would be like, I have a question, and I'd be like, come on, man, you totally got a raise. And how much was it?
What did you buy your wife for Christmas last year versus what are you planning on getting her this year?
Yeah, let's go to his Instagram and see Christmas Day, what it looked like in the Slowick household.
Last year she got a remanufactured washing machine. This year she got a Maserati.
Yep, that's right.
Or a Ram 3500. That's what I would suggest about it. Put on the Bayway if you really care.
There you go. Want to give out the website, Seth? Go ahead. Yeah. 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Text message, still livid here. Bobby Slowick still going to call his BS trick plays and have zero adjustments in the second half. The trick play thing is interesting because I've felt that way too about I'll use the Tank Dell end around because I think 99% of the time that's what people are referring to because it hasn't worked in weeks. And I saw a replay of the one they ran in the Lions game, and I hate to sound like one of the coaches over there saying this, but I'm watching this, I'm like, God, if somebody just puts an elbow on that defensive end right there, Tank is still running.
I know, and that's where it comes down to the execution too. Was it? Were you guys so wholly surprised that the defensive end was going to rush up field on that one that he couldn't get and that's where when Clint was going off about Dalton Schultz yesterday, there's so many times where Schultz is just supposed to jam somebody at the line, and it's almost a half-hearted forearm flipper into the dude before he gets off onto his precious route. Some of those are where it starts to annoy you and bother you a little bit. But some of these plays where they've got just where either a wide receiver or tight end is just supposed to pin somebody down and they just whiff on them completely.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the design of the play, but these guys just aren't executing the simplest of tasks where you're just supposed to get in somebody's way. You're just supposed to pin them for a half second and they can't get to him.
And the thing about the play, like that Tank end around play where the one guy blows it up, is that there end up being like 5 guys piling on top of Tank, so it makes it look like everybody didn't do their job.
I've pointed this out to you a couple times, like when we're watching during the game, is the plays where the end-around action does work is that you can see sometimes on the run plays where, okay, a defender clears out because they're following Tank across the field. Where it doesn't work sometimes with some of the backfield motion was that first interception by CJ. I think they ran somebody in motion, and a defensive back went with him, and I think CJ thought it was man and not cover two, and his assessment was wrong. You know, he threw the wrong pass right into the teeth of where a cover two corner would be waiting for the ball, and like it can work both ways.
Yeah.
It can work both ways.
Yep. Slowick is easily catching the most heat of anybody right now. Like, I don't think it's even a contest.
Oh, no, yeah.
Like, of all the players, all the coaches, front office, I think Slowick is number one on the heat meter right now, right?
If we had to put where the manure is running into whose camp, Slowick's getting the most manure running into his campsite.
Without a doubt.
After that, is it Caserio or D'Amico?
I don't know if it's Caserio or D'Amico, or I don't know. Do we count like the offensive line as one five-headed person? Because I
was kind of thinking above the player level of management. But yeah, I guess maybe the offensive line is right below Slowick, and then it goes to Caserio. I think just in that this is the offensive line that Caserio himself has doled out a bunch of money to.
Yeah,
drafted.
Right, and it's doing. I think it's doing to Nick Caserio's the overall impression of him, what it's doing to the team itself. Like, this overall is a pretty good football team. Like, if you look at the roster, and the defense is fine. They got a lot of really fun pieces on offense, but the offensive line is dragging it down right now.
Yeah.
Disproportionately. And I think similarly, and it makes sense that this would be the case because Nick put this team together, is that Nick has done a lot of really good things. As a GM, like he's got as GMs go, he's got a pretty good hit rate. Free agency this year, he's done. I think this free agency class this offseason, the vets he brought in have been really, really good. Like, he's hit on way more of those than the average GM does. And yet you're absolutely right. It's like, okay, what were we thinking here with this extension to Titus Howard, and what were we thinking with this? And it's all confined to the offensive line,
Which is, and that's where I do think Slowick, up to a certain point, is doing a good job of compensating for an offensive line that he can't trust.
Right.
But there's also some more things that you went into that game last week, and you don't have a lot of receivers on the field that can create separation.
Yeah.
But you don't see a whole lot of rub routes and bunches and things that get guys open quickly, where guys are schemed open, as opposed to when it's just, it's CJ throwing to Nico Collins over the middle, where all he needs is a 16th of a second of a window, and he can get it to Nico, and Nico's off to the races, breaking 4 or 5 tackles.
Yeah.
That's not scheming Nico open. That's running a slant with Nico and CJ throwing the ball to him.
Right.
Versus a lot of this other stuff where, man, when the Lions had 3-man pass rushes in that game, he's looking downfield, and there's just nobody coming open.
Yeah.
There's guys running still towards the back of the end zone when he's under duress. There are no options for him.
No.
And he's taking sacks with a 3-man pass rush.
The Nico thing kind of highlights what we were just talking about with Caserio, though, which is like, man, everybody's hyper-focused on the O-line, and I get it. I understand. I've been hyper-focused on the O-line, so I'm with everybody on this. And, Nick has his culpability, obviously, in the construction of this. He's the GM. He also signed Nico Collins to what might end up being the best wide receiver contract of the last 5 years. It's so the offensive line is kind of, it's dragging everybody down right now.
They have gotten better in the run blocking, but it's not anything as I worried about after every Joe Mixon 100-yard performance. They weren't consistently fearsome run yards.
Right.
It was like their success rate was not great. Joe Mixon Sam Warren has a good piece yesterday breaking down the Joe Mixon runs, and one of the things he brought up was that that a huge percentage of Joe Mixon's yardage has come on like 6 big runs.
Yeah.
Can you run when you have to run? Can you run when they load the box? And the Lions loaded up the box some, and they couldn't run at all. Joe Mixon averages less than 2 yards per carry in that game. A lot of the stuff they've done when the runs are successful, it still doesn't make you feel better about this offensive line just doing bread and butter run plays against good defenses, because you're stuck with an offensive line that's kind of constructed where, okay, I guess you want these guys to be good at outside zone blocking, but they're not. And so if you're not a team that can block outside zone, are you a team that can double team guys right up the middle and just power run? No, they're not those guys. But we can do these fun little plays and these traps and things where we pull the guards and they kind of have an angle on somebody and they push them out of the way for a little bit.
Yeah.
But they're never mashing guys to the earth.
No, it doesn't.
So it's cute and it works for a little bit. But then teams realize, okay, this is what you're trying versus we're just going to shut this down.
Go watch a 49ers game.
Yeah,
that's what this is modeled after, and it doesn't look anything like that. Like even if they've had games where in the box score it looks like that, it doesn't look like that.
They're not physically taking it to the other side,
right?
In any element of the game in the run game, other than with Joe Mixon's big runs, and there's times too where Mixon's a little too greedy, like in terms of just steadily churning out yardage. There's times where Mixon's bouncing things to the outside where, man, all right, that's 5 guaranteed yards if you just hit it. It's guaranteed. Just go.
If you just go. Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Hey, more from J.J. Watt. This was funny. Okay, and this got me thinking about oh, man, okay, so J.J., take a listen. He's got to be referring to some of the things that happened when he was with the Texans. He was here for a decade. This was J.J. Watt on his level of concern that the Texans have had, at this point now, multiple players-only, air quotes, meetings.
Players only mean they are sitting on top of the AFC South, but what's your level of concern with that going forward?
No. I have heard that there was a long players-only meeting. I am on record in the past discussing players-only meetings and what those generally mean for an organization. When I saw the first half on Sunday, I was very close to tweeting out, maybe it's the first players-only meeting in history that was productive and positive and worked. And then the second half happened. So I'm hoping that something more positive comes out. Maybe it needed to be longer. Maybe they need to double the length of players only.
Wasn't it they were saying 2 hours?
Multiple hours.
Jeez.
I did hear 2 hours. I have no direct sources, but I did hear 2 hours.
What the
is an extensive.
Are you doing for 2 hours? Everybody on the team got 10 minutes? All right, everybody in here gets 10 minutes. Kaimi, you're first. Fairbairn, what are your thoughts? I missed the 58-yarder. It's the first 50-yarder that I've ever. You got to be better attention. Okay, long snapper. Wait, get up there, pal. What do you got? Okay, CJ, Will, Nico. Is it everybody talking? Is there a presentation?
It's a long meeting, man. It's a long meeting.
No.
I don't know what. That's just a long meeting in general. 2 hours. Doesn't matter if it's the head coach running it, if it's the players running it. That's a long time to be in that meeting room.
I hope there was a presentation.
Damn. Thank you. Damn right.
All right. This is the key piece of information that they needed there was that it wasn't the entire team meeting for 2 hours, which is what I said from the very beginning was if it was a entire team, 2-hour team meeting, nothing good comes from that. You got too many. It's like any other large meeting you've ever had where the three guys who are you least want to hear from end up holding court the entire time. It's the guys that whine and complain about everything all the time.
Keep that thought because JJ, because you got to hear this next one here.
So just to be clear, just to lay it out, it was a few of the veteran leaders getting together, and CJ, who's not a veteran yet, but still.
It sounds like 8 to 10
leaders
guys
getting together, like a leadership council.
Yeah. Now JJ, they say take us in the locker room. How do these meetings go?
There is a lot of there's one guy up there that's hey guys, I'm going to take control of this. We're going to get this under control right away. And there's a lot of people in the room rolling their eyes, laying back in their seats, kind of waiting. And then there's definitely one guy speaking that should not be speaking in front of the team ever.
Every time.
For sure. And he's going to try and rally the troops and really give his go of it, what he's seeing from the sidelines that he thinks the team needs to work. That guy's always a idiot.
Yes, always. That is true. Yeah, every team has that too, yeah.
And then somebody tries to bring it back around, and they're like, all right, so we're going to take away from this is that we all need to come in a little earlier. We all need to stay a little later. We all need to really give it a good go this week. As the Jets say, 3 good weeks of practice. We need that, and then we're going to be good. And it just ends, and everybody leaves and immediately starts talking to their close clique of friends like, God, that was dumb.
Talking about everybody's speech.
Can you believe what's his nuts got up there and said he played one snap one time and he thinks he can tell us how to play?
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, did I tell you? Sean?
No, you nailed it. That's why.
If that's why you don't do it, that's why I was happy. I was cool with the players-only meeting when I found out that it was basically the leadership council. The entire team. It's those guys that they don't have the answer. Their ideas are like so far out of left field that everybody's just like, and they talk for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the entire team meeting. That's why it needs to be the Politburo getting together and figuring it out.
Politburo. No, this is what I need on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. JJ, to me, he's clearly talking about some players-only meetings he experienced here in Houston, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, right?
Yeah.
And there were plenty of teams JJ played on that would necessitate at least what everybody's impression is of a players-only meeting. My guess is that it happened during the 20th, going 2-14, and DJ Swearinger stood up and spoke as a rookie.
I could see.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
And it was something about how coach doesn't recognize swag, and we need a coach who's got more swag or something like that.
If JJ were to give me one guess, that would be my guess. Like, you had a players only meeting in 2013 where you still had PTSD because DJ Swearinger, rookie safety, stood up and gave his ideas as to how the team could get better.
And about why it was an insult that I'm a second-round pick, and coach has got me trying to play special teams. That's not me,
Dude.
you know?
Now,
where we are.
Here's the ironic thing. And this is where, like, post-career JJ versus, like, Captain America JJ. I like them both. But JJ post-career is so fun now. Like, he's just so unvarnished talking about his time in the league and how things go on, just like he was right there. He was really funny right there. I think if you had asked people, like, during JJ's career, like, who's the guy JJ was describing at the beginning of that? Like, you got this one guy that gets up in front of the team, and he's leading the meeting. And JJ was clearly talking disparagingly about that metaphoric guy, whoever that is. I think most people would have thought, like, JJ is the guy leading the players-only meeting about, hey, guys, this is what we need to do.
That's
back in the day.
Right. That they would have thought that he would have stood up as a second-year player or something.
Well, or even as the vet. Like, JJ clearly thinks players-only meetings are a bunch of horse crap.
But it all depends, though. Like, when an entire team players-only meeting, when you haven't been doing it regularly or something.
Yeah.
Because I've been on teams where it was more of a regular thing. You did it once a week, and that's good, because you can kind of check in on everything, and it would be short. That was in college. It's one of those things that I think they only get the attention that they do when things are going bad.
Yeah.
I think there might be players only meetings that JJ doesn't even remember that happened when things were still pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's just not as notable. It doesn't get reported in the paper and what have you. But definitely 100%. The fact that it was a leadership council meeting doesn't like, I don't turn a side eye to it nearly as much. It feels like, okay, this is the way it should be. There's a guys kind of figuring out, like, all right, hey, is there anything we need to tweak or get better?
5-Hour Energy fan line. I bet my bottom dollar Brock Osweiler was the idiot speaker.
Who would be the current guy that you'd think, okay, might get up and all of a sudden start talking, and everybody's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Titus.
You think Titus would get up and give a speech about how they need to dress better on their way into games?
I don't know what speech he'd give.
You guys never retweet me. You never support me.
Titus is I'll say this, and this is a credit to D'Amico and Nick. Like, they don't have a lot of guys right now that induce eye rolling every time they open their mouth.
Titus says some pretty goofy things.
Titus says some goofy things. Yeah, like that's it. Like it's Titus was them slip away when they got outscored 21-6 in the and they got steamrolled in the second half.
Titus is the one who told Aaron Wilson that he was not trying to take the ball away from C.J. Stroud. That's the story that D'Amico and everybody else is sticking to. Apparently, is that no, he wasn't trying to take the ball. He's trying to hold C.J. up.
Yeah.
Which is a unique way to go about your job as an offensive lineman. Typically, my preferred method is to block somebody.
That's a good way to keep him up. Yeah.
I like offensive linemen. Like usually I put that on my combine form when I'm scouting these guys.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you had the choice to protect your quarterback by A, blocking a defensive lineman, or B, embracing him and trying to protect him from falling down too hard after you stopped blocking, which would you prefer?
Yeah.
And if they choose B, that's a red flag, Sean. That's a red flag.
Yeah. Someone says Kendrick Green is that guy. Kendrick Green is fine. He's not said anything. Now, he might be that guy that fits the profile of what JJ is talking about, like who's played 10 snaps all year.
Yeah.
Like if
he
he were
pouted pretty aggressively when he didn't go into the game after Kenyon was benched and then Patterson came in and got injured. Kendrick did some pretty aggressive pouting on the sideline after that.
Yeah.
So maybe that's an indication that he might.
Now people are guessing who they thought the lead speaker that JJ was talking about with the Texans on the text page there on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Arian Foster probably was the lead speaker. Zero chance Arian Foster. Zero chance. Arian, like Jay was describing, Arian Foster wants to get the hell out of there as fast as he possibly can.
There's because JJ was talking about the things that guys roll their eyes at. Yeah, and this is league wide. You kind of figure this out as a player. You can tell the guys that are really good at giving speeches when the cameras are on. And if you watch anytime any player is giving a speech while the camera is on, if you just go ahead and look off towards the periphery and check the engagement level of guys around, you can kind of get a feel for, all right, is this guy doing this all the time? Are guys actually listening to him? There's usually there's a core of super engaged people.
Yeah.
50% of those guys are also just trying to get on camera.
Yeah.
If the speech is anything longer than 23 seconds, then all right, you're doing this for attention. Stop it.
Let's see. Someone says JJ just described what's going on with my situation at work and my purchasing team. We lost our work from home privileges because a couple people not going in periodically. They'd been the most vocal about losing their privilege. Lack of self-awareness. Yeah, I think there's a lot. There's a lot of what JJ described in the players only meetings that he's describing there that I think people in a normal workplace can relate to. Like why are we?
Remember, when we had a new boss like a long time ago. He kind of got everybody together, like the entire staff, like all the part-time everybody. So we had a
programming,
big room, yeah. We had a big room full of people, and a lot of them were people that were just part-timers that only been with the organization for like less than a year or so.
Yeah, they wouldn't shut the hell up.
These kids wouldn't shut the hell up, and they were kids.
Yeah,
they were like 22. Like you got Rich Lord trying to say something, and this little punk is interrupting him. I'm like, this feels like a players-only meeting. This is like you were kind of all waiting around to hear what Rich Lord has to say because we're going to change directions with the way we were operating a little bit and everything.
Yeah.
And some kid that's been working there for like 6 weeks was like, well, if I might interject, and then gives a 5-minute soliloquy. Oh, I never wanted to get out of a room so hard in my life. I thought about faking a stroke.
They didn't say, if I might interject, but now in my mind they did. I'm picturing that person. I know who you're talking about. I'm picturing that person wagging their finger saying, if I may interject.
If only they'd had if only they'd have the self-awareness to even say, if I might interject.
Right.
Like, there was none of it. There was zero of that.
Right. And people are going to text in names. It's not anybody you know.
They're not here anymore. Yeah, they didn't make the cut.
No. Well, and they weren't.
I think that one guy got fired like after that meeting.
On the way out the door.
Yeah.
Like even our boss at the time, who probably kind of liked some of the engagement going on, was like, nope. Too much from you, yes.
Our boss didn't know enough. He hadn't been there long enough to know who the jackasses were.
Right.
So it was rough.
So he invited
he felt
them.
like it was a lot of people trying to put their best foot forward,
right,
and get their brilliant, their brilliant opinions in, and it was awful.
That's where he probably should have come to us and said, "Hey, who should be invited to this meeting?" You know.
I think I might have been the one that made the suggestion that we make it as inclusive as possible.
And like the problem, then you were I had to sit through that meeting because of you.
I thought the manager was going to have some control over this.
That's
situation.
true. It was.
Yeah.
Remember, Booker T was in that meeting. That was back when Booker T.
That was the only good thing.
Yeah.
Booker T had to sit through it for like 90 minutes, and then he got up and gave a speech, and it was awesome.
He was great. Booker was awesome. Yeah. Like, you made a 2-time Hall of Famer sit through this meeting. Shortly thereafter, Booker left and went to another station.
Yeah, that was it for him. It broke him. That players-only meeting broke him.
We would still have Booker T if not for that meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. 713-572-4610. Someone suggesting Xavier Su'a-Filo was the one that stood up in the meeting and started talking. That would be on brand for what JJ was talking about, though. Like, if Xavier Su'a-Filo stood up and said, hey, guys, I know what needs to be fixed, and then everybody just brings a mirror over and lets him look, no, this is what needs to be fixed, Xavier. Look in the mirror. You.
They should have just gotten up and done affirmations in the mirror together.
Oh.
We are good enough.
Mm-hmm.
We are strong enough. We can score we can score points in the second half.
Do you think they score a touchdown in the second half this weekend?
I think they score 3 in the second half.
Do you really? You think it's like I think it's one of those things, like, once it happens, there will be a...
Yeah, I think it's going to be ugly for the Cowboys. I think this you want to try to just dump a hand grenade in the middle of their organization by really beating them embarrassingly on Monday Night Football. Yeah, that'd be a really, really...
That would be sweet, man.
And it's very feasible, very feasible.
Yep. That would be sweet.
I'm looking at the 2015 roster, and there aren't, like, the shame about it was they had a bunch of really good dudes on that team.
They're good on that 2015 team. I think they might have been able to do something, but that quarterback.
I'm not looking at
situation was a
one
mess.
guy I'm not looking at one guy on the starters from 2015 other than Swearinger. I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Swearinger might have been the guy that spoke up and spoke for too long.
That's my hypothesis on that one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's chat here. This plan for the Astrodome. There is a proposal out there. There's a proposal out there that's being framed as a plan for the Astrodome. There's one big thing missing if this is a plan, and I will tell you what it is coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, if you've got a plan to build your custom dream home, it's as simple as this.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
By West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know the Astrodome is this gigantic eyesore sitting over there next to NRG Stadium. And I know there's history in there, but it is currently literally a condemned building sitting over there. And it's a very polarizing condemned building. It is one that many would like to see many like to see repurposed in some shape, form, or fashion.
It's not, I guess, not to get bogged down in technicalities, but it's not, I mean, it's not condemned.
Oh, okay.
It's in limbo.
Oh, okay.
Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen to it. We know that it would cost $100 million to tear it down.
Okay. Cal said it was condemned in a soundbite he did with Will Kunkel in an interview. Yeah, so I'm going off of that.
For me to hear it condemned means like, oh, yeah, there's a plan to tear this thing down, where, in fact, nobody wants to pay the $100 million to tear it down. But the rodeo and the Texans they're not all that interested in any of these plans that pop up every 3 years with fancy images of how it's going to become a multi-use center of commerce and parking and data storage that the latest plan from the Conservancy suggests they should do.
So for those who don't know who the Conservancy is, it's the Astrodome Conservancy, and it's a group that's got funded a couple of years ago to try to come up with some plans to do some things with the dome and eventually save it and maybe make that part of town a little more vibrant over there with, as Seth just pointed out, retail and walking parks and places to hang out outside and inside, and data storage, yes, indeed, is part of it. Yeah. On Wednesday, yesterday, they unveiled the ambitious plan that they have, for Vision Astrodome to answer the decade-long question of what to do with the landmark property. It is $1 billion plan. The only thing about this plan, there's nowhere in this article in the Chronicle I see where they're coming up with the $1 billion. That's the one issue. It's a minor issue, but there's nowhere in here that they've found the $1 billion to go execute.
You know what? You know why this angers me, Sean? Yeah. Because we keep getting these plans. Like somebody wins an architecture competition, they put the plans in the Chronicle, and like, ooh, it's beautiful. It's like when I was a kid and I would see concept cars at a car show. And you didn't quite understand that, like, no, this car is never going to be produced.
Right.
It looks badass.
It's badass,
right? No,
yes.
There's not actually an engine in it. But, and there's some disillusionment there that comes with that because you see it and you don't understand the concept of concept cars. And I just assume that this is what you're going to be able to pick up when I turn 16. Surely I'll make that much money by then to buy that car. And now I get these concept Astrodomes every few years that look awesome.
No, they look awesome. And they had a full
But they're like, oh yeah, but it's going to cost $1 billion and we don't have the money.
Yeah, they did a full-blown presentation of it yesterday. And I'm watching some of the video of the presentation. I'm like, no, that looks totally cool. Like, if you could just, find a genie in a lamp and wish that I could have that, I would totally rather have that than knocking down the building. For sure, that looks amazing. But it costs $1 billion, and I think I'd rather see the $1 billion go to some other things around town, maybe. And it's interesting because you point out the constituencies that that get approached with these plans, like saying, hey, maybe we should do this. And it's largely the Texans and the get approached with these. The head of the rodeo, Chris Bowman, who's the president and CEO of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, sent an email to the Chronicle in response to this plan on Tuesday. And he said this: the rodeo has not had formal conversations with the Conservancy in more than a year. The rodeo does not support the previously presented concepts as they conflict with our organization's strategic vision and operational needs. We voiced our concerns on several occasions with the Conservancy. There's no proposed or official plan that our organization has agreed to or been made aware of regarding the future of the Astrodome. However, the rodeo Texans in the county have been working on plans for NRG Park's future. Our goal remains to focus on functioning buildings, enhancing our experience, and growing our event, end quote. This is somebody who is waiting for the Jehovah's Witnesses to get off his front stoop right now.
It's honestly, it feels like you feel like you're in a neighborhood where, okay, there's a bunch of tear downs, there's old ranch houses, everything that's going up is brand new, much bigger, it's going to be a higher price point. But somebody trying to come up with all these exotic plans to save some ranch house in the middle of the neighborhood, and none of them make economic sense because ultimately what those houses are worth is the dirt that they're on.
Yeah.
And I think that right now, if you're looking at the Astrodome and how, yes, as magnificent a structure as it once was, it's a huge hunk of concrete on several acres of land, and the land is way more valuable than this for commercial purposes.
Yep.
And I think that there's probably the feasible things to do if you take away any of the emotion that's tied up in it or wrapped up in it is that, yeah, a parking structure probably makes more economic sense than anything you could repurpose with the Astrodome. Because if it was a slam dunk $1 billion project that was going to make money, there are developers that would love to be a part of it. They haven't come up with anything that's actually economically feasible.
That's right.
For anybody to jump into that $1 billion pool of investment.
Yeah, I'm a knock it down guy. I am. Look, I understand the history of it. I do. I mean, I admittedly came here in the 90s, so it was the back end of the heyday for the Astrodome. By the time I was here, 5 years, they formed the Harris County Houston Sports Authority to start building new buildings here. So I understand I'm a guy that's at the back end, but other cities, every other city has taken the building that houses all their memories, and they've destroyed these buildings, and yet, you know what doesn't happen in your brain? The memories don't go away. It's not like Back to the Future where Marty and his siblings started disappearing from the picture because they changed the entire course of the universe. You know what I mean? No, the memories are still there. When they knock the building down, there's not some Control-Alt-Delete that happens with your brain. It's all good. You can still remember, sitting in there for Astro playoff games or big Oiler Monday night games.
The thing, though, I guess the thing that's different with the Astrodome in terms of the people that were actually around and can remember the construction of it was that it was, at the time, something incredibly in a way that nobody, and that's the part where I think even when you read all these stories about Judge Hoffheinz and the way he lived his life and the way he went out and got money to invest in all this stuff. And it seems like he was a character that doesn't exist in America anymore. You know, it just like these. And so it was kind of a magical moment in Houston history where they were coming onto the scene in the sports world and in a lot of other ways that was pretty exciting and innovative. Yeah. And I get that. I can't, or at least I get that I can't really get it because I didn't live through it. Right. So I understand the people that were there for it. Then I think it's a little bit different than just the building that people used to go to watch games in. Yeah, and I to be clear, like it's not one of those things where these people like you're describing, Seth. If that were their counterpoint to me, I'm not treating them like they're flat earthers or something. Like I totally get that, but tough decisions have to be made sometimes. And I can tell you too that just almost all of those people tend to be in our age group and older, who are also like, hey, we want nice things, but we also don't want to be paying taxes for something I ain't going to be using. $1 billion. What? All right? Yeah. So there's even people that have emotional attachment to it that are like, but I mean, public money for like this thing that nobody else will offer private money for that just doesn't feel like what I'm into these days. Right. No, you're right. If it was a good business plan, somebody privately would come up with the money for it, for sure. Yeah. This is just to kind of lay out, we talked about the Texans and the rodeo and how people feel about it. The McNairs, Cal and Hannah actually sat down with Will Kunkel. This was several months ago, but Will Kunkel asked Cal and Hannah about the dome and what do we do with this here?
What's next for the Astrodome? What is going to happen with that building?
It's a county building, so whatever they decide to do, I'm sure they'll figure out something soon. It's I think it's been condemned and it's not being used, so it's a drain on the taxpayer. So we'll see what the county decides to do. Okay, Cal's exactly right. Hannah?
I'm not saying anything.
So Cal's 100% correct because it was officially condemned in 2009. Okay. That's because it doesn't have a. So I guess I think condemned. I think like it's scheduled for demolition, right? But it's condemned in terms of not being fit for human use. Right. Don't go 2009. In there. Don't go in there officially. Yeah. Don't go in there. So there you go, man. I found the quotes hilarious from the head of the rodeo that like it was I'm reading this, I'm like, this is him saying, I wish these people would just go away with their big highfalutin plans here, man. Like it's fun. It's kind of like the Springfield tire fire at this point. I kind of look at it as a point of pride. They're like, that's the Astrodome, right? Oh, the Packers have their fancy Packers Museum. The Packers Hall of Fame, which is pristine. We've got a whole freaking dome right there. Yeah, man. Look at it. Just look at it. Yeah. Look at it. Don't look at it too long. Hey, man. Look at it. You house your memories how you house them, and we'll house them how we house them, okay? Yeah. You choose to do it in a building with pictures and interactive kiosks and things. We choose to do it with a building that's been condemned and houses thousands of feral cats. Okay. Hey, what do you guys do? Do you take graves? Do you take flowers to your grandmother's grave? Right. Every year on the anniversary of her death. No. We our homage to her is we've got her old plastic covered sofa in the living room. That's right. Actually, just next door. We keep it in the yard next door. Yeah. That's Grandma's sofa. Yeah. It's a flowery pattern and it's got plastic protection. Okay? Right. And people are like, is that a skeleton in there? Like, oh yeah, that was Grandma. Like she's not. Yeah, that yet. Was right. Yeah. Right. We actually kept her too. Yeah. That's our fitting way to remember her. Yep. That's how we do it. You do you, and we'll do us. All right. Stop judging. All right. 8:00 hour coming up. The Anthony Richardson situation in Indianapolis with the Colts. They are starting Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. Why this situation? Now, silly Shane Steichen sounds doing this. Should be a warning sign for the Houston Texans. I'll explain coming up next. Hey, look, you could spend, $49,000.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. The Colts are now starting Anthony Richardson at quarterback again. 2 weeks after putting Joe Flacco in as their starter and saying he's going to be our guy the rest of the year. Got to go win games. Shane Steichen made this announcement yesterday that Anthony Richardson will be the Colt. Now, mind you, the Colts, who are chasing the Texans in the AFC South right now, they're 2 games back of the Texans. Texans have the tiebreaker, so the Colts would have to be a full game ahead of the Texans at the end of the year. It is an uphill climb for sure for the Colts. They are choosing Anthony Richardson to perform this climb. Here was Shane yesterday afternoon.
I want to address, Anthony's situation. I've said the process for a long time. And what I mean by that, it's the attention to detail in everything he does. From the classrooms to the walkthroughs to practice to the weight room, all those little things, right? It just got to be at a higher standard. And that's what was talked about, and that's where we went with it. And so that was discussed with him 2 weeks ago. And those were the conversations that took place. And over the last 2 weeks, he's made strides in those areas, big-time strides, becoming a pro's pro. And is he a finished product? No, he's not. And it's my job to help him get there along with the rest of the coaching staff. But he's a hell of a talent. Like I said, we've never lost faith or belief in him and his abilities. And he's shown strides. He really has. And with that being said, he will be our starter again. He's going to start this week. He's going to start the rest of the season, all right? And we're going to go from there.
That was a weird announcement. Like, usually they lead in with, like, okay, I want to address the elephant in the room. Anthony is going to be our starter, and here are the reasons why.
Yeah.
He listed the reasons and built up to the announcement. I'm like, okay, this is...
He listed the things that he listed is where he had made improvement.
Yeah.
None of them were on the actual quarterbacking side of things. They were more along the lines of, hey, he's been to basic training now. He's been to boot camp, and now he knows how to function like a soldier. You think about. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Like, it sounds like some teenager that never learned the proper work ethic or like to show up on time or anything.
Yeah.
Like one of those kids that goes kind of a jackass in high school, goes off to basic training. You run into him like 5 years later, and you're like, oh my gosh. This guy's like has his app together. That's what they're hoping they got out of Anthony Richardson, is that somehow they taught him all of the simplest aspects of showing up and doing the work to a better degree in all these different areas, and you hope he becomes a better football player because
in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, right?
In 2 weeks.
Well, also already having been guaranteed millions of dollars.
Yeah.
The one thing the military will never do is go ahead and give their basic training recruits millions of dollars guaranteed, and then expect that to be the thing that really gets them to start caring about the little things.
It's really interesting because there's so many other things that are still wrong with Anthony Richardson as a thrower, right? That we can see on game day, as you outlined many times. He has trouble completing passes. Kind of a basic job requirement when you're an NFL quarterback, and he has trouble doing that one thing and other things as well. I think it's interesting that this is what Shane Steichen is leaning on, because at least at this point, nobody can push back on him. Like, he's citing all these things that nobody in that press conference is able to witness. We're not sitting in the meetings. We don't watch Anthony Richardson interact with the cafeteria workers. We don't watch all these things. So there's this huge level of trust going on right now in Indianapolis with Shane Steichen that, like, okay, I mean, I guess he's gotten better over the last couple weeks. Okay.
And this is where it's as raw as quarterbacks are when they're getting drafted in the first round now with very little actual college experience. Trey Lance didn't have a whole lot of actual college experience. It feels like in football, it's like you draft a pitcher and then expect him to be in the majors that very same. Richardson feels like a guy that needs to be in single A, and he's just got to work on his game for a few years before he gets up there. And the NFL is not set up for that type of a scenario.
The NFL had a G League; he would be in the G League.
Right. Yeah.
So here's the thing. I was thinking about this morning, as I'm listening to people hash this whole Anthony Richardson thing out and where the Colts are, and boy, is this it? Like, is Anthony Richardson auditioning for his job? And if so, boy, does Chris Ballard get to pick the next quarterback here? Like, Chris Ballard has been in Indianapolis since 2017. Seen a lot of quarterbacks. And I think this is, as a Texan fan, where I go, okay, we are very fortunate right now that we are not on this hamster wheel that the Colts have been on at quarterback. Let me just paint the picture here real quick. Since Andrew Luck retired because he was beat up like a tackling dummy and a crash test dummy for 6 years. I mean, that's Andrew Luck retired in large part because his body had taken just such a beating. The Colts then, I'm sure all the planning for the next 10 years had gone on with the idea that Andrew Luck's going to be our quarterback. And then, boom, rug pulled out from under you. So they have to muck it through with Jacoby Brissett for a year before they can figure out what plan B is here. He retired in August. There was no time to go get a guy. 2020, they bring in Phillip Rivers. Okay, they make the playoffs. They don't do anything. He retires. 2021, they trade for Carson Wentz. That was a disaster. 2022, they bring in Matt Ryan. Disaster. 2020, he gets hurt early in the season, can't finish games. They bring in Gardner Minshew, and they almost make the playoffs. Okay, cool. And now this year, we've just outlined what's been going on. This is the part where I think the warning sign for the Texans. None of this is happening for the Colts right now if Andrew Luck had been protected better the first 5 or 6 years. And I know some of that's on Andrew Luck and his playing style. I get that.
And Bruce Arians, yeah.
And Bruce Arians. But a lot of it's on Ryan Grigson and the complete just either a lack of attention to detail or poor evaluation or whatever that Andrew Luck got destroyed to the extent where he was missing full seasons at times during those first 5 or 6 years. And he had to retire, and it throws the Colts with a pretty good roster, by the way. Like, the Colts have had a good roster through this run here of 2019 to 2024. They've had good players on the team. That they're one of several NFL teams that are just shuffling the deck at quarterback every year, dipping their toe in the water with a new guy, and 2 years in now, and that's the shelf life now for these young guys that get drafted. If it ain't happened, if it ain't shaken in 2 years, you got to go find a new guy. You better protect C.J. Stroud, man. Don't get C.J. Stroud on the Andrew Luck plan where 4 years, because he's on it right now in some sense. Well, like he's taking Luck level, Andrew Luck levels of abuse right now physically.
Well, and I think that's where it comes into the offensive coordinator angst too, because Pep Hamilton, and then did Chudzinski get time with Luck as well?
I don't remember.
Or was that the right offensive coordinator to help develop and groom that young player? Because Arians will hang his quarterbacks out to dry and expose them to a lot of deep drops and exposure to a lot of hits. But also, like, Pep Hamilton wasn't the guy to right that ship either. So it's just, how do you handle your young quarterback and keep him in this era where it's easier than ever to protect your quarterback and keep him from getting hit? Yeah, that's on your offensive coordinator.
Yeah, as I was thinking about this morning, I'm like, man, the Colts, as I'm listening to people debate, like, okay, are they going to need to go find another quarterback next year? I'm like, man, how did they get here? Well, how did they get here? Well, it started with Andrew Luck taking an historic pounding, like text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans everywhere. CJ's on the Andrew Luck ass-whooping trajectory. That's my concern. Now I think I will concede too. There's a chance CJ is just wired differently than Andrew Luck. Like Andrew Luck seems like a guy. Like Andrew Luck I don't even know that he watches football anymore. You know what I mean? Like he was kind of a different guy. Like he went to Stanford, a lot of intellectual interests and things like that, and had plenty to fall back on. He had signed his big contract. I don't think they went after his money when he retired. The Colts. I think they let him keep his money, as they should, as pain and suffering payments for all those sacks. So my guess is, like, CJ, I think CJ is at the far end of the spectrum of immersed football nerds, or you'd have to drag him off the field limbless before he stopped playing football.
Well, Luck was always one of those guys that was super smart but didn't play super. He suffered from what Ryan Fitzpatrick had early in his career, where you're really book smart, but sometimes you're thinking 9 plays ahead in the chess match when you need to recognize the danger right in front of your face. Yeah.
Yep.
So, right, he didn't have necessarily that same level of maniacal devotion to it, I don't think, as CJ does.
But the punishment, that's the big thing, man. Like the punishment for the Colts, the punishment led to this endless cycle of quarterback, cluster bleep. I don't think it leads to that. I don't think CJ's retiring after signing a big extension a few years from now. But like, any thought of something that looks similar to what Andrew Luck was going through as a young quarterback scares me, and that's what this looks like right now.
Yeah, the thing with if you compare Richardson's situation to CJ's situation, obviously there was never nobody ever once would have said anything remotely like, well, he just needs to pay more attention to detail in all these different areas.
In meetings and things like that.
We don't even have to do with being a quarterback directly.
Yeah.
Just all of the stuff. It sounds like Richardson is incredibly immature and unaware of just what the expectations are of an NFL quarterback. CJ's never had that issue at all. I don't worry about that.
Yeah, the two things. Boy, that's
I think Steichen is the exact right coordinator if he has a quarterback that does all those good things.
Yeah.
Steichen got some really good play out of Gardner Minshew.
I have not heard this question asked of Shane Steichen. There were two questions I wish I had heard asked in the press conference yesterday, which was, one was, do you think this gives you a better chance to win? That's why they put Flacco in as win. I'd love to know, and I think the answer would have been yes, even if Shane Steichen didn't believe what he was saying. The other thing was, I'm just curious, like, how surprised are they by this? Like, this is some pretty damning stuff with Anthony Richardson. Like, it's not criminal or anything like that, but it's kind of football criminal. That your quarterback is this inattentive to detail and immature.
Taps out of football games.
Like, how is that not something that gets sniffed out during the draft process?
Well, that's why I think it's so stupid to just think that there's a standard playbook for how you have to treat young quarterbacks. It's all individual.
Yeah.
And just as scouting quarterbacks is such a crapshoot, to think that every single guy these days that gets drafted in the first round, it means that he's got to play right away.
Yeah.
I think it's clear that Anthony Richardson, man, had a steep curve. And remember, he's been in the building for a year already.
That's right.
This is not his rookie year.
Yep.
I think sometimes I fall into this trap of still thinking of him as a rookie quarterback. He's in year 2 and having to be explained to him that, hey, you're not doing a lot of the little stuff that we expect quarterbacks to do the right way. You got to really start to worry whether the guy's ever going to get the message.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you.
I'm not worried about it.
No.
I'm hoping that he never actually gets the message.
I hope he gets it just enough to be a mediocre starter for them and trick them into giving him a second contract like Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, because if the Jags had moved on from Trevor Lawrence and not given him that big deal, do you think Trevor Lawrence is still salvageable is probably overstating it. Like, I'm still really happy Jacksonville gave him that contract. Like, super happy.
I think that the things that worked for that one little stretch of time at the end of the 2022 season, that was a lot of stuff that Doug Peterson does a really good job with the young quarterbacks.
Yeah.
There's a lot of first read stuff, and it's a lot of other things that teams can start to pick up on.
Yeah.
And that's what they picked up on. So the question is, all right, is there a coordinator or a coach out there who can get that next level or that next step so he'll get one more chance.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to get one more coach and one more coordinator to see if that guy can work magic.
Yeah, they can't afford to cut him right now. I mean, he's I'm sure it'd be like $100 million, I'm guessing, to move on from Trevor Lawrence for that.
Yeah, they're committed to at least one more head coach with Trevor Lawrence.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Cowboys, he met with the media yesterday. Here were his thoughts on C.J. Stroud.
It's really the respect that people have for him. I mean, I think just the way he came onto the scene, the first thing that jumped off to me was his arm talent, but, really his ability to get the ball out in a tight quarters. I mean, there's throw after throw on a college statement, and I thought it really translated very well to the pro game where you're seeing him getting hit and he's still snapping it off and getting it out with a tremendous amount of velocity, holding it to the last possible second, recognizing the pressure. So, I mean, to see a young rookie quarterback make those type of pressure throws, I was very, very impressed with just a little I've seen him last year, and then you can see it carry over. But yeah, they're still putting up good numbers. Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't look at it that way. But he can make all the throws, good athlete, but just really has for a young quarterback, his composure in the pocket is very.
How many Jared Goff on Sunday, and how many times there was pressure on him, and the result was a ball that looked like he was aiming for a worm 5 feet in front of him on the turf.
Yeah.
Like, CJ's ability to still release the football with zip while he's literally getting hit sometimes is a really, it's an amazing superpower. Really
functional arm talent.
Yeah.
And to do it from different body positions and everything. I think it's probably better than people expected or thought they were going to see it. Because he didn't have that many. Because his pass protection was good in college, he didn't have that many. He didn't have nearly as many opportunities to do it as he's had with the Texans.
Yes, he gets hit more. He gets hit more in one Texans game than he probably got hit his whole last season at Ohio State.
That was an impressive breakdown by Mike McCarthy. Just to for him to pick up in the apparent banker's hours that he works, according to Micah Parsons, that he was able to glean that much while not working nearly as long or putting as much time as the players that Micah Parsons cited.
Picturing people really needing something from McCarthy, and they're just walking outside his door at like 10 a.m. waiting for him to get in. When is he going to be here?
Is his boss here yet? No, he's not here yet.
Not here yet. No, he said he's got he's got something going on. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show, 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and Football Superfan, 713-572-4610. Pettiness. We love pettiness on this show. A future Texans opponent gets called soft by a former player. Head coach fires back. We're going to have a little petty going back and forth here coming up next. There's good audio. You won't want to miss it. Stay there.
Hey, you probably already know that Zadok Jewelers is the authorized dealer for over 22 luxury watch brands. But did you know they also carry an extensive selection of pre-owned watches?
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
First U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you guys know we do the Pettycast at 8 o'clock on Tuesdays, but that does not mean that the pettiness stops throughout the week. This was really good yesterday. I saw this. Deshaun Elliott is a former Miami Dolphins safety who now plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers play the Ravens this weekend. It's one of the bigger games of the weekend. And that's one of the best rivalries in all the NFL. That's one of the rivalries, Seth, that still feels kind of like a Steelers and Ravens. Like they hate each other. It doesn't matter who's on the team. They hate each other. And Deshaun Elliott now is a Steeler. So he was on Marshawn Lattimore's podcast. This is interesting. So Marshawn Lattimore, Baltimore Raven, had Deshaun Elliott, Pittsburgh Steeler, on his podcast, and they started talking about this weekend's game. And you need to keep in mind, Deshaun Elliott played on the Dolphins last year, and they played the Ravens late in the season with a chance to clinch the AFC East, and they got run off the field by the Ravens. The Ravens beat them 56-20, the Dolphins. So that's Deshaun Elliott's last taste in his mouth from playing the Ravens was as a Dolphin, getting beaten by 5 touchdowns last year in a game that could have clinched the division in a home field playoff game. Instead, the Dolphins had to travel to Kansas City in sub-zero weather and get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. So here is Deshaun Elliott talking about getting an opportunity to play the Ravens this weekend, but as a member of the Steelers.
This will be fun. This will be very fun. I haven't been able to play against Baltimore the way I wanted to, because last year I played up for a team that was soft as I mean, oh my God, I can't put that on there. That was pretty soft. The guys on the team, but there were some guys who were tough, but like for the majority of the team, there was not mentally tough individuals. So to be on a team with a full team of mentally tough guys going against another mentally tough team and AFC North ball, it's gonna be fun, man. It'll be fun.
So. Dolphins, AF. Yeah.
Now that's fun because I think a lot of people they saw that. Well, yeah, Deshaun Elliott didn't like Vic Fangio, and nobody liked playing for Vic Fangio, and that's why they were soft. Like, no, he's talking about the team itself. And if anything, I don't know. Deshaun Elliott might have been a fan of Vic Fangio, but you got other guys out there who were just whining and complaining about how they couldn't perform well in Vic Fangio's defense. That's a shot at the entire roster, I think.
Yeah. What's your impression of the Dolphins? Like, I think the Dolphins do feel like kind of a soft team.
They feel a little bit like what you would expect from a fancy lad, intellectual. It has a bunch of fun little quips as a head coach, Mike McDaniel, but doesn't strike you as this don't want to get stuck in an alley with this guy.
His rolled up capri pants that he wears, where he's got his sweats like rolled up like halfway up the calf. And
nobody's tougher than Mike McDaniel in his willingness to throw a quarterback whose brain is literally turning into oatmeal before our eyes back out there, Sean.
Yeah, that's true. He's pretty brave at that. Mike McDaniel got wind of this. Actually, he was at his press conference. He was asked about it. And here's what the head coach of the Dolphins had to say.
I am supremely only concerned with the 2024 Dolphins for sure. And I think that every team's ability to be mentally tough in the NFL season is definitely tried. And I think case in point, some of the stuff. And I think our team played a tough fought game the last 3 weeks, and ended up finding a way to win this past week, and I think that's not the easiest thing to do, and just worried about this year's team. And it's cool you said on a podcast. Cool podcast.
You know what it is with Mike McDaniel that's starting to annoy me? That he speaks with vocal fry. He's the ultimate millennial, the younger millennial that is most annoying to other millennials as well, is that he's trying to sound like a Kardashian.
Yeah.
That's why we're watching Only Murders in the Building right now, and it's an awesome show. But Selena Gomez's vocal fry and her monotone method of speaking is almost about to do me in.
Yeah.
Because she talks like Mike McDaniel. Like,
Yeah.
well, I'm just concerned about our own team.
It is interesting. There's been a lot of talk over the last couple of days. We talk about Dion going to the Cowboys, right? Remember Rex Ryan said earlier this week, like, hey, this is what's working right now, man. You find a former player that played for the team that's got like some chutzpah to them. Dan Campbell, D'Amico Ryans, Aaron Glenn's going to get a job here imminently. And boy, what if he winds up with the Jets, where that's the team he's probably most associated with? That and here, Dion in Dallas. If we're to take a step back and if we can say that, okay, maybe the opposite is true sometimes, the guys just are the complete poles of the former players who can bring the energy level up. I could see where, like, if I'm a Dolphin fan right now, I'm like, oh, okay. It is kind of cool watching Dan Campbell and D'Amico Ryans and guys like this, like, have their guys run through a brick wall. Is Mike McDaniel a guy who can get his team up to play, like, at that energy level? With
right,
like, if that's the energy level that he carries. And by the way, I've never seen any other energy level with Mike McDaniel. So this isn't me cherry picking some soundbite that we just played, because that was a bad soundbite. If you're Mike McDaniel, like, he's stammering and stuttering and trying to find the words to say that his team's not soft. Like, nowhere in there does he just, like, hit the table and say, we are not soft. Like, that was a horrible defense for his. That was a soft defense of somebody saying you're soft. He's like, we played real hard in 3 games and we won one. Like that was a soft, like that. He made Deshaun Elliott's point with that defense of his team right there. In my opinion.
But you don't necessarily want to hear him take a shot at Deshaun Elliott, though, too, right? You gotta.
I don't care if he does or not.
You gotta walk a fine line there.
I don't care if he does or not. Like, him contesting what Deshaun Elliott's saying isn't taking a personal shot. He's just disagreeing with Deshaun Elliott's opinion by taking up for his team. That was a horrible. Like, if I'm one of my players, I'm like, he just called me soft, Deshaun Elliott. Man, my head coach, can you imagine if someone called the Texans soft and D'Amico Ryans went to the press, or Dan Campbell especially? Like, can you imagine someone calling the Lions soft? Like, Dan Campbell would have a moment conference.
Or you scoff at the notion, at least. You know, you just be like, no, my guys, I go to fight with them any day. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to entertain that.
Like, it was almost like Mike McDaniel was, like, trying to think through, like, okay,
dude,
we are soft at times, but I got to pick out the times here where we haven't been and point those out. You know,
I don't feel good with Tua right now. Like, Tua made that. Did I expect Tua to not to try to make a tackle this weekend, where he just went in head first kamikaze and tried to make. It's hard, but, like, there's almost a defiant nature to the way that Tua answered questions about that.
Yeah.
You know, like, is that people asked him, was there any concern about your head or anything? Like, Tua's acting like there's no issues at all, and I'm going to play football, and that's me, and I worry for his future.
Tua's actually the one guy on the Dolphins who would be better served by being a little softer. You know,
or like not trying to. He's got a little Will Levis in him, where I think it's almost like he's got to prove that he's not soft, and he's going way above and beyond where he should.
Yeah.
Like, no, part of being a modern quarterback is knowing when to be a coward.
Yeah.
And you got to, for the good of the team, you got to be a bit of a coward sometimes.
Yep, you do. There's a funny graphic somebody posted, as long as we're talking about the Dolphins yesterday. It posted Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, his week-by-week, sort of performance, weeks 1 through 10 or whatever it's been. And one column is arrested before the game, yes or no. The other column is greater than 100 receiving yards, yes or no. And the only game where Tyreek Hill has had over 100 yards so far this year was the game in week 1 where he was arrested at the stadium for, circumventing a police barricade or something like that.
Angry Dolphins fans are defending him in that on that graphic, pointing out that he wasn't actually arrested. He was detained temporarily. To which other Dolphins fans are saying, what are we doing here? It's Tyreek. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot that this was the first blemish ever in the legal front for Tyreek Hill and not just the latest. So, sorry. No, it's okay, whatever. He had a brush-up with police right before the game after a long history of having brush-ups with the police or law enforcement.
Yeah. God, no no 100-yard games since then for Tyreek Hill. Like Tyreek Hill, the last 2 or 3 years, in my opinion, has been the most valuable non-quarterback in football. Like he's a total game changer. And I mean, I know a lot of that's a function of Tua being out, but holy crap, that's why. And they just gave him an extension. Like that's a roster, man. They extended Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, and they gave Tua $50 million a year, and here's where we are right now.
Yeah, and they're just using Tua. He's an elegant screen deliverer.
Yeah,
a glorified lobber of anything 5 yards or less beyond the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. Text message, 5 Hour Energy fan line. McDaniel is what happens when you let nerds into the league.
It is. Look, you gotta guard against this. It's hard enough to do in baseball where things are more clear cut, but in football, man, you can get all the fancy jargon down. You can, like with the Chargers coach there. What's his face? The Chargers coach.
Brandon Staley?
Thank you, Brandon Staley. Brandon Staley was a darling because he could throw out the analytical jargon, and people would just, oh my gosh, look at, he just sees the game differently. He was a really good defensive coordinator when he had 6 future All-Pros on the team. Yes, we remember that with the Rams. But now he also knows the jargon. Yeah. Yes. Let's look past the actual players on the field that were making the difference. But because he can spit out acronyms, this is the new age cut. But no, he didn't have the chutzpah. There's just that kind of the gravelly blue collar nature of a good NFL head coach.
No, you got to have that. And Mike McDaniel doesn't have that either, man. Like he does not have that at all.
It's like the episode of The Simpsons where the nerds take over. You're like, they got all these great ideas, but they don't understand people, and it's just how to manage people.
I guess Thomas Brown is going to be coordinating the Thomas Brown is going to be coordinating the Bears offense. Yeah, the Bears offense. Thomas Brown, who interviewed for the Texans head coaching job a couple of years ago.
Yep.
I didn't know he was on the staff in Chicago, so it's a big opportunity for him, man.
He's a guy that's been tabbed with all those it factor things.
Yes.
For a while now. But is it not necessarily the offensive architect type guy or whatever, but for an interim spot, I could see where he might end up making a big difference. Just if you get all those things that we were just talking about, where maybe you lack a certain oomph to the delivery. Yeah. Thomas Davis, wide gushed about as a guy that just gets people.
Yeah. Remember when Caleb was asking for ownership in the team and whoever drafted him? Those were fun times. Now his teammates are like going to management saying, "Hey, can you put Tyson Bagent in instead of this guy?"
We're tired of the guy, the child owner of the team. We're working with Brewster's Millions here. No, yes. I want an actual adult that's earned his money,
Brewster's
please.
Millions, yes.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
That little kid. Check up on that kid, that child actor.
Are you thinking of The Toy or Brewster's Millions?
Oh, The Toy. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
it
was a different Richard Pryor movie. That's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
what happened to that kid from The Toy? I hated him from the
Do you know what happened to him? Like in real life, he wound up
Did he invent something?
No. He wound up in porn. He did. He wound up, like as an actor, I'm saying. Like he was a child actor. Yeah, like he wound up in adult films. True story.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What happened to him after that?
I don't know. I think he I think he's still like alive and doing things. I think it was a brief foray into it, but man, sometimes Hollywood turns on you sometimes, man. So
Scott Schwartz, was that his name?
Scott Schwartz. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, look up his IMDb. There's some interesting stuff in there, man. He probably did another movie named The Toy, but it was very different the second time around.
Yeah, that's true. You could you know what? Yeah. Maybe he makes a little bit of a resurgence.
You never know.
I would not buy any product with his picture on the
No, it's not. I'll let you do the Scott Schwartz career title history there.
Yeah.
All right, Azeez Al-Shire. Tell Texan fans to relax a little bit. We will discuss that. We'll hear from Azeez coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow, what's today? Thursday? Tomorrow's my Men's Tea Clinic.
man who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
For real people.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Azeez Al-Shaair met with the media earlier this week. I liked Aziz's perspective on where the Texans are right now. He was asked, are you guys confident that you can take the next step?
100%. I mean, we're 10 games in, at 6-4, and the games that we've lost, just how we've lost them, like easily things that you can change and you can fix. And I've been a part of teams where literally in San Francisco one year we were 3-6 and went to the NFC Championship. And I'm sure nobody thought we were going to do that. So I think when you have guys, who've been in those positions, it allows you to kind of keep everybody calm and be that rock, for everybody around you. Just to be like, hey, I've seen way worse than this, and I've came out on the other side of it that's been way better than anybody would have thought. So I think it's just that leadership from all the leaders and all the guys and keeping us together.
Okay, just for some perspective on that season he's talking about, Azeez, in San Francisco, it was 2021. They started 2-0. They were 3-5 through 8 games. They finished 10-7. They came within a dropped interception against the Rams of getting to the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah,
they were able to they were able to be that hot team going into the playoffs that felt like they could win anywhere, and they almost did.
And I think that's where I am with this team right now. I don't think there's no part of me that doesn't think that they have the pieces to be a better team than they have been over these last 4 games, where they've lost 3 of their last 4 games. And that's what makes it so frustrating, is that you can see the talent there on the depth chart. We've seen the performances out of C.J. Stroud already, and the defense is butting right up against they're on the verge of becoming a really, really genuinely stud defense. They're not quite there yet, but the defense I've got far fewer worries about than the offense, obviously, at this point. So I think that I'm not worried that somehow guys are going to let go of the rope, or that they even necessarily needed that players-only leadership council meeting or anything. It's just that I wouldn't sense from – I don't think it's just lip service from Azeez Al-Shaair that he's just trying not to say bad things about the offense. I think he genuinely believes everything he just said about that. Is that, hey, you're right there. You just gotta keep sawing wood, whichever cliche you want to throw out there, and they can just start humming on all cylinders. They're just not quite there yet.
Yeah, they're in a pretty enviable spot right now. I mean, there's a lot of teams that would trade spots with the Texans right now. I'm just saying the spot that they're in. I'm not saying they trade rosters with them. I don't know that anybody would trade the issues that the Texans have offensively right now in the second half of football games, but purely empirically about where they are and the chances of getting into the postseason. I think the interesting thing about the way the rest of this season lays out, because there's so many wake-up calls during the season that, hey, it's a long the Texans beat the Bills in Week 5, and the world was ending in Buffalo after that. They oh my God, Josh Allen completed 30% of his passes. What are they going to do? He's got no weapons. And they trade for Amari Cooper, but Amari Cooper hadn't made that big an impact. He's been more injured than he's been available so far.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is they're a pretty good team, and they figured some things out, and they got it turned around, and now they're probably going to be the 2 seed in the AFC if things hold up.
Right. You look at Buffalo last year, even though they were winning games and the offense on paper
that's a better
good,
example. Yes,
they got destroyed. They didn't get destroyed. They lost in a really dumb way. They lost to the Broncos. 2/3 of the way through the season, and that was kind of the pivot point for them where they started changing things, and they became a better team that was a competent field goal kicker away from going to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
So that's I'm not panicking, and yet I feel justified, as should any Texans fan who's got deep concerns about the way the offense is operating right now and the way that C.J. Stroud has been rendered in a lot of respects an average NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
To look to, except that it's impossible to make direct comparisons, is the Chiefs. For 2 years now, the Chiefs' offense has struggled in the regular season to look like what you're expecting to see out of Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
And yet the Chiefs are such a complete team that they're winning all their games, and nobody doubts their ability to thrive in the playoffs.
Yep. I think the thing that makes you nervous is that there's it's the offensive line, and to steal from Jalen Petrie, no one's coming to save them.
Yeah.
Nico. I mean, I guess in a way Nico is, because he's going to make it easier for everybody. But the fact, however much easier Nico makes it for everybody, it's not going to be enough to pull the offensive line up to an overall the offensive line up to an acceptable level. They need to fix some things on their own too. It'll make it better.
Right.
It'll make it better, but it's not going to fix the offensive line.
And I don't know. That's the one. The biggest issue on the team, the interior offensive line, and then the offensive line as a sum total in terms of their run blocking and everything else. But especially the big glaring problem is the interior offensive line. Nobody's coming to save them there.
Yeah.
There's not. Mike Munchak isn't walking through that door to play guard for you. It's they've got issues. And what is their ceiling, and how much are they limited by that offensive line and the offensive coordinator? That's the most uncomfortable, unanswered question right now.
We'll get a real clear picture, man, of what the Texans are going into the postseason, I think, just based on who they play. I know playing the Ravens within 4 days of each other is not even close to simulating what is going to happen. You get a full week in the postseason and whatnot. But in terms of just how they stack up with those two teams, in my opinion, those are the two teams in the AFC with the highest ceilings. I think the best version, we know what the best version of the Chiefs is. We've seen it the last 2 years. They've won the Super Bowl. I think the best version of the Ravens can win a Super Bowl this year. With Derrick Henry complimenting Lamar Jackson. Their defense probably needs to improve a little bit. But we'll get a real clear picture, man, in Week 16 and 17 as to where the Texans stack up.
One thing the Ravens have shown already this year, offensively, compared to in years past, is I don't think they're afraid to keep doing what they do when they have a deficit.
Yep.
You go back to that Bucs game. That was the first game where I thought, okay, let's see what they do when they're down by a sizable chunk.
Yeah.
And they came out and they ran the ball 5 times in a row and then sprung a big pass. They did not abandon what got them there the way they did last year, where sometimes down the stretch they started to oh, wait a second, now we're a pass-heavy team and we're going to stick it on Lamar's shoulders. No, they've maintained their balance so far.
Dude, I went back and pulled up the link to on Pro Football Reference to that season that Aziz was talking about in 2021 with the Niners, just to see. I like looking at that stuff just to see who they played and what it looked like.
Yeah.
They played the Texans in Week 17, and I have zero recollection of that game. I have good recollection on almost everything Texans. I'm not trying to brag. I've got a pretty good memory when it comes to anything Texans related. This Week 17 game in 2021 where they lost 23-6 to Trey Lance.
Right, yeah.
I know you keep bringing up Trey Lance and his that he actually played well against the Texans, and every time you brought it up in my mind, I'm going, man, I'm trying to remember this. Was it in the preseason? Because I know they played him in the preseason one year, and I'm like, no, 23-6, and Trey Lance was the quarterback towards the end of a season where the Niners almost made the Super Bowl. Now, Garoppolo was back for the postseason that year.
Yeah.
But,
no, that's where, I could sense that in your face every time I brought it up, and I thought, well, I must be misremembering it because maybe it wasn't Trey Lance that day.
No.
But, and that's relevant for those of you who don't know. Trey Lance is the backup quarterback for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So, and went into the game last week.
Yeah.
So it is Trey Lance who's had success versus a different Texans team. But we've seen the upside of Trey Lance. He can do some good things in a game.
Yeah, he did. I just couldn't. I could not recollect when that time, but it was, man, what a fever dream that season was. Cully year, I didn't.
No, the second half of the season, especially that year, there's a lot of blanks in my memory about. I guess I was sitting and watching that entire game in person, but I barely remember it. I'm like a rock star from the '70s.
I was thinking too, like, holy crap, the Texans played the Cowboys 2 years ago. They played them like this is not a normally scheduled Cowboys-Texans game. Like, this is the 17th.
This is an offshoot of the 17-game season.
Right,
yeah.
so this is one of the games they're getting because they have a, quote, first-place schedule. Yeah. The Ravens, Chiefs, and Cowboys affected how the Texans did last year. It just so happens the Cowboys suck this year, which is real beneficial. I don't know who got the Commanders in that whole thing. In the AFC, they got screwed. Which AFC South team is having to play the Commanders out of the NFC East? They got kind of screwed. But the Texans played the Cowboys 2 years ago in the Lovie Smith year in Dallas, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that was a close game where the Texans, like, there was a goal line stand in that game where if the Texans hit. Yeah. I don't remember any of these late other than the Texans securing the number 2 overall pick, I don't remember jack crap from December and January of the Cully and Lovie Smith years. I was so ready for those seasons to be over, man.
I get excited about these games because even in that year, there was a healthy representation by Texans fans. And a lot of people go up, and you can get good, cheap tickets up there in a giant, cavernous stadium where the local fan base is largely checked out on them emotionally. And, you can go up and have a home field advantage up there and force the Cowboys into a silent count.
You think we travel well on Monday? I
think so. Yeah. I think so. I think a little mini vacation this time of year up to Arlington. That's what doesn't everybody dream of that? And then you can watch a football game. Everybody's like, should we go to Arlington or Vegas?
Right,
I don't know.
Right.
Oh, they don't play in Las Vegas this year. I guess we'll go to Arlington.
Right. Are we going to the Bahamas or to Arlington?
Yeah,
that's always the tough choice.
The biggest difference between Vegas and Arlington is there's more gonorrhea in Arlington against all odds.
No question. You'd never think that, but yeah, but it is. Yeah, even more than Vegas. Indiana. Not Indiana. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. The Deion Sanders, he had a clip. I mean, I've been critical of Deion. I thought Deion laid out perfectly what the world of college football is like right now, and it does make me wonder, does he still want in on this world? And also how the Caleb Williams issues might be affecting Shedeur Sanders. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. I'm looking right now. Luka.
For the man who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Quick text message. 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Sean, you not remembering games towards the end of the season doesn't have anything to do with the Texans' record in 2022. It has to do with you getting old. Sorry. No, I've got pretty good memory on other stuff. I think I legitimately am suppressing December and January of the Culley and Lovie Smith years. Those were not fun years to to be following Texans football. But we knew better days would be ahead, and they are, and they're here. They're a whole lot better.
You might have been self-medicating a certain amount, too, to get through the doldrums.
Sure.
So that, some of those memories might just never, ever seeped into your gray matter.
Yeah.
Because it was just competing with too many alcohol molecules.
That's right.
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. You got. I mean, you get through the season any way that you can. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Deion Sanders met with the media yesterday, and that's really, really good from Deion. And I think it gives you a real window into kind of how he's approaching things and why it's working in Colorado. Separately, I do wonder how much longer he's going to be at Colorado executing this strategy once Shedeur is gone. So I think that's fair. But I thought this was a really astute way to look at things. First, he lays out the reality of high school recruiting in the NIL era.
Just say we get 25 high school players. How many is going to play that freshman year at the most? Let's say 4 or 5, right? And so now you got 20 guys redshirted. So when you go through that spring with that 20 guys redshirted, how many are you going to retain after that spring? Or how many are going to jump in the portal on you? Let's just do it. If any one of you want to go statistically and try to calculate this, I already done it. So it's going to be how many? Half. Okay, why don't I just focus on 10? Guys that can – see, when we grab a freshman, we expect that guy to play. We're not looking at, hey, man, we can just redshirt you, develop you. No. We're looking for you to come in and play some football. I don't give a darn if it's a walk-on, if it's a Cash Cleveland. We expect you to play.
Yeah, and so Deion's basically saying, screw these 25-man high school classes. I'm just going to go get 10 guys that contribute. I'll never win the Rivals.com recruiting wars, ever.
Well, and you also look at right. You're not trying to amass as many as possible.
5 stars and 4 stars.
You're kind of like looking at it more strategically as where are opportunities to play right now. Why are we going to bother with a 5-star and a stud we already have, and he's going to bolt after year 1 or year 2 for playing time somewhere else?
Yes.
That, you start to just find, all right, who are the biggest freakishly physically developed 18-year-olds out there and who can play right now, because who knows even if we have them for another 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, just give me.
It is what it is.
Give me 10 of those guys instead of 25 of these other guys.
Yeah, and that's. I do think it speaks to the guys who are able to stick and move in a rapidly shifting landscape. Deion said the same thing in the offseason when they lost so many guys in the transfer portal. He said, all right, well, who are we losing? They weren't guys that were making a huge contribution or anything. So you got to stop using the old metrics of how many 5-stars do you still have in your roster versus how many guys are going to show up and play this year. I think that that's, even though the individual strategy would be different in the NFL or, if he was at a different school or what have you, I think the adaptability in a changing landscape probably speaks to something that Deion has that maybe a lot of other coaches don't have, whether they be college or NFL coaches. That, man, things have shifted and changed in the way things operate a lot, and you got to have guys who can move and adapt to those changes. Yeah,
here's more from Deion. He actually compares it to he compares winning recruiting to the, air quotes, winning the NFL draft.
Our approach is somewhat different, heavily scrutinized, heavily criticized, but we know what we're doing. So if anybody ever did the homework and the statistics of these young men, they say is the number 1 class in the nation, then 5 of those guys play or 4 of those guys play, then the rest go through the spring, then they jump in the portal. Give me those numbers. Don't give me the numbers of where you rank in nationally recruiting, because it's just like an NFL team. You always say who won the draft. Then the team gets killed all year. You don't say nothing else about it. Who won the draft last year in the NFL? Nobody care right now, right? Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. I think it's interesting because I think there are plenty of college coaches who are still comfortable with the old model, like executing it that way and saying, hey, we'll bring in 25 guys. And you know what? If 10 of them leave and go transfer, then 10 of them leave and go transfer. And that's just the cost of doing business,
I think the number 1 winner last year, who was like the more unanimously highest graded draft? The Ravens got a lot of
Ravens always get a lot of love, man.
Yeah, the Ravens, and they consistently do it now. It's almost a point where, like, even the guys we don't know about. Probably the Bears, right?
Oh, yeah.
It was the Bears. The Bears, I think the Bears won the draft.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, Roma Dunze.
Yeah.
Like, those were the big ones. You got Caleb Williams, you got Roma Dunze at the very top of the draft. Kind of like the Texans the year before. Whenever you have 2 top 10 players, people are going to overwhelmingly say, wow, look at the guys that you got. You won the draft.
Yeah.
So for the Texans, I would say it worked out. You ended up having you had the offensive and the defensive rookie of the year.
Literally could not have worked out any better,
The Lions, I would say, got good grades too.
They did
without high draft picks.
You're talking about the same draft, this past draft or this?
Yeah, this past draft.
Yeah. They probably did. They got real good grades 2 years ago when they got Brian Branch and Laporta in the second round, and they got Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, was a rookie that year. Like, they had real good grades.
The best draft grade, or at least tied for the best draft grade on PFF, was the Indianapolis Colts. Because of Leatu Letu and Adonai Mitchell largely.
Yeah,
they got the best defensive player in the draft.
Yeah.
Everybody else is stupid except me.
So none of those teams so far have really, it hasn't translated into brilliant performances out of rookies or what have you.
No. So, yeah, I like the comp to the NFL draft. Deion laying that out the way he did, I mean, really gives you a window into how he views this whole thing. Like, it's very businesslike. I would feel I'm trying to think, like, if I had a son who was a football player, would I rather send them to go play for Deion, where if you're going there, you're probably going to play early, but Deion is Deion's pretty cutthroat. Like, if it ain't working, then you're off the good list. Or would you send your kid to like a more traditional college coach who's that's building big classes, and you're probably there for the long haul?
Well, and you hear about the way Saban talks about it. Look, Saban was in a position where he had the pick of the litter in terms of guys that he would want to recruit, and he said one thing that was off-putting for him was that parents weren't even asking the question anymore, academic environment, or the how much tutelage and what was the coaching going to be like. It was how much
money,
when, where, how much of it's guaranteed, all that stuff. That I think that if that's the pool of the 5-star recruits, largely that's the world you live in. You're not going to waste a whole lot of time unless you're a place like Notre Dame or Stanford or Boston College or what have you, where you got the academic thing to sell.
Mm-hmm.
It's for a lot of the top tier recruits. It's how much much can you pay me?
Minor league football.
So and Deion's looking at it like, okay, well, and how much is it worth? I'm not gonna spring it. This guy's not gonna play right away. We're gonna throw a bunch of money at him.
Yep.
And then there's a really good chance that he's gonna jump anyway after 1 year. We're not gonna waste our time with guys like that.
Yeah. Hey, as long as we're talking about Deion, and we mentioned the Bears a moment ago, how much do you think Caleb Williams' ordeal that he's going through is affecting Deion's view of Shedeur going into the draft? Like, this Dan Orlovsky tweeted this the day that they fired Shane Waldron in Chicago. He said, today is an example of why Deion will make sure Shedeur goes to the right place.
Well, and Deion, I can't remember which podcast he was on. He answered a question about this last week where he said that, he will be involved if he doesn't like where Shedeur is drafted, but it won't be public. It'll be behind the scenes.
Travis Hunter, too. He's basically treating
Travis Hunter as well.
Travis Hunter, too.
Yeah.
He's basically treating Travis Hunter like he is a Sanders brother right now.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been. He's been with him since high school.
Yeah.
So, I think that does Caleb Williams factor into that? Rubber stamp on what Deion already felt after having been in the NFL for 4 decades now, or at least it's been 4 decades since he was first in the NFL. He's seen it. He knows what happens to quarterbacks that go to bad organizations.
Yeah, and that's where I wonder with Deion, like, what's the threshold? Like, okay, for Deion, is it more about there's these 5 or 6 organizations that I just don't want Shedeur to go to?
Yeah.
Or is it at the other end where there's 5 or 6 and he's only going to these? Because
he really wants to go. Oh, that's a good question.
You know what I mean? And because the fact of the matter is, I understand the bad organization part of it, because a lot of bad organizations tend to stay bad. Now, some don't. The Texans were viewed as a bad organization from 2020 through 2022. But C.J. Stroud had no problem coming here, and now I think the Texans are a good organization again.
The Lions were considered the worst organization for a long time,
and they're the gold standard. So that's where the whole thing, to me, even at 30,000 feet, forget about these 5 teams are bad and these are good or whatever. The NFL is so opposite of stagnant when it comes to that. You know, like for the most part, is that it changes. It's so fluid and changes, and so like there's a really good chance. I guess what I'm saying is there's like a really good chance that Deion, if he tries to manipulate Shedeur onto a team, there's a 50-50 chance that team in 2 years is operating like one of the teams that Deion wouldn't have wanted him on in the first place.
Well, I think that's where it probably comes down to who's the GM. I say it all the time, and it's overly simplified and it's really, really hard to do. But like all you have to do in any organization is find the right GM, the right head coach, and the right quarterback, which is it's incredibly hard to do. But there's so many bad organizations, once they luckily randomly stumble upon the right GM and head coach combination, there's only so many organizations that are going to actively screw that up.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the Jets are that organization. I don't know. So I think it's impossible to know which teams would be a red flag right now without knowing who the GM and the head coach is.
Yeah.
I think right now, like the Jaguars, I don't think the Jaguars are a bad organization. I think they've been saddled with Trent Baalke, a GM who has the owner's ear to an extreme degree, which could be a good thing. It's a good thing if your owner listens to the GM, if the GM knows what he's talking about. But nobody trusts that Trent Baalke actually knows what he's talking about or is a good GM. So I think the Jaguars are a team that I think that Deion would be open to Shedeur going to the Jaguars, but not with the current GM.
Yeah,
and that's what matters 3-4 months from now.
Let's not get it twisted either. Like Shedeur's really good, but nobody's a guarantee. Like I think there's an equal chance that some of these NFL teams at the top of the draft are side-eyeing Shedeur and Deion as much as
the combo of those two,
as much as it's going the other way too. You know what I mean? And here are the teams. This is the top 5 teams in the draft as of right now. And it's funny you bring up Jacksonville. They would be Jacksonville once again would be picking first in the draft. That would be the third time since 2021 that the Jags would be picking first overall in the NFL draft. That's incredible. Jacksonville, the Giants, the Titans, the Browns, the Raiders. I would argue that all but Jacksonville themselves need a quarterback, right? All of those teams would make sense to draft a quarterback, all of them.
I think of those organizations, the Browns are a tricky one because they've put together such a good roster, but for the huge, massive swing that they took at quarterback, that just they completely fell on their faces. And I think the thing that if I were Deion, I'd be wondering about is, all right, exactly how much is the owner? Is the owner turned into a guy that genuinely listens to his people, or is he still making the big decisions? And exactly why are they whiffing on some of these big decisions like that? You know, that's what I would worry about there.
You know, the other thing I would worry about too, if I were Shedeur and Deion, would be that the very reason you draft a quarterback high and hope that he plays well is that now you've got this window where you're not paying a quarterback top dollar money. The fact of the matter is, if you draft Shedeur Sanders, he's on a roster where Deshaun Watson still counts $72 million next year, $72 million the year after that, and I think another 30-some-odd million in dead money the year after that. Like, you ever get to be a rookie quarterback or a rookie contract quarterback experiencing the roster benefits of being a young quarterback, like CJ is right now. You know,
even if Amari Cooper was still on the team, he's still 1 year older and look banged up with injuries like he is right now. So he might pull the parental veto on the Browns.
Yep.
The Giants are the one that I feel I'm conflicted about, because I think from the marketing side of things and everything else that Deion was really good at in his career, there's no better place of those teams you mentioned than New York. And yet with it comes a whole lot of other organizational baggage, not to mention the pressure and the scrutiny of playing quarterback in New York. And yet, look, Eli would be the guy who seemed least equipped to deal with the New York media, and he did just fine.
His obliviousness actually wound up being a good thing, you know? But I think that the question with the Giants would be, okay, is Joe Shane back as the GM? To your point, like GM and head coach. Like, okay, is he going to play for Brian
Yeah,
Daboll.
I think the organization is just fine
Yes.
as long as they have a GM that you feel good about. And is Joe Shane that GM? I don't think Deion would look at the Joe Shane production, and especially if you watch Hard Knocks offseason, I don't think Joe Shane's his guy.
Do you want Shedeur in the division? What if Tennessee took Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, I'm here for anything that brings more drama to the AFC South.
Juice.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
here for the juice.
More
man.
juice, more drama.
Yes.
More Pat McAfee wringing his hands over the new quarterback
we
in the
ain't
division.
Scared.
Yes.
Yeah, we ain't scared. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here on SportsRadio 610. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show, and J.J. can't believe the percent chance the Texans have to make the postseason. J.J. talked about that. The second half issues. J.J. on players-only meetings is must-listen-to radio. We've got that for you coming up next.
Oh, must eat. You must eat in the second half of the season on into the playoffs where you need to be strengthened. And you need to be strengthened by things that taste good. Daisy, French onion, and ranch.
5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
By West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show yesterday talking about the Texans and their 94% chance of making the postseason.
And some of those 94% aren't actually 94%, you know? That's in a database and an algorithm, not in real life. Like Texans, 94.4%. Okay, then you got the Colts right there at 26.5%.
Sure.
But do they know that Anthony Richardson's starting this weekend?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Do these stats know that the Indianapolis Colts are now a professional culture behind closed doors? No, they don't. So it's much more wide open than these numbers say. But, yeah, it does look like it is a one slot.
Are you just back on board now? Are you just fully back on board? Like, has this just been a hop back on?
Until they...
Was it the tooth? Was it the tooth? Was that what the problem was? You were angry because your tooth hurt? So you're tough on the Colts, and now the tooth is out, you feel good? You're like, hey, I'm a Colt again.
I didn't think about that.
That was mostly McAfee talking about, rambling on about algorithms and whatnot. But the Texans, you go to a lot. It's hard to find a site where the Texans have less than a 94% or a 90% chance of making the postseason right now.
And it's a testament to just how bad the AFC South is this year.
That's the biggest thing. Yes.
Right. The Texans have still been. They've been operating the last few weeks where they've lost 3 or 4 games. They haven't been that much different than they were when they had a really good record. Just they operate like a 500 football team.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a matter of, all right. At this point, it's hard to envision them getting worse. And I say worse as if they're bad. They've been mediocre. And they're a mediocre team in a division loaded with bad teams. But they're capable of being better than mediocre. That's what we're waiting for.
94% chance to make the playoffs, 50% chance to get to the second round of the playoffs. And then from there, it's It gets a lot dicier. 17% chance to make the conference championship game.
That's not astronomical.
It's not astronomical.
That's not bad. That's not bad
for a team that can't block and protect its quarterback. Like that's 17%. It's a good sporting chance right there.
But with the Nico Collins potentially returning, which changes, they still won't be able to block, but it won't hurt them as much. It's you're not as hamstrung by a bad offensive line when you've got Nico Collins out there. You can overcome some of those issues a little bit more easily.
I asked you earlier this week, like if the Texans are the 4 seed, which they would be under these scenarios, game, which of the team? It looks like it'd be either the Steelers or the Chargers or the Ravens, one of those teams. And you and I kind of rank those teams. If we take it a step further and assume the Texans win that game and they go on to the next round, they'd probably have to travel to either Kansas City or Baltimore or Buffalo.
Yeah.
Is there a preference with any of those, or are those all just, wow, that's cold, and that is a raucous
in
crowd?
Terms of
who you'd want to play, like of those teams?
In the playoffs.
Yeah, like if you had to go on the road, like last year.
Buffalo, Buffalo.
Buffalo? And yet that just feels feels like
you got a taste of success against Buffalo.
You do. No, it's the right choice. It just feels like, wow, there's really no good choices. I guess this is when you're the 4 seed, this is the spot you put yourself in.
Except that the way the Texans have been playing right now, that's where I just I reserve the right to change how I feel about them after they go through their stretch of really tough games in the regular season.
Yeah,
that's going to change everything.
Just thinking about the weather is all.
When it comes to Bobby Slowick, I'm just thinking about the composition of the team right now and how they struggle. And so much of it is, man, they love to run 2 tight end sets with condensed formations where they bring everybody in close to the football, and it just feels like, man. Somebody yesterday said, well, Seth, even after Nico comes back, do you trust their ability to protect CJ long enough to utilize some of these deep routes? No, I don't. But they can't pass protect whether they have 5 guys in protection or 8 guys staying in protection. And whenever they bring in a bunch of people to help pass protect so they can maybe have some deep developing routes, I feel like it's like you're in a bunker that's made of defective concrete. And you're like, sir, General, we're in trouble if they decide to shell us because this is defective concrete. And the general says, well, how about we bring more defective concrete? We'll add more defective concrete to the bunker. And then you're like, no, that just makes us a bigger target and less able to deal with it. That's what I feel like when they have the tight ends and the wide receivers all jumbled up near the football. Like, yes, you've brought more ineffective concrete in to protect against the artillery, and we're not ready for that.
Yeah.
So just open it up a little bit, all right? If CJ's going to get hit regardless, at least give everybody a fighting chance.
Give him 5 options out in routes. Yes. Players-only meeting. Texans have reportedly in recent days they had a players-only meeting that, as we've pointed out, it was really more of like leadership council type stuff. Captains plus a few of the other vets. J.J. Watt was asked about this, though, by Pat McAfee, the level of concern that the Texans are at a stage of the season where they're conducting a meeting like this.
Players only meeting. They are sitting on top of the AFC South, but what's your level of concern with that going forward?
Oh, no. I have heard that there was a long players-only meeting. I'm discussing players-only meetings and what those generally mean for an organization. When I saw the first half on Sunday, I was very close to tweeting out, maybe it's the first players-only meeting in history that was productive and positive and worked. And then the second half happened. So I'm hoping that something more positive comes out. Maybe it need to be longer. Maybe they need to double the length of players-only.
Wasn't it they were saying 2 hours?
Multiple hours.
Jeez.
I did hear 2 hours. I have no direct sources, but I did hear 2 hours.
What the
is an extensive.
Are you doing for 2 hours? Everybody on the team got 10 minutes? All right, everybody in here gets 10 minutes. Kaimi, you're first. Fairbairn, what are are your thoughts? I missed the 58-yarder. It's the first 50-yarder that I've ever missed, seemingly, this year, and we got to be better attention. Okay, long snapper. Wiggs, get up there, pal. What do you got? Okay, CJ, Will, Nico. Is it everybody talking? Is there a presentation?
It's a long meeting, man. It's a long meeting. I don't know what. That's just a long meeting in general. 2 hours. It doesn't matter if it's the head coach running it, if it's the players running it. That's a long time to be in that meeting room.
I hope there was a presentation.
Yeah, that is a long time, man. 2 hours.
Oklahoma had a players-only meeting after they lost to Texas a few weeks ago.
Earlier this season?
They followed that up with a 35-9 loss to South Carolina.
So close.
That was what that players-only meeting yielded for Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I was looking for the various more notable and recent players-only meetings and how well they worked out.
They asked him, take us in the locker room. How do those meetings go?
There is a lot of, there's one guy up there that's like, hey, guys, I'm going to take control of this. We're going to get this under control right away. And there's a lot of people in the room rolling their eyes, laying back in their seats, kind of waiting. And then there's definitely one guy speaking that should not be speaking in front of the team ever.
Every time.
For sure. And he's going to try and rally the troops and really give his go of it, what he's seeing from the sidelines that he thinks the team needs to work on.
Nice.
And that guy's always a idiot.
Yes, always. That is true. Yeah, every team has that too, yeah.
And then somebody tries to bring it back around, and they're like, all right, so we're going to take away from this is that we all need to come in a little earlier. We all need to stay a little later. We all need to really give it a good go this week. As the Jets say, 3 good weeks of practice. We need that, and then we're going to be good. And it just ends, and everybody leaves and immediately starts talking to their close clique of friends like, God, that was dumb.
Talking about everybody's speech.
Can you believe what's his nuts got up there and said, he played one snap one time, and he thinks he can tell us how to play?
Yeah, the big detail they were missing was that it wasn't an entire team entire team only meeting, players only meeting. The team wide players only meeting is rarely productive. It's just too many. It's dominated by all the people that you don't want speaking. The people that called the players-only meeting immediately regret it once they realize, oh, God, this guy's been going on for 10 minutes. Who's going to step up and tell him to shut up? Yeah. This was not an entire team players-only meeting. It was a few of the leaders that got together who I feel could spend 2 hours talking about various things and ideas and maybe the way they can lead some of the guys who, if they had been in the meeting, would have been talking too much. Those are the guys you're talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm less skeptical of this players-only meeting because it wasn't the type of meeting that Pat McAfee and J.J. Watt were talking about.
Okay, as far as J.J.'s description of the meeting, which was fantastic, it was hilarious. He's got to be drawing from some personal experience to be that descriptive about it. Mm-hmm. I stand on my hypothesis from 2 hours ago when we played that audio that he is describing a meeting during the 2013 2-14 season, somewhere like midway through the season, where DJ Swearinger stood up and said, "Hey guys, this is what rookie safety DJ Swearinger." Stood up and said, hey, guys, this is what we need to do. And as you pointed out earlier, it involves some form of swag, that we need to operate with more swag.
We need to bring more
2
swag.
Gs. Yeah, 2
That's
Gs.
That's the problem.
Yep.
So 2014, I guess the only thing there was DJ was at least playing a bunch. I wonder who the guy would have been that wasn't playing at all in 2014 that they really thought. I don't know. 2013 or 14?
13 was when they went 2
that was the 2 and 14.
14 season. Yeah, 2013. So the irony in all this, and I don't think I'm being mean here by saying this, most people back when JJ's image was being so perfectly crafted, when he was at his peak winning those multiple Defensive Player of the Year awards, there was, JJ was not as loose publicly talking about things. He loosened up through I think those injuries in 16 and 17 kind of changed his outlook on things, and he became, I thought, a little more authentic. I think a lot of people would have thought, during JJ's early years, especially 14 and 15, when he was the best player maybe in the league, and he was the leader of the team, that he would have been the guy calling the players-only meeting. JJ clearly is making fun of anybody having to do with leading a players-only meeting in that.
Well, if it's
right
the entire, if it's the entire group like that.
Yeah.
The one guy that I thought it was maybe Brandon Harris. Because that was
no-fly zone?
That was in the peak. Like, why is Brandon Harris still on this
That's
team
a good
stage?
one.
Like, man,
Yeah.
we knew that Rick Smith and his uncle were buddies or something going back to their playing days. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense.
And Brandon Harris, he called himself no-fly zone. He's from the U, so I could see him getting up and making a statement in that meeting, and everybody's like, "Bro, you played 4 snaps yesterday. What are we doing?"
Yeah,
that's a good one, Seth. Brandon Harris. All right, I choose to
Unless
speak
it was
that
Ed. Well, that year could have been Ed Reed too. If
in 2013,
people weren't all that enthusiastic about Ed Reed's veteran leadership that he was supposed to provide. It turned out that it was more Ed Reed taking shots at Wade Phillips the whole season.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 5-Hour Energy fan line 713-572-4610. If you want to hit a referring to who is the jackass that doesn't play that was speaking up in old Texans team-only meetings when JJ was there. Weigh in. Nick Caserio was on Texans All Access yesterday. I don't know if it's running tonight or ran last night. It was on YouTube. I know that. We've got the audio to prove it. He sat down with the guys. His scouting report on Micah Parsons paints a pretty scary picture. And what does Nick Caserio have to say about the Texans' offense in the second half of football games? We'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next. West Point.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Nick Caserio, Texans GM. He was on with the guys on Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Best thing the Cowboys have going for them this weekend, or on Monday, I should say, against the Texans, is probably Micah Parsons. Here's Nick Caserio with his scouting report on the Cowboys' defensive standout.
No, it's problematic. So, because he's not really in the same spot. So he's kind of transitioned from playing off the ball to being a on the line of scrimmage player. I mean, he's as good of a defensive end or outside linebacker or rush player as in the league. But when you go back to Penn State, to your point, he was off the ball. Yeah. But he's just very unique. The way he's athletic, leverage, strength, power, quickness, speed. It just presents a lot of problems. So you have to have an awareness of where he is, understanding he's probably not going to be in the same spot, but just you got to make sure you take care of him. Yep. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day. I mean, anybody that has, what did he have, over 100 pressures last year or something ridiculous? So you just better make sure you know where he is. Yeah.
This is one area where the Texans can feel good about with Laramie Tunsil. That Laramie Tunsil has handled Micah Parsons pretty well when he's been tasked with blocking him in the past, and it's a perfect matchup for Laramie Tunsil because it's athleticism, and Laramie is up there with the elite athletes as offensive tackles. So he's not the complete and total package. We know that. There's no blue-collar Trent Williams style physicality to his play, but he's done pretty well against Micah Parsons. So Micah Parsons on the other side of the ball versus Titus Howard, or when he slants down inside on games, that's where I worry about him. He's still very capable of ruining your day. But the classic matchup of left tackle versus Micah Parsons, that part of it at least, I feel pretty good about.
Yeah. I just wouldn't put him over there if I was the Cowboys.
You're moving him around all over the place. A movable chess piece.
There had plenty of kill spots on that Texans O-line. And Parsons had been injured. He'd had a high ankle sprain he suffered earlier in the season, but he came back last week against the Eagles, and he had 2 sacks in that game. So he's kind of picking up right where he left off before he sprained the ankle. I mean, he's the one guy. You know, the Cowboys are the team in this game that's going to need turnovers and short fields and, something to happen on special teams probably. Micah Parsons is a guy who that if you're careless, he can get you a short field or two if he gets at CJ. And, CJ's had minor ball security issues. He had a fumble a couple weeks ago. Now, the last one, the fumble he had in the game against the Lions, fortunately didn't result in a turnover. That was his own right tackle stripping it away from him. I would hope that they've coached Titus this week to, not strip his own quarterback, because they've got enough issues with CJ Stroud in this game. So, I would hope that they've got that buttoned up.
And then I think the biggest hope is, man, if they can handle Micah Parsons and have a plan for him, that you could really just throw a hand grenade in the middle of their organization and get Micah Parsons to really genuinely lay into either Mike McCarthy. Not a little bit of a drive-by that he can talk his way out of, but just absolutely, after this game, throw a hand grenade into the organization with Micah Parsons and various other team stars just talking about how poorly run everything is.
Well, the Micah and CJ dynamic still exists in this game. It's not what it would have been had the Cowboys held up their end of the bargain and be leading their division like the Texans are. But I would imagine Micah Parsons is looking to bury CJ's ass into the dirt a few times in this.
Yeah, he spoke to that on his podcast about how, hey, they've been talking smack to each other for a long time, and this is big for him personally. I was trying to put myself in the shoes of a Cowboys fan listening to him talk about that, and I thought, wow, I just really wish this was more about him feeling like, yeah, he just really wants to go out and win a football game or something, but that this game is important to him. Why is it important? Because of the intrastate rivalry? No, because CJ and I have talked a lot of smack against each other.
Yeah. Have you noticed?
Wait, is it big because CJ's like a notable quarterback and you want to kill him? Like, no, you guys have had a bunch of playful jabbing at each other.
Right. Have you not watched? We've been with each other on several different platforms, jabbing at each other. You know,
it can't lose this game. We got to win it. We got to get back to where we can be. No, he's saying, look, I'm going to have CJ on this podcast in the offseason, and I don't want it to be uncomfortable for me.
That's right.
Because they won. Yeah,
that's right. And CJ needs to win this game, so that's one more podcast he can go on and feel superior to whoever he's talking to. You know, he's
I don't think we're going to get nearly the frequency of podcast appearances out of CJ this offseason.
I don't think so either. Yeah,
I think he might be 0 dark 30 all offseason long.
That might not be bad. You know, we'll see how the rest of the season goes. But
stay away from celebrity parties in general, by the way, from now on. Just have a blanket. Like, I'm not going to whatever the P. Diddy parties ended up being. Just stay the hell away from anything that might eventually develop into something like that.
Eventually, you never know. Like the clock is always ticking, you know?
Yeah.
Here was Nick.
If you find yourself at a place where you're like, I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist, but if I were, I feel like this is half Illuminati here. Get the hell out.
Just
go. Just run.
Get out.
Have one of you. He needs somebody in his crew that's like an Illuminati, like a hardcore
like
Illuminati.
Like a radar almost.
Like a theorist. Yeah. And like whenever that guy says, just take it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm going to stay away from whatever you think is going on there.
It's a good person to add to his crew. Nick Caserio talking about, this is Nick Caserio on Texans All Access, asked about the Texans' offensive issues right now.
It's just going to be about just each play is going to take on, significance in the course of a game and just trying to string together some of the negative plays. John and I talked about this before the game, kind of the first down production. When it was good, it was good. And when it was behind the sticks, we ended up in some longer yardage situations. So we always want to try to stay ahead. If, say, even look at Detroit, it's kind of going back to the defense as well. Like, we had some production on first down. It kind of put them in some less advantageous situations for their offense. So it's just going to be about just consistent performance, trying to have positive plays, trying to have good production on first down, eliminate the negative plays, and then the turnovers, we want to try to eliminate those. I mean, if you don't do anything, the percentage is usually pretty good. If you have no turnovers, you take care of the football, usually correlates to winning. So things are fixable, so we just got to try to make the improvements here as we go.
Dude, you know what really correlates to winning? Winning the turnover battle by 3. That really correlates to winning.
Yeah.
They've managed to lose 2 games in the last month where they were +3 in turnovers. If you when you're +3 in turnovers, you win games depending on what depending on what your benchmark is for since this year or since this century or whatever. They're all well over 90%. It's like 92 or 93%.
If you're +5 in the turnover ratio in one half, you'd like to think that leads to more than 23 points.
You would,
That's one thing. Now, and I would say, realistically, let's say +4 in the turnover ratio in the first half, because the play at the end of the half doesn't really.
Well, couple of their interceptions were in the second half. The Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter's interception.
Yeah. So +5 there. If you took the ball away 5 times in the course of the game. Yes, that's a good little detail you picked up on there. I forgot about the 2 third-quarter interceptions.
Yeah.
But you turn the ball over 5 times as a defense. You're going to win that game. You're 100% going to win that game. And the Texans, with the talent that they have, they should have scored 45 points based off of those 5 turnovers.
Yeah, well, they
did not.
They scored 23 in the first half. Okay, so here's a text to the 5-Hour Energy fan line for you. Someone says, Seth, do you think there's a chance that the Texans can play the same way they were playing against the Lions in the first half, but consistently, because that was a team I was expecting to see the whole season, even the O-line play, was a little bit better in the first half.
A little bit better, but they could not run the ball
Couldn't run.
at all.
Couldn't run.
I think they were settling for field goals. I don't know that the way the offense performed in the first half wasn't good enough. No. I didn't really think, again, when you're yielded opportunities like that and you only come out of it with field goals, that's not how I need to see them play. The competitiveness in that game, the fact that the Texans were that game, was very much about the defense creating turnovers more so than anything else.
Yeah, it was. I remember I was sitting next to you in the press box, and early in the game, when CJ converted a 3rd and 10 and a 3rd and 16 because they couldn't get out of first gear in the running game. And I turned to you, and I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't look like we're going to get all the nice things for Christmas. So if we have a choice between the version of the Texans that Joe Mixon goes for 100 yards every week, but they completely suck on offense, or they can't run the ball, but CJ puts on a cape on every 3rd and long and converts, I'll take that one. If I have to pick one, because that's what it was last season. Like C. Stroud was incredible. I'm like, I guess I'll take this one. I don't know that it's good enough to get out of the divisional round, but it might be good enough to beat the Lions tonight. Again, it turned out it wasn't.
And maybe if more of these screens on 2nd and 10 or these runs on 2nd and 10 somehow start bursting when everybody knows that, okay, like this is where Bobby just follows the old script of, unsuccessful play on 1st down. Better run it, whether it's 2nd and 10 or what have you. You got to have a little success. We got stuffed on that run play. Okay.
Dude, it's infuriating, man. It's infuriating. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the house. They are in the loop. What's going on, fellas?
Yo. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good, bro.
Yeah? You're good? I anointed the Texans AFC South champions at 6 a.m. this morning. They clinched the division yesterday as the Colts went back to Anthony Richardson.
They did.
You got a lot of heat for that.
Yeah, I did. I got a lot of people saying that hey, be careful. If the Anthony Richardson goes on a heater now, it's your fault.
Yeah, I look forward to you single-handedly reviving his.
I've got that kind of power.
That's right.
Yeah,
I've often said that.
Got that kind of power. Do you think they're doing this because they're actually trying to win, or is this a development? Like Joe Flacco was terrible for a couple of games.
Yeah, that feels like Yes, but also I don't think that you really have it in you regardless. Yeah. But yeah, it feels like if Joe Flacco is going to play the way that he did, there's no upside on that.
Right.
At the very least, with Anthony Richardson playing the way that he has during the course of this season, mistakes and all, at least there is an upside as to we are getting him more football under his belt for that all of that raw talent is unlocked. Joe Flacco, you just run an old dude.
Take some lumps.
Yeah,
if I'm going to lose, I might as well find out about the young quarterback.
Yeah.
That's as simple
the
as
young
that.
quarterback who is, in his return, the head coach that's deciding to make him the quarterback for the rest of the season, as opposed to Joe Flacco for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Use the same term. That one of the things that he learned in these last 2 weeks was how to pay attention to details, in everything. Like everything. It just wasn't good enough.
I was low-key happy.
Yeah.
Literally a quote.
Yeah. Yeah, he did say that.
I was low-key happy.
He did say that. So I heard you guys yesterday talking about the Astrodome, John.
Oh, you sure did.
Yeah.
I saw.
Oh, you sure did.
Did I just eliminate Reggie from the rest of the
It's
sometimes you got to clear out and let a dude operate.
No,
I know. Clear the side of the floor.
I thought my comparison I made, Seth and I were talking about it earlier, that the meeting they had yesterday, and then they quoted the CEO of the rodeo had quotes in there. I'm like, these quotes sound like somebody who's trying to get a Jehovah's Witness off of their front stoop.
No, they are grifters. They are. They're con artists.
The Conservancy?
The Conservancy is
grifters.
They're con.
They looked very well dressed in the video.
They're well dressed grifters.
Yeah.
Most grifters are.
Yeah.
They're well organized.
Oh, really? Most grifters are.
Well, that's how. Yeah, you don't show up. You don't show up looking like you really need the money. When you're asking for money.
Exactly.
Fair. That's fair.
Let me put it very succinctly, because as this is something that is very frustrating to me that people continue to fall for this. I actually didn't talk to people at the county.
Okay.
And somewhere else.
Okay.
No way in hell are they going to ever get the support from the county, the Texans, or the rodeo.
Yeah.
So how are you going to do this?
rogue.
How are you going to
show up at night like graffiti? Like all of a sudden it pops up. Like, how did this
that's
get
what,
here?
Yeah, and that's what I've said, John, is that it seems like the simplest thing is, okay, if it's a plan that makes sense, it's a plan that's going to make money for everybody, because everybody's always into that.
Yeah.
You know, like it's the bottom line is like, hey, if you bring us a plan where there's a really good return on investment here, then that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think all roads over and over again lead to, revamping this half-century-old building into something new and different just doesn't make financial sense.
With
so
no
nobody's
support
gonna be in for
of
it.
the most important three entities there.
Right.
Zero.
Right.
But there's going to be 450,000 square feet of revenue-generating space.
That's what I've been told.
I
Yeah.
got
Revenue-generating somehow. I don't know what generates them.
I got this plan, Sean and Seth. Are you in? No. I'm still going with it.
Going with it,
I'm still going
No,
with
it's
it.
like, hey, man, like the Texans and the rodeo in the county, they're the HOA. They're not letting you build this thing in your front yard over here, okay?
It's like, you know what it is? It's like somebody showing up at your doorstep, like selling a perpetual motion machine. Like, hey, look at this beautiful mock-up of this perpetual motion machine. Wouldn't it be awesome to spend $1 billion on? $1 billion. And you're like, well, I need to know that this is worth purchasing.
Speaking, go ahead.
I've gotten the feel that you enjoy The Simpsons. I constantly am thinking monorail. You know what I mean?
Monorail. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We need a song for it like they had for the monorail. Conservancy.
No. Reginald, you know what, though? Because I'm old enough to remember the World's Fairs where, like, one of the things that they would use to sell
Monorail.
a city on being that we're going to have a monorail.
That's right.
It'll be used like it'll be futuristic, just like the Jetsons. And people will use it to get to work and everything.
Unbelievable. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Seth, Football Friday tomorrow. I'll see you at 6 a.m. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies and Football Fridays to you.
Thank you. We'll be ready to go, man. Football Friday before
I've got all
Monday
this
night.
dip.
Yeah.
Daisy giving me all this dip. I
Have
gotta
it ready,
start,
man.
I'm going to be, I'm gonna
scooping
be
it out with our hands. Yes.
I will not be depleted.
Slathering ourselves in dip. Yes, we're on it. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Now I want Spanish artichoke dip.
French onion.
French onion?
French onion.
Okay.
It's the most basic, old school, easy, pick it up at HEB dip, and everybody's like, oh, that's too predictable. Nah, man, give me some Ruffles and French onion dip. Let's go.
Yeah, sometimes consistency is a good thing, right?
Let's go.
And sometimes consistency can have you in third and long consistently. I don't know.
Well, it can.
There's all sorts of different ways that goes. All right, let's dip into Thursday.
See what
in
he did
the
there?
Loop right here on Sports Radio
See what he did
610.
there?
It's so cheesy,
That's
but
a
it works.
professional right there.
Is it? Is it? The pros on the show, of course. I'm just Reginald Atatula. Let's get this going. You can always get involved with the program on the YouTube and the Twitch. Those are available to you. But shout out to 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shout out Sports Radio 610 and football superfans for the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Text line is 713-572-4610. This game that's coming up on Monday night against the Cowboys team that, I don't know, we haven't even talked about how much like the Cowboys exist as the Death Star, right? And all things evil in that way. What does this game mean against the Cowboys in those ways? Like, for one, it feels like this possibly could be a changing of the guard when it comes to teams that have existed in prominence in the NFL in Texas.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys constantly
Not fandom,
put forward.
prominence.
Yeah, constantly put forward as America's team and all that, but they're looking shaky. Not even just kind of shaky.
Yeah.
They're looking shaky as an organization. The whole thing seems to be kind of put on a foundation that does not look tenable, whereas this Texas team is finding a foundation to build off of. You've got a young quarterback. You've got a head coach that you believe in. General manager, ownership all seem to make largely good decisions. But I think you view this in a different way, Lopez.
I do. Now, we're all sitting here as, following this team, fans of this team, and this season is not exactly what we thought it would be, right? I mean, we can all agree on that. We thought it would be more.
Is that a blessing in some ways, right?
Well,
like that the expectations have us in a place where we can look at a 6-4 season and how it's that we do.
Well, it's funny you say that because we're all here we expected more. But I don't think anyone thinks the floor is going to fall out of this organization. right? No one.
I don't think so.
You got the young quarterback. You mentioned that.
Yes.
You got the popular head coach, former player. You mentioned that.
Which is in vogue right now. The former player as head coach.
Which is in vogue. We got the quarterback. We got a running back that's going to be around for a couple of years that we like. At least 2 more, right? And
that's correct. Yes.
And so you're like, okay, it might not be what we want, but this thing's not going to fall apart, right? That's where we are.
I think so.
Biggie?
It's not.
It's not going to fall apart.
I don't think it's going to fall apart.
You got the most important part. I think you got the head coach and you got the quarterback.
Okay.
The only hesitance that I display is clearly offensive line, which is a foundational piece of any team, is something that you need to rework.
Sure.
And that's the only thing that gives me pause. But I think if you're being realistic, if you're being honest, there's a lot of things in the right place for this Texans.
I do have pause on DeMeco Ryans if the Bobby Slowick conversation. Is he the type of head coach that could make a move that can just try to get somebody else in there, or is he just going to stick to his guns?
What you're talking about is play calling in essence.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because right now, I mean, the offense haven't been looking good, and he's a defensive coach, so he going to have to keep going through these offensive coordinators. Even if Bobby end up getting another job, he's going to have to keep going through this. When is he going to bail? When he know it's time to bail, or he just going to stick to it?
Or whenever the next opportunity is to hire somebody in that position, do you make the right hire? Because it seems like they're going to have full responsibility.
Yeah, you don't want to be a Robert Saleh that just kind of get sorry out of luck.
Okay, so I said all that to say this. This conversation that we just had might have been an exact conversation they had in Dallas in 2017. Now, let me put it this way. This isn't like scare tactics or anything like that. I'm looking at this game Monday night as a cautionary tale. A cautionary tale that even though you think long term, hey, we good, let me throw out some things at you guys. So 2016, rookie quarterback, offensive rookie of the year, threw for 23 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions. Feeling pretty good about that guy. 2023, offensive rookie of the year, threw for 23 touchdowns, exact same, and 5 interceptions, just 1 more.
Better, see? It's nothing alike. I don't know what you're trying to do here.
2017, all right? Not quite, by the way, in 2023, you went to the playoffs in something of a surprise in 2016, and you lost in the divisional round.
The Cowboys you're talking about?
Yeah, 2023. Went to the divisional round in something of a surprise and lost. Texans.
Okay.
2017, second year with Dak. Everybody's feeling, all right, here we go. A little bit of a drop-off.
Yeah, that was a step-back season for sure.
A little bit of a drop-off. 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Right now, C.J. Stroud on that exact pace. 2,371 yards, 12 touchdowns, 6 interceptions with 7 games remaining. Running back. Hey, Zeke. Whew, what a stud. Had a huge year in 2016, but in 2017 he missed some games with some injuries and ended up with 983 yards, averaging 98.3 yards a game. Joe Mixon had some injuries, has played in 7 games, averaging 93.6 yards a game. What I'm saying is, even though you feel pretty good in year 2, if you don't have a little sense of urgency across the field from you on Monday night, is a team that felt exactly the same way.
Yeah, and I mean, there's ways in which it clearly is going to differ a little bit. There's some things that you go a little deeper that you can find other potential similarities as well, right? Like, I do wonder, and Dak Prescott was not asked to do nearly as much in his first year, right? Like, he made the right decisions, just don't do too much. Depend on the run game and the line that you have there. The second year, you saw a little bit more asked of him, and that felt like some of the growing pains. But in some ways, C.J. Stroud is having more asked of him. I think also some of that's just because of the lack of being able to pass protect in a way that is sufficient and all those things. Yeah, I think that is fair, right? That is fair to look at these two teams and where the Cowboys were,
their second year with Dak.
Second year with Dak. Compared to where the Texans could be if you are not not diligent and if you do not push forward. I think that's one of the things. But the general feeling was, I think, a frustration that existed at the trade deadline. Now, again, this comes back to It takes two to tango. Were there deals on the table to address some of the issues that you had? Because I know we did not see another lineman kind of get moved at that time period. But that exists in the frustration. That is where that comes up, is because it feels like you've not pushed forward in that way. And I think a lot of the rhetoric, understandably so, is just kind of stay calm, relax, it'll get better. But it's like, hey man, there's a clock on this. And one thing you know about the NFL is that we try and project forward so often. And in my recent memory, the only team that we've been right about they'll just be here forever is the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen a lot. These things shift so quickly, and even looking in the other direction, right? The Commanders look like a laughingstock of an organization, and all of a sudden you look up and they have 7 wins through 10 games in the season, or 10 weeks in the season, and they look like they're going to win their division.
I mean, we're sitting here saying it's all going to be fine. Let's get through this year, see how far we can go, and everything's cool. The Cowboys thought that everything would be great too, because they had a franchise quarterback, a big-time running back. By the way, they also had a better defense that was anchored by a young defensive end named DeMarcus Lawrence, who I think had 14.5 sacks.
Malik Collins was also on that team.
Malik Collins was on that team. And then you know what happened? They won less than 10 games 3 out of 4 years. I'm saying
10 or fewer.
10 or fewer. Well, no, including 17. Including 17, they
18 they went 10.
18 they went. But either way, like, if you think it's all fine because you have those elements, I think the Cowboys are an example of you have to have urgency always with this team, and that falls on Nick Caserio as much as anyone.
Yeah. Now you bring this back to Nick Caserio because it is his job to put this team together. Now with this being the case, I do wonder how much or how confident are you that he has that level of urgency and that he will have that level of urgency and get some things done? Because one of the things that I recall about that Cowboys team, as coached by Jason Garrett, like kind of, I don't necessarily view him as a similar figure as D'Amico Ryans.
No, there are differences.
But he was also one that was kind of just, we do what we do, and not necessarily quick to change. And I remember their offense coordinator, Scott Linehan, was one that kind of had some ideas of being predictable, being kind of doing the same things. And I don't know that Bobby Slowick is exactly in those places, but hey, those are some of the critiques that are coming up. Like, do you believe that Caserio and the brain trust of this will be aggressive in the way that they handle
Look,
this?
if you ask me, is that going to happen here? My answer is absolutely not. What I'm saying is, like somebody texted, CJ is no Dak. Well, I agree. CJ's better than Dak, but go back to 2016, 2017, what they were saying about Dak. That was like the dude. Not fell. All I'm saying is, like, it's enlightening, and like I said, cautionary tale. Hey, you gotta be on top of things here, because there are teams that were in your exact same position, no matter how this season ends, that they ended up not following through the way they should have.
Now, the question I asked for you, I'll attempt to answer here, the idea of, do you believe that Caserio and the brain trust will be aggressive? And that's a resounding yes. And I think that's evidenced by the first hint, the first whiff that you got with this Texans team, that they had within them something great.
Yes.
They went and they tried to do everything in their possible will this previous offseason to put them in a position to contend.
Yeah.
Right? You could talk about the Stephon Diggs edition, Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, right? You can just Joe Mixon, right? Like, they went and they were like, no, we are going to put a lot of things around this to make it go in that way. And I don't think that you do that and then stop, right? I don't think there's half measures within that. I think you have to continue with that mindset and trying to make this a better team. And so I do believe that there is a willingness to and a desire to continue going forward. Also, I think, like, the elephant in the room in this is that you don't have a Jerry Jones muddling
That's
up
exactly
all the
what I was about to
decision-making
say. Like Nick Caserio is the anti-Jerry Jones in terms of thinking, we're good, we're the Cowboys, everybody's going to want to play here, it's all going to fall in place. We're going to hear from Nick Caserio today, but Nick Caserio is very, so much more thoughtful, so much more, step-by-step planning, et cetera. No. Again, just to say, I don't think that's going to happen. What happened? And the Cowboys across the field on Monday are the perfect example. I mean, they were like, down to the number of touchdowns, exactly the same as C.J. Stroud last year. Just one fewer interception than C.J. Stroud in his rookie year. So like it's just when I looked at this team, I'm like, how did that happen? Well, you don't want to be in the position where you're like, how did that happen?
And the how did that happen? The cautionary tale on that as well is just not making use of the talents that you had. Because as evidence or as detailed by the 832 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, Dak had a great offensive line when they started too. Yeah, they were in the midst of trying to contend there before Dak Prescott stepped up. If you remember, Tony Romo was the quarterback there, and then he had the injury that allowed. In fact, there was multiple injuries. I think Kellen Moore, who was a backup at that point, still playing. And then that put Dak Prescott in that place, which is not quite the same as where the Texans are. And it's definitely not the same offensive line-wise, but you do have that level of investment. I do think that that's where, once we get to the offseason, there's going to be some big things that Nick Caserio has to deal with, because finding a way to make it so that you are not hamstringing your play caller, you're not adding a level of difficulty for your offense because of the personnel issues that exist on the offensive line, especially when you already have a level of investment. There's going to take some maneuvering. You're going to need some moving and shaking in order to get with that. And I think that ends up being, if anything, the real obstacle that could set you in a place where you end up, not utilizing the talent, not utilizing the opportunity that's available to this.
And Nick Caserio is the anti-Jerry Jones. That's a big check mark in the Texans' favor. There is something that I think Jerry Jones had that the Texans, and specifically DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, don't have, that is a little bit worrisome.
Okay.
And that is the loyalty. Like this is a team that has been loyal to certain players almost to a fault. Jerry Jones doesn't do that. I mean, certain players he might, but like he's unafraid to just move pieces, bring guys in. His coaching might be a little too loyal, but that's going to change this year. But what I'm saying is the Texans, as much as they're loyal, maybe that's part of the cautionary tale. You can't be, man. You can't be.
No, and that's where it's tough, because I know that the idea of loyalty in sports pops up in various times where you want a hometown discount, former player, and all these things. It just isn't. It isn't built to have that loyalty within it. And it's one of the things that's frustrating at times, because it is still a human business. And so you want those human pleasantries to extend to that space. But it isn't built to operate that way if you ultimately want the results that you need. And so, I think and that's the tough part about it, is you got good people in that building, right? If there's criticism that you can levy, fine. But one of the things that I don't think you can say about anybody in that Texas building is that they're like bad folks, which hasn't always been the case. And it's one of the, I guess, resounding achievements is that you look up and you go, hey, man, DeMeco Ryans seems like a great guy. Bobby Slowick seems like a good dude, right? Nick Caserio seems like a solid dude, right? Like all these guys further down the list on those and get there. But ultimately, I think you still have to find the balance there. And I believe them capable of that. But as of now, their track record shows that there might be a little too much loyalty. There might be a little bit too long to make shifts in the way that they do this. I think that is the long term for what you're seeing here as you talk about the Cowboys as a cautionary tale. I think also the cautionary tale that exists in the short term is you got to handle your business and beat teams that you're supposed to beat. Like the Cowboys currently, where they are, I think there's a lot of frustration for this season in Dallas with where they are, because they had teams that were capable of winning. They had 3 straight 12-win seasons over the previous 3 years, and they lost early on in the playoffs against teams that they should have been able to handle up well. And leading into those playoff games, they lost games that they should have been. I think that's the frustration that exists with this Texas team, is that are they beating teams that they should? And then are they playing above that to beat teams that maybe they shouldn't? Right. And as of right now, it doesn't feel like that. Yeah, at the very least this week, you got to beat a team that you should.
Yeah, and I guess, the takeaway for me is, as much as, obviously we have much more confidence in Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans. I personally think C.J. Stroud is a much better quarterback than Dak Prescott. But, you go back in time, they were pretty high on Dak Prescott. But what my takeaway is if you think it's just going to happen just because, that's what the Cowboys thought.
Yeah.
Like the Cowboys thought that.
That's what we're hearing.
Cowboys.
I just laid it out for you, Figgy. I just laid it out for you.
Yeah, that didn't feel great. I'm not going to lie. But I do have a level of confidence that this organization won't fall victim to the same thing that the Cowboys do. If for no other reason, then, hey, man, you're not dealing with the dictator at the top who has, is disillusioned in some ways, in the ways that he goes about.
You kind of got the opposite, to be honest.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you could argue and say the Menares might give a little too much power to people.
In the past, for sure, but it feels like they've empowered at least competent balance.
They are way hands off compared to Jerry Jones.
Oh, for sure, compared to Jones.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Thursday here in H-Town. Coming up next, I found this conversation interesting. It was going on, and I wanted to bring it to the show. In sports, do you prefer parity or dominance? 713-572-4610. Let us know what you think. We'll talk about it next.
Yep, Driftwood Shores right now. You guys, if you've been thinking about
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. From a band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Deer Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
On your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Thursday, a Thirsty Thursday. Hope that you are having a lovely time. Let us know what's happening with you on the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610, where somebody texted in from 832. I think the Texans' loyalty towards players will help Houston become a destination place. Free agents.
I think that's what a lot of teams. That's what a lot of teams do. Because sometimes you say like, "Why are they doing this?" It's because a team like the Browns, they can't get nobody because of their destination.
Yeah.
So they got to overpay people.
Well, they're loyal to Deshaun.
Well, I mean, does that count as loyalty if you handcuffed yourself to him?
I mean, was he going to go there if it wasn't for that contract?
No. He'd ridden them out of the destination.
That's what I'm saying. They gonna have to do stuff like that.
Yeah,
they'll have to pay people like Jerry Judy all that money.
Yeah.
Man, they ruined it for everybody, too.
They did.
Hold on. Now, guaranteed quarterbacks, you'll never see a guaranteed contract, fully guaranteed, rather. You're never going to see that in the NFL. They are going to fight to the death.
Yep.
But speaking of the NFL, though, it feels like one of the things that the NFL desperately tries, like with that salary cap, is to maintain parity in the league. It's utmost importance in the league. And I think there's been kind of conversations around sports that seem to ask whether it is better to have parity or just outright dominance. As I think we'd seen basketball probably represented the sport of the major ones in America that you saw more trend towards dominance as opposed to parity. And I guess, baseball as well without that salary cap or anything like that in effect. Now we've added the luxury tax that's kind of operated as a little bit softer of a cap of sorts. But do you prefer the notion of parity or dominance in sports?
I almost feel guilty saying dominance, because parity, I get it. It seems like the Commanders can get a player and they draft, in such a place that they can, churn their fortunes, pretty quickly. And that's always a cool story. But, man, I guess it might be an age thing, or maybe you guys fall in the same boat. Like those days of even the hated Cowboys, like where you could just I hate them, but I got to see just how freaking dominant this team is, the Lakers back in the day. It's like, God, I hate the Lakers, but Got to watch them. You know?
Yeah. I was kind of like that with the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even towards the end, where I'm just like, man, I don't know if I'm going to see a quarter or a run like this.
Yeah.
So sometimes you got to just appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. I think I trend towards dominance, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, what do they say in sports and such, particularly in the media, is like you, hate you, and make them feel something, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like when there's a level of dominance, yeah, you love it, you hate it, but there's some. I think the story is easier to craft. But for me, I think I come to sports, and people come to sports to try and see something incredible, something amazing. And that exists more in the realm of dominance, right? And Toby on the YouTube says, if we are the dominant ones, I want that. If not, I want parity.
Well, sure.
And I think from an individual sports fan's perspective, I think that ends up showing up. But the thing that I kind of dislike about parity in sports is that if you could get dominance along with parity, that would be great. But it feels like those don't exist easily, and in order to create parity, you have to knock out dominance, right? You have these salary cap sports where you can't end up with a crazy massive talent in one place without doing something really, really shifty, and then end up in a place where we kind of tamp down the ceiling, the high end of what teams can become in order to make it so that this goes further around and that more teams are involved here. But and it sounds bad for the teams that end up being put out of that realm of dominance. But I don't think I care that much, man.
No,
like I want to see the greatness.
There's just something about, watching a team that does things that no other team can do. There's just something about it. And you know why I think most people, if they were really truthful with themselves, would say that they prefer dominance over parity just as a rule, is I can, just from my personal example, it's teams that I hated that I liked watching sometimes. Like, I hated the Lakers. I hated the Cowboys.
I still hate the Lakers.
And I still couldn't not watch them. I wasn't like as enthralled with the Yankees, but when they were making their big runs, you had to watch.
Yeah, and I think people going maybe not right now, but in a couple years, maybe 10, 15 years, people going to have that conversation about the Astros.
I think they are.
They're going to be
I think they are right now.
Right now.
They watch them.
They
watch them.
Yeah, they watch them, but they wanted to see them die.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Well, I wanted to see the Lakers die, but I still watched them.
Yeah, but in 15 years, people going to be telling their kids, like, man, that Astros team, man, they were so good. I couldn't stand them, but they were so good.
Yeah. Yeah,
they probably should have won more World Series, to be honest.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I think this answer, it feels like the noble response is parity, because then you give, there's more teams that are getting a different chance to win. In fact, it feels like leagues have moved towards this, like the NBA continuing to make their CBA more and more, put more and more constraints on teams to try and move players around. I understand where someone comes from if their answer is parity, though.
Yeah.
Right? Because people get to the place where they're like, man, I'm tired of seeing the same result. Hell, I felt like that with the Patriots. I'm not going to lie. Like, I did get to that point. But I do think that there's a narrative there that still is just always going to be appealing and enthralling. One of the also tough things, I think, when it comes to parity is that it makes it a lot harder to, be right.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things I like, just being able to parse out what is happening in a league where you don't have or in any sport, if there's not like an elite or a lot of elite teams, it's just like a lot of teams in the middle. It makes it to predict and those types of things what's happening, and I think that lack of knowing is appealing to some folks. I don't really love that, honestly. I like to have a general idea of what I'm looking at and what I can anticipate coming forward.
I do think that true dominance is probably, and I know I'm saying this as the Chiefs are going for their third, straight Super Bowl, but true dominance, like old school, some of the examples that we've given, is really going to be the absolute exception moving forward. Astros were the exception. And part of it is, free agency. Part of it is, obviously the way they've built the rules in these sports for parity. So it's cool when you get a dominant team, but I don't think there's going to be very many of them truly dominant anymore in any sport.
And do you think that ultimately serves as a good or a bad thing for sports? Because I tend to agree with you that the sports are actively trying to, widen this out, right, and have more of their participants because these leagues are run by the team owners, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to have an opportunity to get their shine on. I think that they're going to lean towards more parity than dominance.
They are,
honestly.
yeah.
Do you think that operates as a good thing? Because I think within basketball, in theory, it's like, oh man, you want more parity. You want to know what is happening. You want the Pacers to have an opportunity to be great and all these types of things. And I think what that actually leads to is just kind of a mess of things that people don't really care about really vigorously in the way that you're talking about when you see when you see a great team that you either want to love or hate.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really good for the owners and some fans.
Some cities to smaller cities that never won anything before. I think it's a good look. I do think it kind of, I guess, I don't want to say wipe away anything, but like if you asked me who won the 2022 NBA championship, I have no clue. like I don't know. Like it seems like these smaller teams that win, it's just like, oh, like I forgot about. Hell, I forgot the Rangers won the World Series last year. It's just little stuff like that. It's you get a lot of one and done teams.
You do, and that's what the owners want. It's good for the owners. I mean, obviously that turns into television dollars and gate dollars and everything else. But as a fan, man, watching some of these squads was just the Niners back in the day. Oof. Oh my goodness. It's just something special about that.
Yeah. I honestly, I was surprised. I was surprised that we were all ended up in the same place there because it feels like a lot of people tend to go towards parity a lot of times, but seems like we're all in this place where I come to sports to see the incredible. I come to sports to see just something that I feel like I couldn't see anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that seems to exist within the dominance of sports. But I don't know. That was an ongoing conversation. I was just interested in have the conversation. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day, where Nick Caserio made a little bit of an admission when it comes to this game that's coming up between the Texans and the Cowboys. He used to be a Cowboys fan when he was younger. What's the most embarrassing thing that you liked as a kid? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that.
All right.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day. 713-572-4610 is the 5 Hour Energy fan line. What's the most embarrassing thing that you liked as a kid? Because for Nick Caserio, this week brought to light his answer as he was on Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Always a good listen. And they always try and get a little personal with Coach and with Caserio towards the end of it. And they were talking a little bit about Nick Caserio's rooting interests when he was younger.
Yeah. I mean, everybody associates the Cowboys being America's team. And I'm sure I'm not going to make any friends here in Houston now, but the Cowboys were actually like my favorite team growing up. So I remember watching the game, the championship game, in my parents' bedroom. We had our kind of main bedroom growing up, or our main living room, and then I was in my parents' bedroom watching the San Francisco-Dallas game. So anytime the Cowboys were on, Danny White, Everson Walls, and when you go look at some of the players who have had a significant impact on a game, Coach Landry and his imprint. So unfortunately, I was a Cowboys fan growing up, so I'm not a Cowboys fan anymore. But
that's what matters most.
I appreciate him making it very clear. Not a Cowboys fan anymore. Like
by the way, he's from Northeast Ohio.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of Cowboys fans everywhere. America's team, man.
He said, "Screw the Browns."
Well, I mean, could you blame him? And you know that firsthand. You can't really blame him.
You got to have a favorite team.
Well, especially when your hometown team is the Browns.
Yes.
Yeah. So just what is the most embarrassing thing that you liked as a kid? And hopefully for you, it wasn't the Dallas Cowboys in the same way. Although, like,
why are you doing this to me?
What?
Why are you doing this?
Were you also a Cowboys fan?
All right. So, okay. So, hear me out. Okay.
Take your ass to Dallas, man.
I hate
go
the
to
Cowboys.
Dallas.
I hate the Cowboys. But you realize I've been in Houston damn near my whole life now, 35, 40 years really, you know, when you consider I was working in College Station and covering sports here. But when I was a child, and I'm saying child on purpose.
Okay.
I was born and raised until high school in San Antonio. They inject Cowboys into your blood.
Yeah, there's a lot of propaganda.
They inject Cowboys into your blood. And there wasn't cable television. There wasn't, it was just coming around. So the Cowboys were on TV every week. Not only was I a fan of the Cowboys, and this is about to make me barf, kind of like the Longhorns.
Hey, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know, man. I did not know that.
He was kind of
Cowboys,
again, San Antonio,
Texas,
yeah,
Dodgers.
No, I kind of figured the Cowboys because
probably Lakers.
A lot of people in San Antonio,
they just inject it into your blood.
Yeah, I know about the Longhorns.
Well,
man.
there was no real. There was no real other sport there. It was up in Austin, hour and a half drive, less than an hour and a half drive. Football game I ever went to was 1977. My dad, gathered some money. Is that the year? What?
No,
gathered some money together.
It was a good year. I wasn't alive.
We drove up to Austin. I watched Earl Campbell and the Longhorns against Baylor, and I was so excited. But I always tell people this: I was a Longhorns and a Cowboys fan, and then I grew up. I started liking the Oilers in about 77, 78 with Love You Blue. So I got here as quickly as I could. I got here as quickly as I could.
For me, somebody Lopez, you make me sick. Hilarious.
I make me sick. I don't just make you sick. I make me sick.
For me, I did not immediately go to the sports of it. Because I know on the YouTube, Joseph was saying the only embarrassing thing that he really liked as a kid was reading based on how much he was picked on. For me, similar idea, although I wasn't like necessarily picked on. It was just kind of weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, when you're younger, you listen to like maybe like popular things and those types of things. I was the dork. I was listening to smooth jazz.
Not a baby.
Nah, yeah. We running you off the block.
Yeah.
Like, look at this dude right here listening to jazz.
But have you heard Coltrane? Have you heard some of these?
Wait, you're talking about Coltrane.
Yeah.
That's jazz. I said smooth jazz.
Smooth jazz, okay.
I'm talking about Kenny G, Dave Cobb.
Oh, that's even worse.
Exactly.
Like I'm in the car with my grandfather. Man.
Yeah, everybody's like, why are you listening to elevator music? Why are you listening to whole music? I'm like, no, that's my jam. Damn, you ain't Dolph. Come on, man.
I got one. Figure I want. Oh, go ahead. I got one, and Figure I want to get yours. That's even worse than the Cowboys and the Longhorns.
I know.
Bill Cosby. Man, I was a big Bill Cosby.
I don't know.
Huge.
Do you have to be embarrassed about that?
Huge Bill Cosby.
We learned a little bit later what the issue was there, right? Like that was not readily available. Although you watch some of the episodes of various things, and you're like, there was some things in there.
I get it now.
But yeah, you didn't know of all these issues. These are not publicized.
Unless you knew about it back in the 80s.
Yeah.
You've been to a couple parties with him or something.
I saw him in concert. I stood in line in high school to watch Bill Cosby in concert.
Damn.
Did he tell you to pull up your pants?
about you, Figgy?
So I got a couple of them. People probably going to start switching the music after this.
Yeah.
So growing up, like I mentioned earlier, you got to have other teams outside
here
of
come the
Cleveland
excuses.
teams. Yeah, otherwise you're going to be depressed, man. So I ended up becoming a huge Patriots fan after the first year when Tom Brady kind of made that little run in the playoffs when he was a backup and Drew Bledsoe got hurt and he came in and it was like this new breath of fresh air for the Patriots and they went all the way and all that stuff. I became a Patriots fan after that. I was also a Yankees fan because I like Derek Jeter. I like a couple of those people on that team. El Duque. I was I like Mariano Rivera.
Of course.
So most and y'all kind of said when I said this in the break. I was a Mavericks fan, man.
I don't even understand them with that.
Yeah,
well, you were trying.
You
were trying. You were trying to not be a Laker fan or whatever.
Yeah, but
I just don't understand.
I was a big fan of Steve Nash, man. This was before he got the MVPs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So this was his first year around with Dallas.
I ain't never liked the Mavericks.
Yeah, Michael Finley and
I don't
Rafe
care.
LaFrance.
I don't care.
Yeah, that
Ronnie Nelson.
That felt like a time where it was just like I don't know at that point that you were going there.
Yeah, I was. I think at that point I was just trying to find that underdog team that wasn't really doing much.
But that wasn't all the way to the Cleveland level. I get it.
Yeah.
If we're talking sports wise, there was a point in time where I really liked the Jets. And it was
what
one
was
of those
that point
why?
in time? Yeah, what was that point in time?
What was a good time?
Like
Was it
right around
Bart
the turn of the century.
Okay.
There wasn't really a good reason. Like the reason why, playing video games. I was like, for some reason, I was enthralled, and I still don't understand it. I've been thinking about it. Vinny Testaverde. Like that was my guy. I love me some Vinny Testaverde.
It's kind of hard not to like Vinny.
Yeah, he was aight.
Especially
at that old age.
Like he was aight. Like playing for the Jets at that point in what was that, 99 right there? And I just that made me like the Jets. I don't really have a good reason for it. It didn't stick as well, but it was just like a time of my life. It's one of those phases, I guess. Every young child goes through a phase of being a Jets fan, don't they? Right? Yes.
My team, no, A's. But it was the same reason as the others that I mentioned. They were always on TV because that was Vida Blue, Reggie Jackson. The A's won they won 3 out of 4 World Series or something like that. I mean, and their new uniforms, and I was 12, 13 years old. They were the only team that had these bright colored uniforms. I was like, I like those guys, but then that ended. But I could tell you the whole roster of the A's back in the day. Yeah.
I mean, it was great uniforms. I understand why.
Yeah.
Does it make it any better that I would frequently move the Jets in my game to become a Sugarland football team? Does that make it any better that I would move them to Houston? No?
Sugarland.
Yeah.
Sugarland Jets.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense, but I did it anyways. On the YouTube as a kid, I just loved the NFL. I was a fan of all the teams, didn't really have a favorite. See, that's how you do it. You avoid the slander eventually or the embarrassment. If you become a general manager, Tommy, you won't have to tell a story like Casario did about liking the opponent.
I think the cool thing back in the day was if you're a fan of one of the people on the team, then you end up adopting that whole team, man. Like you roll with the whole team because of one player.
Right. All right. I need you guys to weigh in here. This person texts in from the 281 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. They were a Titans fan after the Oilers left. Not no more. No, it's not.
That's understandable because there was no squad here.
Yeah.
So you just followed the team?
A lot of people followed their team,
Yeah, I hated them.
Even though they took it for you?
I hated them immediately, but I understand.
And you still do to this day.
That woman.
Yeah. When I was younger, a lot of family, all of my dad's family is in Tennessee. So I kind of rooted for him a little bit, but not as much.
Yeah.
Not as much. Only like in the Super Bowl when they made that Super Bowl run.
They're reaching for the goal line.
Yeah, that was
broke my heart.
That's the only time I was rooting for him.
Broke my heart.
All right, so any of these as embarrassing as you also were a Cowboy. I think it's the Texas fan for you.
I was a Cowboys fan until I was 15 years old.
Yeah, being a Longhorns fan when you ultimately became an Aggie.
Yeah, that's the worst, man.
You're the
I can't look
here.
at you the same now, man.
I can't look at me the same.
You're the winner here.
But
I wish you never said that.
You can't find a bigger Aggie fan than me.
I thought you was born like with Aggie blood.
There was nothing else, man. There was nothing else.
Hey, you could. Hey,
yeah.
Were you rebelling when you went to A&M? Is that what happened?
No. I just fell in love with it. I felt when I got.
I'm about to say, why you ain't go to UT?
When I could have gone to UT. Somebody else said, "Did you not get accepted?" No, I got accepted to UT. But I only applied because my mom and dad wanted me to. But I knew I wanted to go to
You ain't
A&M.
listening to your
He was
mom?
rebelling.
Yeah, you ain't listening to your parents?
That's what he was doing. He was rebelling, and he went to A&M.
Hey, I was the only person in the family that went to college. They'd take anything.
Well, yeah, shout out to once Cowboys fan Nick Caserio, now general manager and fan of the Houston Texans, ahead of Monday Night Football showdown in the great state of Texas versus the Cowboys. And it really does. I mean, the odds are well in the favor of the Texans on this one. So Nick Caserio, you ended up on the right side, my man. You sure did. All right, you're in the loop right here on next. Let's go around the NFL where the international expansion of the National Football League seems to keep going. We'll talk about that and more next.
Thirsty Thursday is back in North.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sport. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. So, the NFL Combine is one of the major pillars on the NFL schedule every year, and it's one of the big events that ends up being kind of like a I don't know what the right word is, convention for NFL people.
That's exactly what
everybody
it is.
descends on Indy, and it becomes a yearly event. And one of the things that the NFL has done with some of the yearly events is they started moving them around because the NFL is always about making money and making these things destination events that you can take to Las Vegas or various other places, or I guess Green Bay. In some cases, isn't the draft going to be in Green Bay here relatively soon?
Yeah.
Right? Doing those things is what the NFL has begun doing. And so there was news that the scouting combine was maybe going to start moving around, just like the draft and other things. But as of yesterday, there was news that the Indianapolis will once again host the Combine, not just this upcoming season for 2025, but also in 2026. Indianapolis and the Combine has a proud history together, so they're thrilled to continue the longstanding partnership with Visit Indy, the Colts, and local community for the 26th event.
Don't you feel like this is more like if the NFL had its way, it would move the Combine, but coaches and general managers have a strong voice in this? Because I think coaches and general managers, like, they want the normalcy, they want the consistency of what Indianapolis can bring. Like, it's one thing to have the draft, okay, And
because they not traveling.
Yeah, and that's just the party and all the work
They
is
here.
done.
Yeah.
all the
They
work
in
is
their
done.
homes. Yeah.
Indianapolis is a very interesting city. It's not a great I got to go to Indianapolis destination type city.
Yeah, there's no
but
destination
they
really.
do events great.
Indianapolis at some point in their history decided ain't a lot that draws you to Indy. So in order to make sure that we could keep our commerce up, we're just going to be the best convention city that there ever is, right? They leaned all the way in on this. They have lots of lodging. If you're in the downtown area and you don't want to go outside, you don't have to. There's tunnels and all sorts of things that connect everything.
Yeah.
And I think that for that reason, it has existed as a great place for the NFL's probably biggest convention in the draft combine. I just don't really get the appeal in moving the draft combine around. Are people really going to visit? And I don't know, is that tourism and is that more valuable than having, the entirety of your league be able to descend upon a place and know that they have places where they're comfortable in order to do the major work that helps develop the league for another year?
Yeah.
I appeal it, and it seems like maybe slowly the NFL is realizing that it probably works best if they keep it in the same place.
Is that more fan-friendly type of deal?
There's not really that many fans
do you know fans that go to I got to go to the combine?
It's a lot of agents, a lot of players.
Yeah.
A few fans,
personnel.
but not personnel people.
I look at that as like a convention.
That's exactly what
go
it
there
is.
to kind of network a little bit, meet people you ain't see in a minute.
Talk about some deals maybe.
Yeah, try to get your player drafted higher and, talk to all these executives. I kind of look at it like that.
Ask players wild questions about their mama and such.
I think if the NFL had its way, though, as much as we're all agreeing on this aspect of it, that they would probably
make money.
They probably would move it if they could.
I think that's what they're gearing up to do.
Yeah.
Is they just I wonder if they were in looking for a place to accommodate this, they might have find it a little bit more difficult, and we're like, hey, we could stay in Indy for another year until we find a place that we're in moving it and taking it to another place that fits what we're looking for.
But you know what you're getting in Indianapolis if you're a general manager, an agent, a coach. You know what you're getting. It's consistent. They have it down to a science, and Indianapolis just does that well. You asked earlier about, at some point in their history, Indianapolis decided, all right, we're not going to be Miami. We're not going to be New Orleans. Let's be this. I think it was back. You may not even remember this. Remember the U.S. Olympic festivals? They used to.
No, that's not.
That's when that started. They decided, like Colorado Springs is kind of one of the Olympic, hubs.
Yeah.
Indianapolis said, hey, we're going to be the hub for the Olympic Festival. In other words, training young athletes. I think they still are one of the big Olympic swimming venues and training facility. And ever since then, they said, hey, we can do this, and they just do it really well. They do it really well.
It's always interesting to see what various places decide to kind of hinge their kind of, I don't know what the right word is.
They hook.
Their identity
Yeah, they
on
hook
it.
on something.
They kind of just lean into it.
Yeah.
And so, but Indy has been that, and the NFL's biggest convention, I think, continues to be there for yet another year. Now, this is the NFL that we're talking about that is constantly expanding and trying to take the game to various places. And it seems like the expansion internationally continues. This year we got a German game as well as the London games, or just kind of the England games, because they're starting to move that around in London, and I imagine very soon they'll be moving that around in other places in England as well. Seems like NFL is prioritizing the possible expansion to Australia as well, and we got a Brazil game this year. Mexico games are there. Could Australia be interesting for you as well as the NFL continuing to push? It seems like the NFL is expanding international games to 8 next year, and it's believed that Australia will be maybe one of those in upcoming years, and as soon as 2026.
Only the Pro Bowl. That's it. All you can do and you have to play a game. It has to be a Pro Bowl game. You have to go back to that. You cannot play an NFL game, an actual NFL game. Maybe not even a preseason. I guess you could get away with a preseason game. But only the Pro Bowl can be in Australia. Trust me on that.
Why do you say that?
It is a long way, literally a day ahead from most of the United States.
So it's Friday.
It's Friday. It might be pushing Friday. Exactly. I don't know the exact hours. You cannot play an NFL game that even a preseason game, because it matters, for in terms of development and all this other stuff. Unless you give somebody an extra, it has to be the Pro Bowl. That's it.
Yeah, I think the thing that I immediately thought of is, do the time zones line up? Because one of the things that gets real interesting
Yeah.
is that when you play these London games, you're playing, evening, afternoon over there, and it ends up being you're playing in the afternoon over there, and it ends up being a morning game in the United States. So at least it's still something that can be taken in by American audiences, which is still a majority of what the NFL is doing here, the TV product and all those things.
This would end up being like that. Remember that baseball game that came on 3 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, the Japanese game where they were out there?
It was a real
the
damn
Japanese
game.
series?
Yeah, it was a real game. I forgot who played.
I know it was Dodgers.
It was
went,
Dodgers or somebody.
And I can't remember who the other team was in that. But it
was a real game, like a regular season game.
And we didn't even know if they played it.
We didn't even know.
And that was the start of the season. That feels like something you could do with baseball with the massive inventory that you have there. How do you do that in NFL football where it feels like there's just
you got to draw the line, so you cannot do it. Hey, you want a nonstop flight from Houston to Sydney?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's the best one. I don't want no
nonstop, baby.
All right, let's go.
17 hours and 35 minutes. 17 hours and 35 minutes.
You can get in your playbook.
Houston to Sydney.
All the game playing. There you go.
No way, no how. You got to draw the line.
Just
somewhere.
imagine if the Jags had to play over there, and then the next week they got to They got to go back to Jacksonville.
You got to have a bye week on the back end of that. I feel like both teams that go and play over there have to have a bye week if you do that.
They got to have 2 bye weeks. Get back on track.
Right. That's got to be real tough.
Hey, I'll be thrown off whenever I go back to the East Coast.
Exactly.
And that's a 1 hour difference.
Yeah, exactly.
I just like the idea of the NFL being on at 2 a.m. like it's the Australian Open.
By the way, it's 4:10 a.m. right now on Friday in Sydney.
That is crazy, man.
It's tomorrow morning.
17 hours ahead. It would really prove who are the real NFL sickos, though.
No way.
The people that are up at 5 in the morning tweeting about.
They're gonna do it.
And
no, they're not. They can't do that.
Would we even send the good teams? It'd be a 4 a.m. game, and you're watching I don't know, Panthers and Raiders.
It's gonna be an awful game too. That's the funny part. It's gonna be a rough.
What time would kickoff have to be? I guess it could kind of line up a little. You could make it like a 3 p.m. kickoff here, and what would that be? 8 a.m. there.
No,
but then you were telling the people in the stadium, hey,
8
get here
the
at
next
8
day.
Yeah,
8 a.m.
Yeah. Nah, if it's let's say they kick off right now around 12 our time, that would be
5 in the morning.
Yeah, that'd be 5 in the morning over there
tomorrow. No way, 0% chance. It's got to be the Pro Bowl. Now the Pro Bowl you could do, but again,
the Pro Bowl games
it would have to be a game, an actual football.
They don't even want to go back to Hawaii, man.
Yeah,
Why they got them in Orlando, man?
Well, I think they did the Pro Bowl games in Vegas most recently, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they just.
But I know the last couple years it was in Orlando. It's like take them to Hawaii,
Give
man.
them a trip,
Give them a vacation.
man. Give them a trip. Yeah.
Like that's why they ain't playing nothing.
So it could be teams could have a Thursday night game followed by a bye week, but then the 17-hour trip on the front end on a short week is impossible.
God.
I do not. envy.
That's right.
I don't envy the logistics, folks.
You get on a plane Sunday, and you get there Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't envy the logistics folks at all on dealing with that, or just generally in the NFL. It feels like there's a lot of figuring out. There's a big time matchup this weekend with the Steelers and the Ravens. And that one is going to be huge. And in that, you start getting talking when you get these division rivals. And with the Steelers, Patrick Queen has existed on both sides of this rivalry. He now plays for the Steelers, was drafted by the Ravens and kind of got a start, but he reached his ascendance there as well. Patrick Queen said that his move from one division rival to the next, that seemed like a traitor kind of move because he went to a rival. He kind of explained it away, saying that he didn't have a choice. He said, quote, I wasn't wanted back. I didn't get the offer back, and it definitely kind of upset, being there for 4 years and the bond that you grow with your teammates and stuff. First few months, you definitely go through those feelings. He says that the Ravens didn't want him back, and that's why he went to a division rival.
I don't disagree that maybe they didn't want him back. They didn't give him,
because remember they had traded for Roquan Smith, and it felt like okay, you have another guy that you're going to pay a whole bunch of money to play that linebacker role. But the idea that is why I went to a division rival is because they didn't show me the adequate due respect or what have you.
I'm not going to say it's off the table.
Yeah.
But it helps when that division rival is coached by Mike Tomlin and is the Steelers and is giving you what you want.
Because he's the one that pointed to the brand and said, that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
It's the Steelers got probably one of the best brands in football.
And if the Steelers were in another division, he still might have gone.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
It was opportunity.
And plus, we thought he was going to break bank.
Yeah.
Like, remember, it was conversations about him coming here, and we were just like, nah, that's too much money for him.
Yeah.
And he went to the Steelers, got a cheap deal.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an opportunity for this game in particular to go and try and tee off against his former team. He's not the only Steeler talking, though. Pittsburgh Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott was on a podcast, and he called his former team soft in a way. This is what it sounded like as they are going to face off against the Ravens.
This will be fun. This will be very fun. I haven't been able to play against Baltimore the way I wanted to, because last year I played for a team that was soft as oh my God, I can't put that on there. That was pretty soft. The guys on the team, but there were some guys who were tough, but like for the majority of the team, there was not mentally tough individuals. So to be on a team with a full team of mentally tough guys going against another mentally tough team and AFC North ball, this is going to be fun.
Soft as bleep. Soft as bleep.
Look, if you're looking from the outside in, it's not necessarily something that could be disputed.
Well, let's hear someone try to. The head coach of the Miami Dolphins was doing some media availability, and they asked him. They were like, "Hey, Deshaun Elliott, previous safety on your team, called your team soft."
I am supremely only concerned with the 2024 Dolphins for sure, and I think that every team's ability to be mentally tough in the NFL season is definitely tried, and I think case in point, some of the stuff that we've been going through, and I think our team played a tough fought game the last 3 weeks, and ended up finding a way to win this past week, and I think that's not the easiest thing to do, and just worried about this year's team, and it's cool. You said on a podcast, cool podcast.
Cool podcast.
So we go to the court of Judge John Lopez. In the case of Deshaun Elliott versus Miami Dolphins, and who do you rule in favor of on the case of being soft?
I'm telling you, all you can go is by the evidence in front of you. And couldn't they have deliver the case for Miami? Because just play the first 5 seconds of it, and tell me if this guy is a tough guy. If that team is really, really mentally tough. McDaniel. Is this the guy you want stating your case about how tough you are?
I am supremely only concerned with the 2024
All right, that's enough.
I feel you, man.
That's not exactly fire and brimstone. Yeah, man. Did he say I was soft? Wow. I'm just worried about us, man.
It's a cool podcast, man. Cool. That was his dismount.
Cool podcast.
Yeah, I'm sure Gerard Mayo want that guy on this team.
I rule in favor of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I mean, a notoriously tough, gritty team had the steel curtain, and the Miami Dolphins, who have been more of a speed finesse team over the last couple of years. Yeah, I feel like you just go and you shut that down and you just go, look, you could just stop at only concerned with our team this year.
Yes.
We know what we are.
Yeah.
We know our capabilities, and we're not worried about outside.
Say it with a little edge too.
Just be done there.
Say it with a little edge.
As soon as he started trying to answer the call and the 3 games and we won a game, and it's like, oh no, you lost it.
The best thing he could have said was salute to you, man.
Yeah,
more power to you.
More power to you. Yeah. Salute.
There you go. That's Around the NFL here on In the Loop, brought to you by Quick Assist. Coming up next, we get to our weekly visit with former Texan N.D. Kalu. We'll talk to him next.
Our guy Clint's Texans expectations have changed after
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston sports leader. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Thursday. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We were talking in around the NFL about the idea of the NFL actually going and playing in Australia possibly as soon as 2026, and some schedule makers on the 5 Hour Energy fan line put something together. The idea is maybe you have Monday Night Football in Sydney. So they would play in noon on Tuesday in Australia, which would be 7 p.m. on Monday night here, then have a bye week that follows. That's a possible thing. And now
that's cool for us.
That's cool for us.
But those players going to be playing on a Tuesday.
That team that would give them more time. So imagine you play on the Sunday the week prior. You have your 17-hour flights on Monday, I'm guessing, or whatever. You try and acclimate through that week. You don't have to play on Sunday. You don't play on Monday out there. You play on Tuesday out there.
Oh,
then you get the bye. Oh yeah, the internal clock is going to be wild. Let's talk to a man who's done some level of playing. I have a strong feeling he never had to play after a 17-hour flight. But let's ask him. Nd Kalu, former Houston Texan, former NFL player, and current Nigerian man. What's happening, my man?
What's going on, brothers? How y'all doing?
Doing all right. We were talking a little bit, and I'm sure you heard the idea of like a game in Australia as the NFL continues to go further and further. And the thing that I've been amazed by is just like, how do you make the time zones work? Like, what is it like with first of all, I should ask you, have you had the opportunity to play one of those games where it just kind of, you really messes with the schedule, flying maybe overseas or just those short games, those ones there?
Fortunately, I did not, because in the late 90s, early 2000s, that wasn't a big thing. Maybe they did it like once a season. With some of these, it just, I'm scratching my head because they're not thinking about the players. To sit on the plane for 17 hours, it's not as if you get there and you have about 2 weeks to adjust to the time change. So strictly just to roll them out for a different demographic, a different region to see our product. And as a business, I understand that. But it does bother me, especially when you look at how many, Polynesian players, African players there are, that they're going to all these places like Australia, Germany. And I know there's Australian players. I think our punter, if I'm not mistaken, is from Australia. But when you have on average 3 to 4 Nigerians on every team, on average 3 to 4 Pacific Island. Come on, let's go play there first. Let's go play there and kind of show those people what their native sons are doing here in this great country.
I'm with you, but just imagine how many trash reality shows you could watch on that flight.
Yeah. Now that's a good thing. But you know what? It takes about the same amount of time to get to Nigeria or Hawaii as it does to get to Australia.
Yeah, this is true. And I'm of the opinion that this is one of those that will never, ever, ever, ever happen. And the reason is not just the flight and the scheduling, but the NFLPA. Maybe in large part because of what you're talking about. That they got to draw the line somewhere,
They got to. And I'll say this, and I'm not, this doesn't keep me up at night like it bothers me, but, and Reggie, he could attest to this. I have a lot of cousins that live in London. So when they come visit me here, I'm like, hey, man, how excited are y'all when the NFL comes to y'all, And they kind of looked at me like, it's just something different for us to do if we even go do it. But it's not even like they appreciate it. So I'm like, you're going all the way over here to this tea-sipping country to play the greatest sport in the history of sports, and they don't even appreciate it. So that bothers me as well.
They're building a base. There's people that turn out that are finding their way to the sport.
Well, they turn out I think they turn out just for the experience, but not for the appreciation of the sport.
Yeah. But that's the thing is you're trying to grow the game. You got to get those folks. The diehards are here. But we're speaking to Nd Kalu, former NFL player. And I do want to lean more into that former NFL player of it all because you've obviously heard, like we all did, about the players-only meetings that have happened with these seasons. I want to tap into your insight. Like, what was the experience of a players-only meeting if you did indeed, if you've been involved in those?
You know, there can be a lot of good to come out of them, Reggie, and I appreciated them as long as they're not too frequent. So I don't know if the Texans have had more than one. If you've had more than one in this 10-week span, that's not a good deal. But typically when a leader, you know, in my era, when a Brian Dawkins or Darryl Green calls for a players-only meeting, they're saying things that coaches will appreciate, but they'll also say things that a coach won't want to hear. Like, for instance, they'll say something like, hey, if Coach Richard Smith is calling a dumbass play on defense, then it's up to us to, make it work. It's up to us to change the play in the huddle. I just randomly said
that. Sounds oddly specific.
Yep. Yeah. That was entirely hypothetical, Lopez.
Totally hypothetical.
Hey, Bobby Slow at Colton.
What are you doing?
So typically typically that's what it comes. That when guys challenge themselves. If you have really a strong team, a leader on the defensive side would be like, hey, offensive line, y'all need to step it up. We're telling scout team to come bring it this week. So don't start fights and be upset with them. So that's where you have those type of discussions and hash it out.
You mentioned the offensive line, and boy, here we are. It's already Thursday, and I'm still trying to just get a grasp on what we learned from Sunday Night Football. Because, yeah, there was a little better protection in the first half, but then there was also losing a game with 5 interceptions. And there was also the offensive line, which may have looked a little better but couldn't run the ball. I mean, how do you – what should they make progress?
They've made progress from remember early on in the season. It was like, man, who are these guys?
Mm-hmm.
Then they got a little better. Then I felt like they kind of stepped back. So now I'm thinking physically they can do it. Mentally they can do it. So what's the next phase? Consistency. Like that's what separates the greats from the good and the good from just being in the league. It is the consistency, because they've shown they can do it this year. But, man, I mean, I need to see it for 4 or 5 games straight where they're protecting C.J. Stroud. They're opening up holes for Joe Mixon. There's no reason why a running back like Joe Mixon averages less than 2 yards a game. I don't care how good Detroit's defense is. So, yeah, right now, John, there's not any other names we can throw out there. You have what you have. Now you just have to preach consistency and hope that they can do something at practice that's going to translate to game day where they play consistent for 4 quarters.
Now, ND, one of the things in this parts of this team that honestly it almost feels like we don't give enough credit for is this defense. It feels like this defense is well within the range of being able to be elite in this league. But, I mean, even in that Lions game where they were really tamping down a Lions team and Jared Goff that should be able to do some really fun things, they kind of lost the plot a little bit towards the end of the game. And I can't really put my finger on why exactly. What for you did you see as the place where it slipped for this defense from having just an incredible defensive performance to maybe just letting some things go?
That's a good question, and I don't want to give the defense a pass because I'm more of a defensive-minded guy, but you continue to give the opposing offense time after time a chance to score, they're going to score. Like the Houston Texans defense was dominant in the first half, only giving up 7 points. Then in the third quarter, they give up 2 field goals, they give up 6 points, and then they give up 13 in the fourth quarter. Like that you just don't do. So as a defense, I feel like they're telling themselves, hey, we could have done a little bit better to win this game as well. Yes, we did get 5 interceptions, but we shouldn't give up 13 points in 1 quarter, no matter how many times our offense gives them the ball. But that's being on the inside looking in, mm-hmm. on the outside looking in. Sooner or later, there's going to be some cracks. I mean, I'm not going to say that they were tired. I'm not going to say that they didn't believe the offense will do anything, and that's why they kind of falter towards the end. It's just the NFL. The guys on the other side, they get paid too. They have a couple of stars on that team. I mean, Amon St. Brown, 7 straight games with a touchdown. Like he's an emerging star. Jared Goff is playing the best ball of his life, except for those 5 interceptions. Jamar Gibbs, I'm naming some very good NFL players. Mm-hmm. So when you continue to give them the ball back, whether it's 3 and outs, turnovers, sooner or later they're going to get in the end zone. So I don't think the defense needs to do anything different. If they play the way they played against Detroit, 9 times out of 10 or 8 times out of 10, they're winning that game.
I know you and I have had this discussion in the past about, you may be not in the rotation per se, but you get that opportunity and you got to make the most of it. I don't know anybody that wasn't happy to see John Mechie. Now that Nico Collins is back, how do you see this wide receiving core, sort of stacking up with no Stephon Diggs?
First, I want to see how is he back, because if he's back to pre-injury Nico Collins, then you're very excited. You're very excited of having your number one, not even close, number one receiver back. And I think John Mechie, another Niger brother, he should be excited about having the number one back, because then that takes some of the pressure off him. It takes some of the eyes off John Mechie, so he could continue to open up and get hit, whether it's, the soft spot of a zone or the safety is going to be obviously going to be cheating towards Nico Collins. So your ancillary wide receivers is going to open it up for them. But you know who's going to be smiling, who's going to have the biggest smile on his face is C.J. Stroud, because Nico Collins. Not only is he deceptively fast, and I just say deceptively because he's so big, but he's also, in my opinion, not to the level of DeAndre Hopkins, but where you can just be confident throwing that 50-50 ball because of his size, because of his stature, because of his hands. So, I mean, I just really think it truly opens up the offense. But I'm cautiously optimistic because when you come back from that injury, I hope that in his mind, he was ready to go last week, but being smart, being cautious, he gave it another week so he could really, open up and pick up where he left off against the Cowboys.
We're talking to our guy, ND Kalu, right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And ND, I mean, this team heads up to Dallas and to the Cowboys here. I mean, look, first and foremost, that team seems to be, like, in a bad way. I mean, what's the feeling when you're going and you're facing a team that's down and out like this? Is it just like, hey, I don't want, we don't want them to, we don't want to be embarrassed against a team that's clearly down and out? Like, what is the mentality for a player going into this?
No, I think you kind of nailed it. Like, you don't go into any NFL game, and I can't stress this enough, and I know people think that I overstate this at times when I used to, be on the radio frequently, but you can't go into any NFL stadium. You can't go up against any NFL team thinking that, oh, we just have to show up. So with a team like Dallas that's reeling, there's a lot of controversy with some of the things that are being said in the locker room and outside of the locker room. What you want to make sure is that you don't give them any confidence early on. You don't want to give those guys confidence thinking, oh, you know what? We are an NFL team. We can beat anybody. So you want to hit them in the mouth early and often. You don't want Cooper Rush to get comfortable. You almost want to treat him, in my opinion, like a rookie quarterback where you're just sending blitzes at him, making him dance around in that pocket. But the main thing is not to let them get comfortable early on, not to let them get that momentum because they're front runners. Like if CeeDee Lamb gets a 40, 50-yard catch early on, man, they're going to start hopping around and bouncing around and starting to think that they can win it. They're not even going to be thinking about their record. They're going to be thinking about beating that other team that resides in Texas. So I think personally, early, you have to remind them that they're a bad team and they're having a bad season.
You say that other team that resides, I think might have my back on this, maybe not, but like me, you got to Houston as fast as you could. Like me, you were born and raised in San Antonio. And they just inject the dang Cowboys into your blood there. Now, I had to come clean earlier that when I was a kid in San Antonio, I was a Cowboys fan. But
you and Nick Caserio,
me and Nick Caserio, that's what kind of sparked that conversation. But I hate the Cowboys. I could not hate the Cowboys more. I became an Oilers fan when I was in high school. Do you have a similar story to tell?
Yeah, I was not a Cowboys fan growing up. I was an Oilers fan because of Warren Moon. And
See?
I just really liked, Warren Moon. Then growing up in San Antonio, we used to drive to Houston every chance we get to go to the Martin Luther King flea market to buy the T-shirts 3 for $10 with 2 short on it. So, just growing up, we always our goal in life was to get to Houston. So the Oilers, that was always my favorite team. So as soon as I turned 17, I jumped in the 1986 Hyundai and drove down I-10 East and got to Houston as fast as I could. So I've always been an Oiler fan. I don't really hate the Cowboys. I never had a love for them, but it was just kind of they are what they are. They're not the team that I've always rooted for. But I will say this. Now, this is going to be unpopular. Like the Lakers, like the Yankees, I think the NFL is better when they play well. I don't know why. I don't. Okay, good. I thought that was going to be like how, but
I'm just mad that you didn't have my back on the Cowboy stuff in San Antonio, but that's all right.
Oh, no.
You did right, Andy. You did right.
No, Warren Moon was my guy, so I was a huge Warren Moon fan.
That's our guy, ND Kalu. Always appreciate you giving us a little time on a Thursday, and I especially appreciate you leaving Lopez on an island for him to defend for himself.
It's all right. It's all right.
But in his defense, like he said, they stuffed the Cowboys down your throat. Like,
yeah, they do.
San Antonio is Cowboy land. Even to this day, when I go back and we do free camps, this summer we're going to do it, and the Houston Texan ambassadors are going to help. So hopefully the community in San Antonio can see, it's the team in Houston that cares more about them than Jerry Jones.
That's one, right. Reach one, teach one, man. That's what it's about. Andy Kalu.
That's right.
We appreciate you, my man. Have a good one.
All right, y'all have a good one.
There he is. Andy Kalu joins us every Thursday right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including Tari Eason and Amen Thompson putting it on a masterclass against the Clippers and James Harden. We'll talk about that and more next.
Is there any
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I guess one of the things that's poppin' is not in the Loop. It's actually in the Drive. Is at 2:15 today. Programming note. John Mechie will be on with the fellas.
All right.
So that'll be a good listen that you obviously want to keep it locked for. Get to hear from the wide receivers. He is having a little bit of an explosion himself. He's finding more opportunity and raising the stock for all the folks that were in on John Mechie. 2:15 again on the Drive to hear that man with Clint, Ron, and T-Mill. Some other things that are popping. The Rockets had a little bit of a welcome back for James Harden as the Clippers came into Toyota Center to face off against the Rockets. And the Rockets got a victory, and it was due to Tari Eason and Amen Thompson. Those guys off the bench have been phenomenal, both of them with double-doubles in this one. And I have just been fascinated at their level of play together, like the defensive acumen that they show, because it feels like when they're playing at this level and the team in general, that it can be one of the elite defenses in this league. It's currently top 3 in defensive rating and defensive efficiency.
It's the best thing that's happened so far in the Rockets season, right? These two guys coming off the bench. And we've talked about, well, hey,
the best thing, I don't know.
I think it is.
Would the best thing be Jalen Green finding a level of consistency early in his game?
These two dudes
early in the season, rather?
We can argue that. I'm just saying, like, for these two guys to be difference makers off the bench and to be able to do what they're doing, I mean that's what won the game last night, in my view, anyway. And I've been talking about, and not just me, but a lot of people talk about is the starting lineup going to change? Is this or that? No, I wouldn't change it right now, man. I wouldn't change it at all. Obviously, Jalen Green, huge development, rebounding. Huge development, especially offensive rebounding.
That's what's able to make this go.
Yeah.
In a 111-103 victory for the Rockets, they out-rebounded the Clippers 59-42. That's what makes this go. As our guy Ocho on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, highlights, Adam Spillane doesn't seem as high on this Rockets team as some are. And you look at the box scores, you see that they don't shoot efficiently. Now they did knock down some threes in this very particular. They were falling for a while. It was sitting around in the 40-45 range before it slid back towards the end, 37.5% from 3. But they do a lot of this on defense and then ultimately getting offensive rebounds and scoring off of those second chance points. But Tari Eason, 18 and 10, and then you have Amen Thompson, 18-11 off the bench. Like, they wreak a lot of havoc, and it feels good having them play together. I feel like if you were to change your starting lineup, as I think some people were asking and you kind of alluded to, do you put those guys in the starting lineup? Who would you be switching? Like, would you be switching?
I don't think I would make the change.
It would be Jabari and Dylan Brooks, maybe. And I think
Jabari is the one that's most popular, that's most talked about. But like what you just alluded to it, like the 18 and 10, 18 and 11. That's a rarity. I mean, that is not. I mean, there are some good, bench players, good benches in the NBA. What they can do, and especially defensively, to even give them that spark, that just doesn't happen. I don't think I would change it right now.
No, I wouldn't either. I think also Dylan Brooks, compared to like Tari Eason, a little bit better. I mean, similar 3-point shooting percentage, but on better volume.
Yeah,
I think it's nice having this first unit be what it is, and then have a second unit that comes in and wreaks almost more havoc. So you're not losing those bench minutes that some people can tend to have. Amen Thompson comes in, Tari Eason, they're both just kind of motors. Like, they come in and give you great energy off the bench as well. I think that helps keep a somewhat level style all the way across the game. And I think that's what Jalen Green being pretty good on ball, like scoring at multiple levels, knocking down threes, but then, having a little bit better distribution as well. Like, I think he's finding a little bit more of that in his game. And as much as you could say through, what has it been, 12 games, a little bit of consistency as well. So your Rockets 8-4, good for 5th in the West right now. Yeah. And they'll run it back on Friday. They'll face off again against the Clippers at Toyota Center.
James Harden.
Yeah.
Back again.
Hey, don't forget about Kevin Porter Jr., man.
Yeah, he was
on
there.
that team, too.
Yeah.
It was funny watching the broadcast. I don't know that it was like a lot of people in the building, but there was at least one dude who wanted to make it very clear
Yeah.
that he was booing Kevin Porter Jr. There was one guy. And to that guy, I say, I see you, I respect you, I appreciate
That's
you.
always funny when you get that
You can
one.
hear the one voice.
You hear that one person. Boo!
Yes. And Şengün with a great finish when it was down to 4. I think it was 107, 103 with the stuff, and then ran the floor, got the block to kind of ice it for the Rockets. That was an all-around good night, but Eason and Thompson are, to me, like the story, right?
Yeah, that was definitely a story. They looked really good.
Yeah.
And I mean, with the Rockets team altogether that's playing incredible style of defense and getting W's.
Yeah.
All right, some other things that are popping. It was a great night for NBA bigs all the way around, though. Giannis, Wembanyama, Karl-Anthony Towns all had 45-plus point games, although in fueling the Giannis potentially wanting a trade rumors, Giannis had to put on a spectacular in overtime
59,
versus
baby.
the Detroit
Yeah.
Pistons.
Yeah.
Yes, 59 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists, and all of that just to get a win over the Detroit Pistons in overtime. This Milwaukee Bucks team is
That was the
cooked.
kind of effort you usually see like the last day of the NBA season, somebody trying to secure the scoring title. They just keep feeding him the ball. Like in the first half, he was just doing everything. He was the entire offense. And they're like, yeah, just give him another bucket. He needs to win the scoring title. No, he wants to get traded.
No, that seemed like a game where they in the playoffs about to get swept.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Not today.
superstar- that
Not on my
superstar,
watch.
Like, I'm doing whatever I can to get this win.
Yeah, he gave you the not on my watch effort just for them to get back to what did they end up as now? Get to 4-8. That was what that game gave you. Yeah, that's nasty work. Also nasty work. Me being on this very program saying Victor Wembanyama, I don't get his shot profile.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes sense for somebody his size. And then him going on a Wednesday night,
8 3.
8 3-pointers, 8 for 16 from deep for 50 points, and I was like, okay, I'll shut up now. What do I know?
It does look weird.
It looks super weird. Man. Even him just dribbling the ball.
Yeah, but he can do it.
Man, it looked like a creative player, man.
Yeah.
It really is.
How'd you like to be Cat and you go for 46 and everybody says, that's cool.
That's cute.
That's cute.
That is cute. Yeah, it's the second biggest performance on the night, just scoring wise. But I mean, he is finding a little bit of a home there in New York. Some other things. There's some news about the Tampa Bay Rays, who obviously, if you remember, Hurricane Milton went through and it hit Florida real hard. It really hit. I mean, it landed almost Tampa St. Pete area, and their stadium in St. Pete took a real battering to the point where it feels like they're not, or not. It doesn't feel like it. It is the case that they're not going to be able to rebuild that the roof for this upcoming 2025 season. So they have to find a place to play, and it seems like they have found it. And it's an unorthodox one. The Tampa Bay Rays will be playing their 2025 season at the Yankees Spring Training Complex in Tampa, Steinbrenner Field.
Steinbrenner Field is where they're going to be playing.
So in the 2025 MLB season, you will have a team playing in a AAA ballpark, which is the A's that will be playing in Sacramento, and you'll have a team playing at a spring training complex, the Tampa Rays.
By the way, they're in the same division, too. So that's a little weird, ain't it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, Tampa and the Yankees. The Yankees are just going to a different home game in a way.
Man, okay, so the capacity is 11,026. They might fill that up.
They might.
11,000?
Yeah.
I was about to say they could do that, and then I was like, I'm actually not.
I'm not so
all
sure.
that certain.
They averaged 16,000 last year.
Damn.
At the other ballpark. Are they going to play in that stadium ever again? Are they going to play in Tampa? I should say, are they going to play in that stadium ever again?
I'm not certain. It seems like there are efforts to kind of get that thing fixed fix the roof, but it feels like why would you do that if you're going to in a few years have a new stadium coming? But I mean, those few years matter, right? So I don't know. That'll be just got news of them playing at the Yankees facility at Steinbrenner Field today. So they're working very much through that to figure out where they ultimately go. One more thing in what's popping, and this really is popping as we're getting closer and closer to Tyson Paul happening in Arlington AT&T Stadium. That is almost kind of a precursor on the weekend to Monday Night Football because that's happening
Tomorrow
in the same
night.
building.
Is that tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow.
That is tomorrow night. And they had their face off, and they had their media availability. What, just the idea of the face off, or
the air quotes press conferences. Boxing press conferences are a whole other animal.
Yeah, it usually is an opportunity to really get further into selling the fight, but it really did not. They didn't sell it off of animosity. I think they understand what this fight is, man. This is not a fight that's going to be sold off of, these dudes hate each other or anything like that. It is sold off of, do you like Jake Paul? Yeah. Do you want to see him get knocked out? Do you think Mike Tyson could do it?
Yeah.
Tune in to see the spectacle. That is what they're selling it off.
Yeah. That's it. And I will.
That's right.
And I will.
That's right. Although, if there was one thing, even though Tyson was pretty demure in
That's
the
what
way
I'm
that he
saying.
went
That was
about
so
things.
unlike anything.
He didn't give us very much, but what he did give us, I was like, that's good enough for me, which was this quote. He said, "I'm bringing the devil himself to the ring. There are no feelings attached. My own mother should be very careful if she gets into the ring with me. When it's over, it's over. But while the process is going on, my intention is to hurt him. I hope he has the same intentions or he is in trouble."
Who's going to win?
I mean, the money's on Jake Paul, funny enough, but maybe I'm the sucker in this. It's quite possible. It just feels like Mike Tyson, with the various videos that we've seen, with him still finding a way to be in some level of shape, and with the knowledge that he has of boxing that I imagine does not go away, I just feel like he can get this done. Remembering that Jake Paul has, like, his fights prior to this point, even though I think he does have some, like, prospects in boxing, he's only really booked fights against dudes that are pretty early on in their boxing tenure as well. I feel for him, man. I do feel for him because I think the Tyson could get it done, but he is 31 years his senior.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough too. I don't want to sleep on Jake Paul because because remember when he started, it was just this YouTuber trying to get in the ring. He actually been training a lot.
He has.
So like I ain't trying to put him in the same breath as Mike Tyson, but like he is a decent boxer at this point. Like he ain't no YouTuber at this point now. So I mean, I don't know, man.
Tyson has one thing working in his favor. It's going to be 2-minute rounds, not 3 rounds.
Yeah, and I think 14-ounce gloves too.
14-ounce gloves and only 8 rounds. So that it may or may not go 8 rounds, but the 2-minute rounds that's perfect for Tyson.
Where you're not worried about the fatigue as much.
Exactly.
Maybe he'll throw in a big way and really utilize that energy.
I still think he get it's a possibility he get fatigued because Jake Paul been boxing way nicer recently.
And there is still, again, the 31-year difference.
That's not a little thing.
No, it's not. So that'll also be Friday night, I believe, same time as tip-off for the Rockets. So that'll be a fun one, especially if you have a couple of televisions available to you.
Yeah, all the volumes up, huh?
I'm actually going to be at the Rockets game. I did not plan accordingly, but you know what? I just pull up a screen. It's cool.
You can do that.
Watching the Rockets beat James Harden again, and then see what Mike Tyson's talking about. That's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said this is more about age than how good Paul is, and it's quite possible that ends up being the differentiating factor in that fight. All right, coming up next in the loop. Man, this offense has been so much of the conversation, even the second half performances or the lack thereof for them. Let's hear what the general manager, Nick Caserio, had to say about this offense. We'll do that next.
Let's get you to down by.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
Yeah, you're in the loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Attitula hanging out with you on a thirsty Thursday here in H-Town. This offense for the Houston Texans has been much discussed. Obviously, whether it was the offensive line and whether you'd be able to pass block or even run block in various instances, the switch that ultimately got made on Sunday that saw Jarrett Patterson take over the role at center, Juice Scruggs moved to left guard, and that operation. Or even, being able to field, maybe do you need to trade for a wide receiver, various wide receivers being hurt. All sorts of conversation around this offense and Bobby Slowik. But I kind of wanted to get the perspective of the general manager as he was on Texas All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They asked fantastic questions of him. And this is the space where we have opportunity to hear from him. And so he talked he talked about the offense a little bit in various capacities. And so I wanted to run through some of those things. Like where he just kind of talked about some of the negative portions of the offense and I guess what needs to be done to get it back on track.
It's just going to be about just each play is going to take on, significance in the course of a game and just trying to string together positive plays. We just got to eliminate some of the negative plays. John and I talked about this before the game, kind of the first down production. When it was good, it was good. And when it was behind the sticks, we ended up in some longer yardage situations. So we always want to try to stay ahead. If, say, you look at Detroit, it's kind of going back to the defense as well. Like we had some production on first down. It kind of put them in some less advantageous situations for their offense. So it's just going to be about just consistent performance, trying to have positive plays, and trying to have good production of plays, and then the turnovers, we want to try to eliminate those. I mean, if you don't do anything, the percentage is usually pretty good. If you have no turnovers and you take care of the football, usually correlates to winning. So things are fixable, so we just got to try to make the improvements here as we go.
Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? That when I heard that, I'm like, usually Nick, with those guys, as you pointed out, is pretty, almost more candid than he is with anyone. He's really good with Sean and Seth, but it's just a different feel.
That's just a little bit more periodic. He's not doing that weekly. Although I'm sure that would be fantastic. I don't know. It's like, do you think that he can handle Sean and Seth every week?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. No, but what I'm getting at here is like, we just need to be more productive on first down. Yes, we know that. And it hasn't happened in a long time. So yes, they're fixable. That's kind of the D'Amico story. These are all things that we can fix. Yes, we know that, and we're in week 11. So I wouldn't necessarily expect him to say much else, but I think it's sort of just kind of like a superficial. Let's just do this. I don't
know how much I'll say.
Sure, let's do that.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I don't know how much I would say that it's superficial. I think that it's right. It's just that's easier said than done, right?
Exactly.
Like the word that he said there that really, really popped up for me because also it's a word that Andy Kalu used not more than 30 minutes ago with us, which is consistency. And that's what it feels like one of the things that the Texans really need to find within themselves, some consistency. And the place that I go to is offensive line and just kind of generally blocking because it feels like plays with this team, or I know one of the plays that I'm thinking about immediately is like the end around reverse that you saw that Tank Dell got smothered in the backfield. It was just one of those blocks that ends up being missed. And it's like, it feels like that because the consistency of if everybody gets their hat on the hat, or like if everybody executes, there's the buzzword. Like I don't know, where's the bell for me right here? There we go. Right, if everybody executes, then you can get this done. Like it's drawn up well, but it feels like very frequently there's one person or another not getting to that place, and that's where you lose a level of execution. Also, execution in another way of just like, hey, if you like as you said, hit on first down, if you don't end up putting yourself in these long third downs, you don't have to consistently depend on C.J. Stroud's individual brilliance to get you over. But it seems like that has been the ask, and I don't know how much you can ask for consistency in just third and long, converting third and long.
Yeah, and again, to reiterate, I don't know what else we could have expected him to say there. All I'm saying is, their hands are tied at this point. These are the guys that they have to play.
Right.
So, but this is it.
So then where do you find consistency if it's just like, hey, you're not going to, the consistency
and it hadn't been
in
there
play
for a long
hasn't
time.
been there. it feels like this is why the Bobby Slowick thing comes up. And I don't know. I feel like I want to examine this further just because there's some people that are frustrated with like the Bobby Slowick talk because it's like, hey, it's clearly your offensive line has not been to a certain level and those types of things. And it feels like, I don't know, the thing that I keep coming back to is, yes, that's the case, but that's something that you know.
Yeah.
That's something. And now what are you going to do about it with Bobby Slowick? And it feels like the answer has been, we'll just be better. And that feels like that's running into a wall.
Well, it is. We've heard it too much. But again, what else can they say? They can't get a new offensive line or even a new offensive lineman other than practice squad. Bobby Slowick, I don't think anyone expects, the play calling to change. Maybe it will, but I don't think anybody expects it. So it's like, we just got to be better. Okay. It's week 11.
It is week 11. You're heading into Dallas. This is Nick Caserio again on Texans All Access. He was asked about kind of the shuffling of the offensive line and the new look 5.
Yeah, those guys did a good job, and I think we've talked those inside positions. Sometimes you have guys that are just guards, sometimes you have guys that are just centers, and then you have guys that potentially could play all 3 spots. So I think in the case of Juice and JP, they can kind of swing back and forth. So we felt that was the best opportunity for us or made the most sense. So we'll kind of see how it is moving forward. Still have some guys in the bullpen here that if they had to go in there and play, could play. Made some acquisitions over the course of the last week or two. Maybe there's some players that potentially put themselves in a position to have an opportunity. But overall, the communication was pretty solid. Pass protection was pretty clean for the most part. I mean, they got us a few times. We had a couple missed assignments, things that are very fixable. But overall, those guys are smart guys that went in there and gave us a chance to kind of operate cleanly and operate the offense.
The bullpen, he's talking about those practice squad guys. That's where they are.
Some of those guys that were added?
Yeah.
No, I tend to agree with him that, like, this 5 feels like one of the better iterations. But let's evaluate what that looks like. We're able to at least get the communication. One of those conversations that popped up during the course of the last few weeks with this offensive line when we were really pulling our hair out about it. Communication was one of those things. It does feel like Jared Patterson at center was a good move, and that level of comfort in getting the pass protections together feels like a good one. That's going to be tested this week, mind you, in some ways, by Micah Parsons in particular, even though I don't know that they have a lot of the other guys that are typically there that apply pressure, rushing the passer. That one guy does.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see that they, how they handled that. But on top of that, it feels like the pass protection was figured out in some ways. It felt like you sacrificed the ability to run the football.
You did. Yeah.
Not like you were run grading before, but I didn't see any push in that Lions game when it came to this offensive line. And I wonder, is that a trade that you're willing to make in this moment?
Ooh, no, I don't think so.
Really? The idea of not being able to...
I mean,
because I do feel like the explosives are what's been getting
Nico
the run
might
game
be a big
over.
factor there, but
I also think it's like not having a Lions team, not having a team opposed from you that is like super diligent and super disciplined like the Lions are. Because I think that was what stopped explosives for Joe Mixon. The places where he goes to bounce to is taking advantage of like that, maybe like lack of discipline or like maybe over helping towards the the hole, and then he bounces out and he knows that he could find space elsewhere.
Well, I think
felt like he didn't get a lot of that.
I think the reason I'm saying that is I go back to how the bar seems to have been lowered, even by Nick Caserio there, because yes, it seemed like they had better pass protection, but again, 4 sacks. That might be something that just happens in the NFL, especially against a good defense. You're going to get some pressures, but when you sacrificed your MVP to this point in Joe Mixon, who was averaging less than 2 yards a carry, to me that's not a good trade-off. Like they have to run the ball. They have to run, and I know it seems like, well, C.J. Stroud's the guy that's going to make the big plays with Nico and whomever else, and the explosives that you talked about. They still have to run the ball if they're going to get what's the goal? The goal is not just, hey, let's get a little better and see what happens. The goal is to get good enough to maybe win a playoff game and beyond.
Yeah, but Sam Warren did a great piece in the Houston Chronicle about this and kind of pointed to the idea that and this is something we've talked about as well. It hasn't been like they've been consistent in running the football. It hasn't been like they're just 4 yards in a cloud of dust or anything.
Yeah, they're the big plays.
It's been a few explosives that are broken, and I'm tending to lean into the idea that these were. I mean, some of them were well-blocked plays. I don't want to take this entirely away from the offensive line, but a lot of this is Joe Mixon making something shake.
Yeah,
and I feel like that was neutralized by the Lions focusing their attention there. I think it's a trade-off that I'm willing to make to go back to that question because Wasn't that the game plan last year, or not game plan? But
no,
wasn't
that was what the team was last year.
Got through last year's.
They couldn't run the ball, and CJ, created plays out of nothing.
Plus, I think that passing the football, we've seen teams, and I keep going back to the Patriots of a certain era, where they did not run the ball particularly well. They used the quick passing game as almost a run can't done. But there has to be a focus towards doing that. There has to be an intention on doing that. But I think that those are things that can be done. And you have players that are showing themselves capable of doing some of those things, especially if the offensive line can hold up better, right? I know you mentioned the 4 sacks and the pressures as well. But that also represented a step forward, as sad as that
twice as good in terms of sacks.
And so, I do think that that's a trade-off that I'm willing to make, especially knowing that Joe Mixon will probably break one here or there.
Let's keep this in mind, though, when we talk about what this team was last year. It was this. It was a team that couldn't run the ball, and C.J. Stroud pulled stuff out of air to make it happen. So what did they do? They said, we got to fix the line. What were we talking about? Got to get better line play. And now they're that exact same team again.
Right. And
that's why I'm like, I don't know if I'm willing to make that trade.
I hear you.
He's been hit more than any quarterback in the NFL.
But that trade also comes at, if you don't make that trade, you go back to real poor pass protection and then being able to run the football to some extent. And not even consistently, but also just explosives here and there.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's the tough thing with the trade. So if you are in the place that you were prior last year, I think that you go with what worked last year and you kind of operate it that way. But one of the things that makes me confident in that potential trade-off is I think that you've seen a level of progress. Some of your wide receivers, John Mechie had a fantastic game in that, and John Mechie, who will join the drive at 2:15. Nick Caserio was talking about John Mechie and his development in the breakout game versus the Lions.
When you really look at the arc of sort of this season, so had a good training camp, had a good preseason, played well. I can't remember which game, but had a lot of production. And then he's actually been open a lot when he's played. And the other night, the ball found him, and he took advantage of some opportunities, made a number of contested catches. But he's had a good attitude. He's worked really hard. I think natural tendency is frustration maybe start to build a little bit because you just want to be able to contribute. But he never lost sight of the ultimate goal, just trying to help the team. And when called upon, he took advantage of opportunity, and he helped us offensively and made a number of plays. Really a credit to him, his attitude, I would say his demeanor, his mindset, and the work that, Coach McDaniels has done with him as well. So hopefully it's a good starting point. But I think when you go back and look, it really started in the spring, carried over into training camp, and then when you carry that over into regular season, now you're starting to see some of the fruits of your labor. Anytime that happens, you're happy for the player, and now you just want to see that continue moving forward.
You woke up one morning and all of a sudden John Mechie became a really crucial part of what the Texans could do moving forward. It happened quickly, right?
Yeah, especially because of that separation. I think that's the big thing, and that was the thing that it felt like you were going to miss by losing, Stephon Diggs and losing Nico Collins. Now Nico Collins has the opportunity to come back. I think we should see him come back. We'll see what practices look like, but I've gotten away from the place where I'm going to go ahead and crown things ahead of time. I would like to go through the process of this, so I'm not wrong again. But having guys that can kind of find that separation and give C.J. Stroud somewhere to throw the football is going to be super helpful. And that game against the Lions gave me some confidence that John Mechie will be one of those guys, especially along with Nico Collins and then Tank. I feel confident about their ability to get open, their ability to run these routes in such a way that will allow them to have separation. And that, with some better pass protection, with C.J. maybe finding a level of calm back there behind his line, I think that can be dangerous to opposing teams.
Yeah, and during preseason and training camp, this is one of the reasons that I kept, having fingers crossed with John Mechie and was confident that he might do something. He actually looked pretty dang good. We talked about it a lot. It's like, wow, look at Mechie. He's making this play and that play. Just didn't translate to the regular season, and so now he's crucial.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That was the general manager, Nick Caserio, Texans All Access, talking about the offense. Hopefully, against this Dallas Cowboys team that is pretty woeful, is pretty battered. They're getting some guys back though slowly, but hopefully this offense can find a way to find that consistency. As that feels like that's going to be a watchword.
Yes,
find a level of consistency all the way through full 48 minutes of football. 60 minutes of football. Went to basketball 48 minutes, 60 minutes of football on Monday night. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and around this time, we will always give you our lunchtime confessions brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. We do that next.
Thursday.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I woke up this morning, Figgy, and
congratulations.
Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you thank the Lord?
Yes, just another beautiful day on the green side. On the green side of the grass.
Thank you.
But also, I realized why I think Mike Tyson might lose this fight.
Okay.
So didn't even work out yesterday. Just kind of did some stuff around the house. Nothing, didn't, bump into anything or fall or have any sort of traumatic little thing happen to me. And I had this...
Didn't get no fights?
Didn't get in a fight.
Okay.
And I had this shooting pain in my hip that just occurred. It just happened. Like, I didn't do... There's no reason for me to have this, and I'm sure you might have noticed already, guys, but, I always cross my legs to stretch my back. I'm always crossing my legs because I always stretch my back. Well, that's one thing. And now it's hard to cross my legs today because I have this amazing shoot came out of nowhere, like for no reason, and I realized that's what happens, man.
You just break down to break down.
That's what happens, man.
Just imagine trying to get in the ring at your age.
No, no, thank you. But I'm like, I think I'm 3-4 years older than 4 years
Why
older
are you asking
than
me like I'm supposed to?
Come on,
how old are you?
How old am I?
I was gonna ask.
How old do you think I am?
See, that happened. That's why it's not even worth it. It wasn't worth it. I was just like, whatever you say, 3-4 years.
I'm 62.
Okay.
And he's 58.
Correct. Okay.
And I woke up this morning and said, that's what happens. That's why he could easily, like, you get into your mid-50s and beyond, and it's just like, for no reason whatsoever, you get a pain.
Yeah,
like a real pain.
He's Iron Mike, though.
Doesn't matter. Time is undefeated.
Yeah, I'm about to say Father Time.
Undefeated. I think he might lose, and it has to do with how I woke up.
It wouldn't surprise me if he lost, though, man, because a lot of people. I mean, we always look at athletes that's so in shape. Like once in a while, you'll see Terrell Owens.
Yeah,
like he could probably still play. Nah, he can't.
Hell, D'Amico.
Yeah,
he looks as good as he ever has. I don't think he could play.
Nah, yeah, it's different once you get into that.
And he's younger.
Ring. Yeah, it's different once you get into that ring or that field.
So Mike Tyson might lose this fight, and I realized that because I got a shooting pain in my hip for no reason.
I mean, he's been out here training, but yeah, I guess you fight someone 31 years, you're junior, and you. What happens if he just wakes up tomorrow and is not feeling?
And he has a pain in his hip.
Doing a lot of go ahead and rope-a-dope a little bit or something.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was reading the Houston Chronicle as a Houstonian that likes being in the know will do. And a couple of days ago, I came across this new venture that apparently is popping up in 3 Texas cities.
Okay.
It is a ride-share service with armed drivers. So it's basically like Uber or Lyft, but your driver got that thing on. Yes, sir. It's called Black Wolf. It's a small ride. Why y'all laughing?
Is this real?
That sounds like a Texas
I am reading this from the Houston Chronicle.
That sounds like a Texas thing.
Well, it's going to be here.
Wolf.
So it's a small rideshare startup and self-proclaimed people-driven business that's popped up on social media. And the idea came from one of their clients that they were transporting was supposedly caught in human trafficking. She said, create something that, keeps people safe. And I'm just like, I love the idea of like people feeling safe in the car.
Yeah.
But this is gonna go wrong, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Like
Of course it is.
There is a thing in the car in every one of the cars that you get in. Somebody's doing something stupid in there, aren't they?
I mean, I like the effort, but this is not a good idea. This is kind of like when they try to bring up teachers should be armed. It's just like, man, like I understand, the bad situations happen, and if a teacher was armed, it could prevent, some bad things. but
even doing math on like how many of the bad things are going to pop up versus like just more good things. Like I'm not even doing the math on that. This is simply, oh, I can see how that goes wrong, right? Like we're all in the same place on seeing how that goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I don't hate a lot of things, but the one thing I hate, especially around this place for our job, and I'm talking to Odyssey, is these freaking two-factor login process.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. So this had nothing to do with y'all. Reggie is off the hook now since he's not a producer. And so we have a process of uploading our podcast now. And it's a new system. And they just added that two-factor login process. It's just like, man, y'all making me take more time uploading the podcast for the people, man.
So the people need it as soon as possible.
They started it today. I logged in.
Where?
This ain't got nothing to do with you.
Oh, okay.
This
I don't
is
know. It
more
might.
producer.
It might.
Eventually.
It might because they're trying to.
Unless you upload your own stuff with this system, then it will.
Well, the reason why I say it might, Fig, is the companies do the two-factor authentication to make sure that people can't hack in or at least make it harder. And I've seen the way that Lopez clicks on things in his email.
Hey.
They might have been like, hey man, we don't trust these dudes to not pick up a virus or something. Authenticate everything, man.
Yeah, but man, I hate that. And look, I understand for the emails because you don't want nobody hacking the emails, stuff like this. Who trying to hack into the podcast system?
I'm gonna upload fake podcasts.
Yeah. Like who doing that?
I'm gonna do a bogus podcast.
Yeah, so I had to stop here. I had to jump on my phone to hit.
They send you the code.
Yeah,
and all that.
I'm just like, man, come on now. Y'all making it hard, man.
Well,
hey,
the world we live in.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh yeah, by the way, I got to update my password.
See, now that's the one that gets me.
I feel like I just did that.
That's the one that gets me.
Now I got 6 days.
They do it like every 60 days or whatever.
How safe are we really if I can't remember my password?
It feel like 15 days.
Yeah. All right, Figgy. I'm talking to you on this one because you gave me the hardest time. I hate to admit it. I have to confess.
Okay.
I'm going to see Christmas lights tonight.
Hey!
So this is Christmas.
It's the worst.
No, it's not.
You gotta do it after Thanksgiving. But when you get free tickets to zoo lights at the Houston Zoo, you go. Right?
You going with the grandkids? You going to grandkids, right?
Yeah.
See,
you gotta go.
Yeah,
gotta go. But yeah, it just feels dirty.
But it's not Christmas because
it's not Christmas.
Thanksgiving hasn't hit yet.
Yes, you got to put the lights up after Thanksgiving. But I'll make an exception tonight. Zoo Lights is awesome. By the way, unsolicited endorsement here. It's fantastic.
Zoo Lights is awesome, and also they pretty much deck out their whole field with all type of Christmas lights and all that stuff. It's a nice little date night, man. If you want to just kind of go get out the house a little bit, just walk around. It's super cool.
By the way, I'm out of the game, as you well know, for decades. But the zoo is a great first date place.
Oh, I was wondering what you were talking about. I was like, on lights? You out of the game on lights? But it took me a second.
I'm out of the game on dating.
Yes, you are married. Correct. Well, although that ain't stopped some people.
because you don't have to like sit there for dinner and make you're going watching at the zoo.
To me, I feel like that's cooler than like trying to go to a museum.
Yeah.
Because some people do museums for a first date. I'd rather go to a zoo.
Yeah.
Zoo is a fun place.
Yeah, museum, you be sitting there fronting like you all interested in whatever happened in 1682. Like, I don't give a damn about this king or queen, whoever it was.
I can feel the artist's pain in the
What do you see in this work?
That's a lot.
Oh, this is interesting. Oh my goodness. So they had the war here in Come on, man. You trying to get the draws, dog.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh wow, 832 said Zoo Lights was their first day with their ex-wife.
Okay, well it doesn't always work.
I don't know if that's an endorsement or not.
It doesn't always work.
I don't know how that works. But
I didn't say it was 100%.
I mentioned the Uber with that thing on you. I thought that I might see the downside of that when I went to go get some gas.
Oh no!
Yesterday, and I pulled up, and it was long lines at this gas station, and that factors in because two cars thought.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
And so you had that classic, somebody was backing in, someone was, driving forward in, and neither of them wanted to acquiesce and let the other one have the pump. And I was like, oh, it's about to go down.
It's on.
Thankfully, it didn't, because like one was like a family. I think both of them were like South Asian folks, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know, like, is it gonna be fisticuffs or what happens?
Yeah.
But I didn't hear anything. But I saw a whole bunch of stern looks, and thankfully that's as far as it went. But we have heard that things can get testy.
Oh yeah.
At them fuel pumps. I thought I was about to see it go down in that moment. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. This is different.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the worst feeling, being in a situation you are now a part of.
Yeah.
And look
What do I
around
do?
and you be like, oh, it's about to go down.
Yeah.
Not just like a little fight, but like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like, do I need to duck and hide? That's scary.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I think my wife and her family have a real issue with my sense of humor. So sometimes I joke around, but I always have a serious face. I don't know what that means. So you know how you kind of joke around and you laugh a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't really do that. Sometimes I just make a short little comment.
Yeah.
And they just be like, oh, Edward is so wrong for that.
Yeah.
And they just like hold it over my head. I'm like, it wasn't even that funny.
Yeah.
Like, it was just a comment in passing. So this is, I'm going to name a couple things that happened where they still hold it over my head. So my wife, we was walking through Target's Park, and it was an outfit sitting there. And for those who don't know, my wife is on the plus size. And this outfit was small. It was clearly geared to her.
Why'd you do this?
Skinny.
Why'd you do this?
And she
do it.
And she
Don't
picked
tell
it
me.
up. She said, "This is cute." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, look like your size." It just kept going. She was laughing at the time, but she was so mad.
Yeah.
She like that ain't even the point. I just said it was cute.
You had to do that.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? That's an off limits joke. Even that's an off limits.
We
joke.
kind of joke.
Wait, and
around.
Lopez is saying it's off limits?
Yes.
Wow.
About your girl's size?
Yeah, we kind of joke around like that.
I
but-
hope.
Yeah, and then it was.
You did say that you got food poisoning one time she cooked, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put some things together. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, it was another time too, and this I wasn't even talking about them. This, I guess, another kind of plus size joke. But I do the photo booth thing, and often this is one thing I hate when people do. It be somebody that's a little bigger.
Yeah.
They come over to me ready to take a picture. Can you make me look skinny?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, come on. Like, how am I? Like, I ain't got that type of magic.
Wow.
And so they, they would take a picture, and they'd look at the picture, and they'd be like, oh, no, you know what? I look kind of fat. Let me try it again.
Yeah.
And then they'll turn like 6 inches to the side. Like, oh, that's better. And I made the comment, not to them, but to my wife. I was explaining this to her. I'm like, yeah, turning 6 inches. Now you look. And they just think I'm just a total a-hole.
The weight stuff is that's a tough one, man.
Yeah, but sometimes, man, people be sounding so silly, man, when they say stuff like, oh, can you make me look skinny? Like,
They know they're just trying to have a little fun.
Or they let me put my shirt down because I look fat. I'm like, oh, okay, you put your shirt down.
Yeah,
Now
problem
it's-
solved.
Yeah, problem solved. So they just think I was being an a-hole.
832 said that makes them like you more. So there you go. You have supporters in that. That's Lunchtime Confessions here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the world of sports and see if you buy or sell what these various sports figures are trying to put in front of you. We'll talk about it next.
All right, we are.
introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Clinic.com, themensclinic.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just want to remind you again that the drive will have on John Mechie, another one of my Nigerian brethren. 2:15 is when you'll hear from John Mechie with Clint and Ron.
I forgot he was Nigerian.
Honestly, I saw the flag on the back of his helmet during the Lions game, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. And that reminded me, and then, of course, Indy Kalu made mention of it earlier. Appreciate him for joining us. In fact, in the next segment, we'll go behind enemy lines. We'll hear from Brian Broaddus of 105 Through the Fan up in Dallas to get a little bit of insight into the Cowboys before the Texans face off against them. But right now, we got some various people or things that have been said in sports. We'll find out if we buy or sell what they're telling us.
Yeah, buy or sell. I'm going to start with this one first, because it was just on the screen. So he was asked if he wants to play next season. And he said, I think so, yeah. Aaron Rodgers was asked about next season, and he said, I think so, yeah. You buying that? Is he going to play next season?
Well, is he going to play next season, or does he think he's going to play next season? I think are different.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he does think he's going to play next season, but that's right now. Aaron Rodgers he seems to me like a dude that plans his life about a month in advance.
Yeah.
Like he's one of those dudes that you know the guys that are the folks that work like a service job where they put up the schedule every 2 weeks at a time, and they live their lives 2 weeks at a time. That's how it feels like Aaron Rodgers is. I don't know that Aaron Rodgers has his plan for his next vacation.
I can see him retiring, hanging it up during training camp.
Like
right before training camp.
Yeah,
and just throw a whole organization off.
The answer just is what got me, because like if I asked you, Reggie, hey, you going to Zoo Lights tonight, and you said, I think so. Yeah, that's a no.
You do have to operate that way.
That's a no.
You do have to operate.
I think so. Yeah.
Or just imagine you ask, "Hey Reggie, are you coming back to do the show ever again?" Yeah, I think so.
I don't like how I'm being targeted here because I feel like I'm the one on this show most likely to give that kind of answer.
I think so.
But oftentimes, if I say I think so, it really does mean I think so. It's just we'll have to figure that out later.
Yeah.
But
so you buying? You're both.
I'll sell it. You know what? I'll sell it. He's not coming back, man. That thing fell apart so quick.
He ain't coming back. I'm selling as well. Figure you?
I'm buying it.
You're buying it?
Yeah, I think so.
He just can't quit.
I think he's gonna try one more time.
Yeah. All right, buy or sell. Let's get D'Amico on the buy or sell block here.
Welcome to the show, D'Amico.
Welcome. So this is what he said about Titus, and was Titus taking the ball away from C.J. Stroud?
With that play, it was to start the play, we had an issue with the cadence. We all weren't on the same page with the cadence. Guy got off the ball quick. We were late off the ball, and they were able to get the sack on CJ. And I'm not sure what happened. From my perspective, it looked like Titus was just trying to make sure he held CJ, and it's just something that he wasn't trying to take the ball. I would say, if you're speculating there, he wasn't trying to take the football. He's just trying to protect CJ.
Wasn't trying to take the ball. You buying that or selling that?
I buy that. I've been one of the.
You've been adamant about it.
I have been adamant. He wasn't trying to take the ball. Now he did, and that's bad enough, right? That is bad enough that you actually did it. You had a problem on the play. You end up being way out of position. You kind of give up, and then you're like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hold this man up. I'm just gonna hold him up. And then you strip the football. That's terrible. I don't think he was trying to, though. Like there was enough incompetence on the play that we don't have to then take it to the furthest extent that he was actively trying to take the ball from his quarterback.
Yeah, I'm buying it too.
You guys are suckers.
I just don't understand. Like, if that was the plan in Titus Howard's head, all away from the quarter, I buy it.
I'm stuck on the double take that happened when the ball actually popped out. Because if he was trying to take the football out, when the ball pops out,
you couldn't grab it.
You don't have that. Wait, what happened? Like you could almost see it on the TV copy that his head just goes like, whoa, what just happened?
I am selling it because partially because of what you said. It didn't. I don't think he was taking the ball, except that he took the ball. But here's the other part. I think his intention was to hold up. C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
And then in the course of that, he said, well, screw it. This is my chance. Because he literally, and I've told you this a couple times, he had his hands on C.J.'s arms or whatever, and then he turned them and, squeezed down on the ball. That's trying to take the ball in my book. So I am selling.
The beautiful part about this, buy or sell, is no matter whether you say buy or sell, we can all agree that was nonsense.
That was nonsense.
That was absolutely, on national TV, that's embarrassing.
Yes. Sunday Night Football.
In front of everybody.
Only game in town.
Not only did you get beat, but you ended up stripping your quarterback.
Yeah, everybody saw it. Everybody saw it.
And he got pummeled on Twitter.
There's no way it gets to anywhere near butt fumble, right? But is that something this is something that people are going to remember, right? This is going to be memed.
This would have been on not top 10 plays of Sports Center.
For sure.
Oh man, we really have been things have been taken from us as a society.
I'm just glad we lived through it.
Man, I miss not top 10.
What was that one? Was it Lit Up? No, it was
Jacked Up.
Jacked Up.
Yeah, no, we with our new sensibilities and stuff, jacked up just can't exist in our current era.
Or he probably would have been on, come on, man.
Come on, man. Actually,
man.
I need to. Come on, man. Is Monday Night Football?
He absolutely would have been on that.
He might be on there.
I need to go back to Monday Night Football's broadcast and see if they did that. Well,
come on, man.
If they're still doing
the ball from your quarterback.
Yeah. All right, buy or sell. So let's talk about the Astrodome Conservancy.
Here we go.
All right, I did some homework on this. I did some work on this last night, just kind of following up. And then, so Phoebe Tudor, who I mentioned yesterday, who heads up the Astrodome Conservancy, actually answered some questions about this. I guess it was during or late in our show, but she answered some questions and said that her plan, which, by the way, did not get any endorsement or support from Harris County, the rodeo, or the Texans, just as I said yesterday. She said it can still, quote, stand alone even without that support.
Houseway.
That this plan can stand alone, even if the three most important tenants there
and supposedly
don't support it.
Supposedly who you're doing this for in some ways?
Exactly, yeah. She said, I can stand alone. What? I think you know my answer.
Yeah, I'm selling.
You're selling, Mortimer.
Well, that's
ridiculous.
I still have just not been able to get past you got renderings and all these things, but the actual pitch does not make sense.
No.
Well, what we're going to do is we're just going to, separate it into 4 things in there, and it's a whole bunch of revenue generating space. What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that?
Nobody say that.
Well, we're just going to make money in there.
Yeah.
How?
Like, no duh. No duh.
So we're all selling.
Yes.
100%.
You know what I can't get over? And I didn't even think about this until this morning. Like the fact that they had these nice round numbers. It's $1 billion to do it. And we've raised $3 million. Have you? And by the way, I wouldn't be bragging about raising $3 million already or having commitments or whatever. That's the equivalent of me saying, I would like to raise $100,000, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I got $300 so far.
We're cooking.
Yeah.
That's the percentage.
Cooking with grease.
Yeah.
Or, hey, I need $100, but I got 10 cents. I got 10 cents.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. You know, so I feel like we got to be.
It's $1 billion. Hey, man, we got commitments for $3 million.
We didn't start it.
Right. Got to start somewhere. All right. How about this? Caleb Williams, been in the news a little bit. He spoke yesterday, and he said that he thinks, quote, he has full support from teammates.
Ooh, that's a sell.
Sell.
I mean,
full support from teammates.
And maybe you have full support in certain instances, like where folks want you to be the best human that you can be and all those. But as far as, man, you don't get as far as this being reported that players went to the coach to try and get you out your job without there being a lack of full support.
Yeah.
Like that does not happen where people are like, yo, we went to go get that man benched.
For a guy that I don't even know nothing about that guy they was trying to get to start.
Yeah.
Like, man.
Bages one of those dudes at one point, and he was like, this is better than we thought it would be, right? Like, this is not terrible.
Yeah.
That's Tyson Bagent.
Yeah.
I'm selling this too, man. Like, I almost said the Cowboys. I almost went Reggie.
Look, the helmet's here.
I know.
The helmet's here. We're going to donate the proceeds to a good cause. Go ahead and get your dollar in there.
Chicago was that love fest team this all season.
Yeah, they were.
So it wasn't like an up-and-coming team or anything. Like, they had some standards. People had them winning over 10 games for some damn reason.
Yeah.
And they're playing like this. Those players came there to win. So, it don't surprise me at all.
Also, on top of this, they're not going to tell you that they don't have your full support, though.
No, exactly. That's why I'm
Hey, Caleb, I'm not supporting you.
Hey, do I got your support? Sure.
That would be wild, though.
Sure.
That would be wild, though, if the active starting quarterback of a team, somebody was like, nah, dog.
I can't support you, man. We talk behind each other backs.
Yeah.
That's how it go.
Exactly.
Like adults.
Couple more NFL ones here, buying or selling. Anthony Richardson said that he is, quote, low-key glad that he got benched.
I'm going to be the sucker here. I'm buying it.
You could really pick up on all the intricacies of learning after he was benched.
I mean, he just hadn't played nearly enough football. And yes, you could say, and you're probably right in saying, hey, man, just knowing the things that you're supposed to do on a daily basis, you should have. You were sitting there watching various quarterbacks quarterbacks do that. Last year, after he got hurt, like seeing them kind of go through the process, and that's what having a veteran player in that locker room should do for you. But sometimes, in the same way that you need a players-only meeting to jar folks into that space, seems like that man needed a level of jarring into it. Is that going to go well for them? Probably not, right? Yeah. It's probably not a good sign that he needed that. That's the opportunity. But he seems to be, at least in life, like in a good headspace. And so the idea that, oh wow, yeah, I was not doing the things the way that I needed to. Yeah. And so sitting for a couple of weeks and getting a better perspective, that helps. Are they actually going to be good? Oh no, no.
Yeah, I'm buying this too, because I feel like he probably had a wake up type of moment. Like, damn, I need to get myself together. This could have easily been taken away from me. Yeah, taken away from me. So. Yeah, maybe I needed this to possibly get in shape. I don't even know if he's in shape or what for him trying to, patting his head to need a breather. Yeah. So maybe this was a wake-up call for him to get benched so he can maybe, suck a little more, I guess.
I think you both make good points there, but I am going to sell simply. This strikes me as like something bad happens in your life and your mama tells you, you know what, it'll probably end up being for the best.
Trust the process, baby.
Yeah.
Trust the process.
And you're like, I don't feel that right now.
979 says Anthony Richardson is too dumb to lie about it. I'm buying it. That's tough.
Damn.
He's not dumb. He's not good.
That's not what the 979.
But he's not
the 5 energy fan line. That's what they said, though.
Yeah. You want me to do another quick one real quick?
If you'd like to.
Just real quick, because I know we got to get to Brian Broaddus. But Giants general manager Joe Shane says the Giants are, quote, not far off from winning. They're not far. They're close. They're right there, Figgy. They're right there.
Selling, Mortimer. Well, that's ridiculous.
Like winning an individual game?
I don't know. Yes. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Are you talking about some Daryl Morey winning?
Yeah.
We actually won.
We actually won.
Yeah, if you look at this box score and you squint and you turn it to the left.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go behind the enemy lines, talk to Brian Broaddus, 105 through the Fan in Dallas, get a little insight into the Cowboys before the Monday Night Football game. We'll do it next.
Thursday.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. band who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Thursday. Let's go behind enemy lines now and welcome in a Super Bowl winning scout. He's now Drive up in Dallas on 105 through the fan called the G-Bag Nation. His name is Brian Broaddus. Broaddus, what's happening, my man?
Reggie, John, great to be with you boys.
Man, it's good to have you on, and I'm not gonna waste any time. We're really excited for this Monday night game, but this offensive line for the Texans has had its issues up and down this season. And so the one thing that I'm super concerned about is Micah Parsons, man who wears 11. I'm interested for you. I know that in his past he's moved around a lot, kind of lined up in that A-gap, various things. Is Mike Zimmer continuing to move him around, or is he been a little bit more stationary this year?
Yeah, Reg, we finally got him back. He was dealing with the high ankle sprain that he suffered against the Giants. So, last week was really the first opportunity that Mike had him back in the lineup. They did some really creative things to get pressure on the Philadelphia Eagles up front with getting him and Overshown and involved in some double A gap blitzes, some twist stuff. Just trying to do movement to kind of cause some problems that way. After watching your guys' tape, the Texans tape, I'm kind of looking at some of those games. I'm looking at what Green Bay did. I'm looking at some of the other opponents you had that have kind of attacked the middle of the pocket for you guys. So that's kind of where I think this game is going to hinge a little bit for the Cowboys when it comes to how much pressure they're going to be able to get on the Texans. And your quarterback there has done really far as with his ability to hang in there and make throws, and he wants to step into his throws. And so attacking the middle of the pocket, that's kind of where I think Dallas is going to have to live in this game. And Micah Parsons and Overshown and Oso Digizua, those guys are going to have to be a part of that.
Well, that speaks directly to the Texans' offensive line, which has been, probably the biggest story here in Houston all season long. Now they've moved on from Kenyon Green. He got injured, and they were probably going to move on anyway. But that's not a cure-all based on what we saw with their run blocking. What are you seeing from the Texans' offensive line?
Yeah, I think that with the Texans, it's kind of funny when I was and I have the utmost respect with Joe Mixon. I think that they've done a nice job with the additions that they've made, and trying to help and get the skill around. It's kind of funny that this team seems to run better going to its left outside than it does its right. And so, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm kind of looking at, okay, the film's telling me this. You got Laramie Tunsil over there. I don't think you guys block particularly well at tight end. I think that's been a problem, some point of attack, tight end problems there. But, it seems like to me that if you want to try and contain Joe Mixon, you got to do it coming off your defensive right side because, if he gets to the edge, he is going to make some plays that way. Where the run stuffs have happened, have been off that right side. They just don't seem to get him going like they need to over there. But still, very capable back. Dallas has had problems with backs that are physical, backs that break tackles. Particularly well, the last two times out, they've done a little bit better in that regard. With dealing with Saquon Barkley, the quarterback run has really hurt them. But as far as I think where the Cowboys, as we were talking about, John, where the Cowboys are going to have to make some hay is, can you find a way to get some pressure throwing against your passing attack? They have to worry. They absolutely have to worry about Mixon, running the football. But I kind of feel like, though, if you say, okay, hey, if we could be good off this right side, and that's been a little bit of a problem for the Cowboys because some of their edges haven't, really been set all that well. You run into the boundary there, and and Diggs, is not always wanted to be the best tackler. Their linebacker play has been better. They've overrun some plays outside too. So, yeah, the Texans have to feel like that they can run the football in this game, but the Cowboys have got to feel like, listen, if we can kind of bottle this thing up and kind of force him, away from the strength of where they're running, that's going to be their plan for this one.
We're talking to Brian Broaddus right here on the hotline, and Broaddus, you went exactly where I was about to go because I wanted to ask. I know that this Cowboys team, they brought in Mike Zimmer as a defensive coordinator in hopes that they could kind of find a level of discipline. And it feels like Joe Mixon does a great job bouncing out of the lane into open space. How has this defense been, this Cowboys defense that the Texans are going up to face? How have they been with discipline and keeping, not letting their eyes fool them? Because it feels like Joe Mixon can get you on that.
Oh, no, Joe Mixon can absolutely get you on that, Reggie. And you mentioned about the ball lately has been with these quarterbacks that, some of what they call that RPO stuff, the run pass option. If a quarterback is willing to pull the ball and then, and take it to the edge, Dallas has had some problems there, and that's where, they really don't run the ball. Teams don't try and run the ball inside. It's always been on the edge. I mean, Dallas is one of the worst in the league when it comes to defending edge runs. And a lot of it has to do with some of the quarterback play where, last week, especially with Jalen Hurts, it wasn't, Saquon Barkley that killed him in the game. It was Jalen Hurts. And, Dallas gets, Dallas is in a coverage situation where they have 4 guys against 3, and, they don't have anybody accounted for the quarterback. And now it's out the back door. It's a 24-yard run. That was a real problem with Dallas. They play with some young linebackers. Overshown is extremely aggressive in the way he plays. Leofau is aggressive in the way he plays. They've overrun some plays. They've had some opportunities to make some plays for 2 and 3 yard gains, but then they overrun the play, and then the next it's an 8 or 9 yard gain. So, yeah, Dallas has got to be well aware of if Stroud at all wants to try and pull a ball and then maybe pop a run on you, because Dallas just has not been very disciplined in that aspect.
Well, even if the Cowboys can do some things defensively, they still have to do some things offensively against a pretty darn good Texans defense. And I know a lot of people see where Cooper Rush and this Cowboys offense can get going, but what would be their plan of attack or their ideas?
They really don't have a plan of attack. That's the problem. And I say that with all seriousness. I mean, they really don't. Even with Dak Prescott, there's been some issues with the offensive line. The one thing the Texans can do is the Texans are going to play. They're going to play nickel defense against you. They're going to play with all those. They're going to play with their defensive backs. They're going to play with a little bit of cushion, but they're going to dare you to throw the ball underneath, and then they're going to rally and tackle you. And that's, and they've got an outstanding pass rush. When you look at Anderson, and then you look at Hunter, and they've even get some pass rush from their, settling those guys inside a defensive tackle. So, Dallas is going to have their hands full trying to protect Cooper Rush or Trey Lance in this football game. The problem that the Cowboys have, they don't create a lot of separation in the wide receiver area. That's been a big problem. And again, you got a ball hawking safety, there with the Texans with Bullock. I mean, I remember watching him at USC, and being super impressed with him and the way I felt like here's a corner that's kind of playing as a free safety. And at USC, he made a lot of plays there. So they've got guys that can cover. They're going to blitz you on third down. The key for the Cowboys, if Dallas doesn't win in this game on early downs, if they don't win on first or second down, they're going to lose this game by a lot. Yeah. And that's a big problem. And defensively, they can do some things, we walk through, but they get wore down. Probably happen again, this week. But yeah, this is probably the best defense that the Cowboys have faced so far this year.
We're talking to Brian Broaddus of Dallas's 105.3 The Fan, Super Bowl winning scout, great football mind, as you can tell. And Broaddus, the starting quarterback, QB1 for this Dallas team, is lost for the season in Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why the Cowboys don't play Trey Lance over Cooper Rush? Because I understand Cooper Rush is the guy that is ahead on the depth chart, but it just doesn't make sense that you don't turn to Trey.
No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't, but they still believe, and I've sat in that chair, for 13 years where you still believe you can win, and you still have hope. Where, we're on the radio now talking about that Dallas really doesn't have any hope offensively. They really, really don't. And, and it's the quarterback play. But, even when Dak Prescott was in there, they were struggling things offensively. They were struggling. So, yeah, but to answer your question, if you really wanted to throw Houston a wrench in this game, you come out and you play a college offense. You'd put Trey Lance in there, and you'd run a lot of RPO stuff, and you'd make them have to play with discipline. You'd make them have to deal with a quarterback, some design quarterback runs, things like that. Because, like I say, the Texans get you throwing the ball, you're in trouble. And that's Cooper Rush. Last week, they weren't throwing the ball down the field. When he came to the game against Atlanta, at least they took some shots down the field. Last week, it was like, they're throwing the ball at the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage, 3 yards, there was just no passing game at all. So, if you really want to say, okay, well, how could you make things difficult on Houston? Run a college offense against them and see if they prepared against a quarterback that's willing to carry the ball, 12, 13 times in this game.
And the chances that they actually do that are
0.
Hey, Brian,
but it's the way. No, it's the way. I mean, honestly, you're in trouble the rest of the season. I mean, Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin aren't going to come walking through that door. So now, the one thing that we could say here about Mike Zimmer, he got really creative of how to try and stop the Philadelphia Eagles, and he did some really, really good things. Now, you guys struggle inside with your offensive line, and there's times where you could sit there and you could walk Howard back into the quarterback. If Dallas, but can Dallas take advantage of maybe your quarterback dropping the ball in the pocket or throwing an interception? Could they take advantage of it, move the ball? No, they really can't. I mean, this is going to be a big problem. So if you're going to try and do what you've done, say, the last several weeks and play offense the way you have, then this is not going to be a football game.
I'm curious more from a bigger picture perspective here. Obviously, this all leads to Mike McCarthy and his very tenuous grasp of that job. And I know the Cowboys brand and the Cowboys popularity and even among people in football, it's just something that is an attractive thing. But I also know that most potential coaches, the first thing they look at is the roster. I want that job. Is this an attractive job from the roster perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you say how many untouchable players there are, maybe there's somewhere between 8 and 10, and I think everything else is kind of up for debate. But, yeah, I mean, listen, I worked in that organization for 13 years in the front office. The one thing I do know about Jerry Jones, if you're a head coach, and I also worked in Green Bay where Mike McCarthy came from, where Mike McCarthy and Green Bay really had no say in the personnel. So if you're a coach that comes to the Dallas Cowboys, whether you're a first-year coach or Bill Belichick, you're going to have say in personnel. You're going to have the ability to say, hey, I would like this guy. I would like that guy. And Jerry will listen to you. So, if you're a coach and you're looking at the situation, and I always remember what Sean Payton told me one time. He said, hey, Broadus, let me tell you this. You coach this football team, they know your name in China. Everywhere else, they don't know your name. But they know your name in China when you're coaching this team. So, yeah, it's a world-renowned kind of a deal, but in the notoriety, and that some of the pressure is real on that. But you can come in here as a coach and do what you need to do. Now, do you have to deal with a general manager that talks after the game and talks on our station twice a week? You absolutely do. But this still is a job. This team's going to have a lot of high draft picks. They do draft well. I mean, 2 years ago they didn't draft well, but they traditionally draft pretty well. So I think you can turn this thing around pretty quick that way if you're a new coach coming in.
Broadus, I don't know airway trying to like entice away the offensive coordinator of this team. We might have some issues down here, but I don't like you coming and trying to steal the coordinator. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if Dallas has the guts to interview a kid like that, to be honest with you. I mean, I really don't. I mean, this has been an organization in the past that tends to go and, they tried a Jason Garrett, but Jason Garrett was, on the staff and they knew him from the Super Bowl era and all that. I don't know. This might have to turn into a coach that has skins on the wall. I will say you had a coach down there one time in Mike Vrabel that might take an opportunity to get this job, but that's the kind of vision I think that they'll have right now is, but I'll tell you one damn thing, whoever this head coach is, I want to know who your offensive line coach is. I want to know who your defensive coordinator is. I want to know who your OC is going to be because I'm going to vet all those guys too. That's the problem. You look at the situation around the league and it is about a head coach and then the coordinators and the offensive line coach and those guys. Those guys all make differences in these games on a weekly basis. And, I'm not going to sit there and settle for, hey, I'm bringing in my buddy guy to coach the offensive line. Those days are over around here, I believe.
Broadus, we feel you on that offensive line coach thing. We feel you heavy. Broadus, I appreciate you so much for your insight and your time. It's Brian Broadus, 105 Through the Fan. Thank you, my man.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Yes, there he goes. Super Bowl winning scout, and you hear it. You hear it in the work that he puts in. But he hosts the afternoon show there up at 105 Through the Fan, and you hear the just the amount of done that he is.
Sure.
So just another reason why the Texans absolutely need to go out there and handle business on Monday night. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we turn it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, man. Moments you felt old. 713-572-4610. Let me know a moment in your life where you knew it was over. Like that's a wrap. I'm washed. I got some examples of that too.
We'll do that next.
All right. Let's talk about ability trees. Had an interesting conversation.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Hi.
Have you heard? Your favorite sports talk in town is live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone having a good day so far. And before we get to our what's making us feel so old and when you knew it was over, I just want to give a quick little health update to my guy DJ Mr. Rogers. Yeah. So he's a good dude from Houston, DJ all over the place around the city. He actually had a brain tumor in his he had a tumor in his brain, and he gave us an update on his Instagram, and I just want to show him some love.
Go time? It's go time. That's my barber, Sonny. He's laughing because he gets to cut off this beautiful hair. Why is that? Because I have a brain tumor that has to get removed. Well, it just got removed. That's why we're talking right now. But that was my mom. She came to take care of me. And we're at Houston Methodist Hospital. We've got the greatest neurology department in the world. They say if you get sick somewhere, it's good to get sick in Houston. Anyway, Dr. David Baskin diagnosed me earlier this year. I realized I was going blind. I wasn't able to see anything, and my vision was getting bad. And I've really been a terrible DJ this whole year because I haven't been myself. And got to go to the doctor, guys. Just want to put that out there. Glad I did. Here I am in recovery. Surgery was a success. It's my physical therapist making sure all my functions are functioning, and seem to be getting up on my own strength here and all that. And I finally started walking. Neuro ICU has been a blessing to me, but thankful to everyone who's been reaching out, all your prayers and concerns and everything. Hopefully get back out there soon. And shout out to the greatest nurse in the world. My dog Candace came through for me. I should see y'all soon. Thanks for the prayers and wishes. Love all y'all.
Hey, salute to DJ Mr. Rogers, man.
Shout out, man.
That's a scary moment, man. Like I'm sure nobody ever want to get any news like that. And when I seen the video, it kind of got to me a little bit because he's a good dude, man. I seen him out and about. It was a couple times I went to Prospect Park, and he was just setting up. And I'm like, is that DJ Mr. Rogers? I'm like, dang. I'm like, he just setting up like he's just a normal person.
Because he is, man.
He sat there and said what's up and all that stuff. So.
That's dope, man. And, I mean, look, you could tell the appreciation that he has within him. Man, he started shouting out the nurse, which, again, nurses do important work, but that's not who you would imagine gets the shout out on the video, but that's the appreciation level that he has. And he was right about one thing in a very big way. I'm sure he was right about more things, but in a big way, there's no better place to need a little bit of medical attention than this fine city of Houston, man.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Man, that's one of the things that we are really blessed with, and so I'm glad that DJ Mr. Rogers is on the up and up, man.
Yeah, man. Get well soon. Salute to you, and keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. All right, so this I'm gonna call this like I guess a washaterior Thursday segment, man, because it's a lot of. I feel like it's a lot of people watching. I'm gonna go through some audio, and somebody ain't got it no more.
When they lost their fastball,
yeah. When they lost their fastball, when they looking kind of old, feeling kind of old. I'm gonna go through a couple things that make me feel old.
I feel like I'm going to check a lot of these boxes.
Probably so. So me personally, what made me feel old is when it's my right knee. I thought it was it's my right knee. Sound like I'm crunching the bag of chips every time I move it up and down.
Yeah, for me, left ankle, man, it don't stop popping. You know how sometimes like when you get injured, like I play a lot of basketball, so the sprained ankle happens, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, well, you hear that pop or whatever in that ankle, but eventually it gets back to being cool. When it don't bounce back no more, like that, the pop is just a part of my ankle. I roll my ankle and you'll hear a pop. It happens.
Yeah, every time I move my knee up and down, like
you can feel the little crunches in there.
Yeah.
Little bone.
It freaks my wife out every time I do
mine's
it.
my left as well.
Yeah, and my body always hurt no matter what. Like it just always hurt. What's that shirt? That bad body work shirt. Yeah. my back and body hurts.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Seeing classmates who kids are in high school or graduate high school.
It's incredible because I remember that from the other side when you get like the aunt or the uncle or someone like family friend. It's like, oh my gosh, you so big, and you're like, this is the weirdest thing. And then you find yourself doing like, oh, you remember I used to carry, I used to be this, and you're like, oh, this is how it happens.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
I had a homeboy I went to high school with. I'm still cool with him to this day, and he called me out the blue, and he was like, yeah, just checking on you. Yeah, like. Yeah, I have to take him to work.
Oh gosh.
I'm like, what?
Boy, take him to work.
Yeah, I'm like, what? And then he says, we were in high school when I remember when he first had him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro, he already graduated.
Yeah,
and he doing the same thing we doing, pretty much working like grown ups.
I've lost count of the number of athletes that I cover now whose parents I covered.
Ooh, that one's tough. That one gets us a lot in the sports.
Yeah.
In the sports for sure is like when you're just like, oh yeah, I remember him. Junior. Wait, what?
I talked to your dad when I when I was working at the Chronicle.
And then coming into the game, Frank Gore Jr. Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly.
TJ Ford Jr. You like, wait, what? I remember watching your pop.
Asante Samuel Jr. What?
You can go down a long list. I got a bunch of those.
Or even the fun ones, because like the junior is real obvious. When you get like, yeah, that's what's the guy? Horn?
Joe Horn?
Yeah, but not Joe Horn. His son.
J.C. Horn.
Yeah, J.C. Horn. You're like, J.C. Horn. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, yeah, I watched your daddy play.
Yes, exactly.
So it's like you go through the whole process and you're like, oh, man.
Or the Boozer twins.
Oh,
I'm just like, oh, man. Weird. DeJuan Wagner Jr. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So, it's get crazy. And the last one for me personally, man, this past Halloween, I seen some kids dress up in my era for Halloween.
Oh yeah, the 2000s trend,
like,
and somebody they put the Band-Aid on their eye like they Nelly, and you're like, what?
A long jersey backwards. I'm like, why y'all mocking my
What's
era,
worse is when they're like, yeah, this is the 2000s. And they dress up the era. We're old enough to where the eras that we grew up with, they're getting it wrong.
There does come a point where you're actually kind of glad, like your feeling changes. Like a lot of kids these days have 80s parties and stuff, and that was my era, and I'm like, damn right, that was the best era.
But I bet you're also critiquing them like, that wasn't no 80s, that's 70s. Why are you wearing an afro? That was the wrong era.
Yeah, but that's the part that get me.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was about to say, someone else mentioned, and I wanted to get this in. When I'm sitting down and I have to get up, make that grunt noise where you just,
automatic.
Sitting down or getting up, there is a noise that we made.
Yeah.
Involuntary, mind you.
It's kind of been a struggle with the new crib because we have an upstairs. And so get downstairs and realize, oh, I left my stuff upstairs.
That's terrible.
And I'm like, dang, now I got to take my time and go up the stairs. Yeah, I'm like, dang, man.
Well, we are on the radio, and someone did mention hearing bands that you used to like being like on classic stations.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I usually get that on a classic hip-hop station. You hear like a current Jay-Z song, you're like, wait a minute.
Quote-unquote current?
Yeah. I'm like, well, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah. Life comes at you quick.
Yeah, so speaking of old, I don't have any grandparents anymore outside of my wife's nana.
Got you.
And so I kind of want to get y'all to, I don't know, Reggie, I don't know if you got some grandparents left, but I want to introduce y'all to a young lady. I want to call her young because
there goes Figgy again.
All right,
I know, man. That's why my in-laws can't stay. But it's a lady by the name of Bernice Burgos. She's a video vixen. She's been around since the 2000s.
Video vixen.
Yeah, Lopez.
That's the job, Lopez.
Hey, that's the old school way of saying IG model.
That is a claim to fame, buddy.
Yep. So she was on the Joe Budden podcast, and mind you, she is a grandmother now.
Yeah.
At the age of 44.
Oh, might make sense. Her name is Bernice. It
Yep.
like that.
Yep. And if you look at her, she looks good. She looks great.
She sure does.
And this is her.
What?
She does.
Yeah, no, she looks really good.
Yeah.
How would you feel if your grandmother was talking like this when it comes to men?
But if you know the little small things and you say, babe, here's $500, go and get yourself some more panties. How you know I need some? Oh, I checked your drawer. You know, just the little details. If I'm in the supermarket and I'm talking to you or you text me, hey, what are you doing? I'm in the supermarket, and you send me like $500, that's like, whoa. You thinking. It's just little stuff like that.
That's somebody's
Wait, Joe
grandmother,
Budden said
man.
that's what I'd be doing? All right, dog. You're not slick. I'd be concerned, and you want to know why? Who are you dealing with that's checking your drawer, your drawer to see what? That was really weird. And also, how much do women's undergarments go for?
Yeah.
He's like, here's $500 for undergarments. What do you mean?
I'm a little skeptical of this whole thing.
Really?
Yeah, because it's almost seems like dude to get $500 for groceries when she says she's going to the grocery store.
Well, I mean, it seems like
I'd have just said, like, okay, can you get me some bologna? Can you?
I don't think you're the type of dude she's looking for at this point.
That's my point. Like,
she's got a quality of life.
Yeah. Well, that's one way to put it.
She's got a certain quality of life.
That's
And now
one way to put it.
Now, she's a kind of a famous bartender in New York, too.
Mm-hmm.
So she ran I think she, I guess, allegedly dated Jaylen Brown at one point. So she's kind of in that circle.
She better be, man. Look,
for me.
I understand. Inflation is crazy nowadays. $500 at the grocery store. What are we buying?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Like, I understand you tell me $200, $300. I'm like, yeah, the price of filling up the house with groceries has definitely gone up. I understand. $500, okay. And that's just like putting something on it. That's not like, here's your whole grocery bill. This is, hey, I'm going to put a little $500 on it. What you mean?
Yeah.
Hey, that's somebody's grandma.
So what you're saying is grandma is a certain type of girl.
Yeah. I know my grandmother would give me a little sweater or something for Christmas.
So she's not knitting?
Miss Bernice not knitting nothing.
She ain't knitting nothing. She ain't watching no kids.
She's not making muffins and cookies?
Miss Bernice is not the type of grandma that's like, come in here, let me feed you. That's not the type of grandma we're talking about.
She out here in these streets. That's what she is. She out here in these streets.
Hey, shout out to Miss Bernice living her best life.
Yeah.
So I was listening to the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast with Carmelo Anthony, and I want to say
you got
Miro.
this audio?
Yeah. So he was on with Rudy Gay, and they were talking about the time where they felt old as hell playing in the league, where they felt, I don't want to say washed, but they just felt like, man, my time is up now, man.
Yeah.
This is a young man's game. And Rudy Gay actually brung up Jabari Smith Jr. and how he made him feel old, and then Carmelo kind of brung up the time where he felt old in the league.
I wanted to get away from the game the minute that one of these young start saying, was they saying like old jokes? They start saying, oh, vintage.
Vintage?
He played Houston, Jabari Smith. He had just got this. He checked in, it's like the fourth quarter. He was like, I thought you would try to come at me. I used to watch you go. I'm like, damn.
I used to watch you growing up is nuts.
I'm like, this ain't 2010.
The worst is, I didn't know you still had that. We playing Denver. This is the first time I played Denver in a long time. Go back. Michael Porter is guarding me. I catch him on like the right elbow and just like catch it, post, quick jab, go left and lay it up. He like, damn, Unc, I didn't know you still had it. I told Ron, I think I was with OKC, champ, right back. Portland. Run it again. You talking about?
That's funny.
Give me the ball.
And you know what's sad about that? The young man saying, I didn't know you still had that. That was entirely earnest, right? That is not him talking. Sure. He is not talking trash in that moment. He's just like, oh, wow, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you that you can still do that.
That's kind of like the old man at the wreck. When you be like, okay, I see you. I see you.
You drop an unk on a guy.
It's time to go when somebody call you Unc.
That's how they talk. How they knew that they were old on the 5-hour Energy fan line. 832. What makes me feel old? I just got invited to my 40th high school reunion. Hey, wow,
40.
Wow. But shout out to you, man. You still out here kicking. From the 281. This is just a general fact that made them feel old. Britney Spears' kids are 19 and 18.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one hit you, didn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, that one hit you, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then someone said they went to SFA. They played with Jeremiah Trotter. And he was drafted by the Eagles this year at a junior, I guess the younger.
Junior.
Yeah.
Played with senior. He was at senior's draft party.
Oh, man.
Damn, man. That's crazy.
That'll do it.
Yeah. I was listening to another podcast.
All right.
Jeff Teague on Club 520 podcast.
That's what it is. I knew it's a number, but I never
I always get the numbers mixed up. But he was talking about how he was talking a little trash to Derek Fisher, and Derek Fisher kind of went a little old man. He was kind of offended. He had to talk to him like an OG, and this is how that went.
D-Fish cussed me out one day. Damn. Not really cussed me out, but like try to sun me. Because I told him he was sad. I think I was a rookie. And I got in the game. We was getting blown out. And this is a game I had dunked on. What was that? Lamar Odom, I think. Dunked on him. I'm having a good game. But we getting blown out. But we make a comeback. And I was like, yeah, sad ass. Like, it's bad, man. Like, I'm just talking. And he got mad. He had one of our assistant coaches grab me. Assistant coach grabbed me. Was like, D-Fish want to talk to you at half court.
That's how you know you old.
Let me talk to you.
I used to like, all right. What is this talking to me for? He like, no, you need to understand this, young fella. It's a role in the NBA. You got to play a role. Go back and watch my highlights for Golden State in Utah. I used to get it in. Don't get it up. I'm looking at this like, man, I'm about to go to In-N-Out Burger.
About to go to In-N-Out.
I did love that story went on, and he was like, he had the full circle moment where he realized he was like, oh, yeah. When he started kind of feeling that way. That's the only thing about it that's tough is like sometimes, genuinely just the normal things that a young person will do make you feel old. Now, the problem is when they get disrespectful.
Yeah.
Right? Just like Tari Eason. Tari Eason was mic'd up, and the 713 on the fan line just reminded me. Tari Eason was mic'd up last night, and at one point before the game, he goes up to Jeff Green, Uncle Jeff as they call him, and he says, what was the 1800s like?
Oh, man.
That's the type of stuff that gets you yoked up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right. Last thing, real quick. And this is for Lopez, our prank correspondent.
Our prank correspondent.
Yeah. So
didn't know I was.
Yeah. So maybe you might go through this with your grandchildren when they get a little older. But some parents were pranked by their kid.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how it went. And this is courtesy of the Youth Group Chronicles on YouTube. So this is how this story went.
We were on a youth group trip when one of the youth leaders came into our room one night and showed us a new app that he has on his phone where you can call someone from any number you want. Well, my friend decided he wanted to call his mom from his dad's phone number using this app.
Oh, no.
As his mom answered the phone because she saw her husband lying next to her in bed, yet she was receiving a call from his phone number. The kid said in a Darth Vader voice, "I'm in your house." And then quickly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, this kid's mom wakes up her husband and asks him where his phone was, to which he responds that it's downstairs. The mom starts panicking and calls the cops to explain what just happened. By now, she and her husband are hiding in the closet of their 5-year-old son's room. After a few minutes, this kid gets a call from his parents asking if it was him that called because the police had a SWAT team en route to their house. And of course, in a panic, once again, he says, "Nope, it wasn't me," and hangs up on him.
Let's go!
He finally called and told his parents the whole story. His mom even had to go outside to meet the SWAT team in front of their house to explain that it was a prank.
Oh,
rank the prank.
That's the worst. That's a 1. Holy, that's rough.
Y'all play too much, man.
That's rough.
I realize why I'm not one for pranks.
I'm not either, usually.
Okay. You don't have a leg to stand on here, Mr. Rat Boy. All right. That's Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop. Coming up next, we get ready to hand off to the fine fellas out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook. It's The Drive, and we'll talk to them next.
All right. Texas Star Grill Shop, Texas.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Texans practicing today as it is their Wednesday, even though it is our Thursday. In fact, it's a thirsty Thursday as the drive is out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook. So make your way out to see them fine fellas. They'll be out there with gifts and prize. Well, I mean prizes.
Goodies.
I would say gifts. I don't know if you're just gonna walk in and get it, but you can walk in.
Hey, it's my birthday.
Yeah, exactly. You can walk in and go ahead and register to win.
A gift is free. A prize, you got to win.
You got to win. Right. I don't want legal coming after me like, Reggie, well, you did say it was a gift. No. Let's clean that up right now. So go see the fine fellas out at the Buffalo Wild Wings. This going on today and some notes from it. Nico Collins was back practicing, which that's got to be a good feel. Obviously, tomorrow is the big one, which would be the equivalent of the Thursday practice.
Saturday is really the big one.
Saturday would be the Friday one, which would be equivalent.
Which we don't trust Fridays anymore.
Exactly.
Do we? Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
Forgot.
We have lost all trust. Well, not all trust, but it's less physically intensive. The most physically intensive practice is that middle one. What is typically on a Thursday, but this week will be tomorrow. But it does feel like all things leading towards Nico Collins being back. Damian Pierce also returning, which how do you feel about like his absence? Because it feels like we've just kind of walked past it, even though we know Joe Mixon carries the majority of the load, but having those opportunities to have that second back in there sometimes. Have you felt about that?
I'm curious, to say the least. I mentioned this last week. 14 carries
thus far through the season
for the year.
Yeah.
So what is he? You're still trying to find out.
Keep criticizing Damian Pierce.
I'm not. I'm just stating a fact.
Keep doing it.
Stating doing it. Stating a fact here, Andre.
Keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
Well, I didn't say that. What I did say is 14 carries, which can be looked up. And so what is he? How do I feel about it? Is that I'm a little unsure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil did practice. In fact, the offensive line during the media open period of the practice, the offensive line, the same one as the Lions one. It does feel like that's the new standard is having Laramie and then Juice at left guard. You have Shaq Mason at right guard and Titus Howard at right tackle. That feels like that's going to be locked in. And some guys who did not practice, actually Danielle Hunter did practice as well, which is cool. Will Anderson Jr. did not, though. Neither did Kamari Lassiter, who was still dealing with that concussion that took him out of the game. And Derek Stingley didn't practice, but
doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, Aaron Wilson is assuring us, his KPRC2 reporting is assuring us that that's not a major thing. Maybe that's just kind of a day off. He did play through the entirety of that game.
Played well
on Sunday, and he sure did. So those are the things that we're seeing practice-wise for the Texans. I do want to go to something that you might have heard, J.J. Watt on McAfee, and, there was a lot of conversation. Hell, we even had conversation about the players-only meeting, and so Pat McAfee started kind of poking at our guy J.J. Watt about it. Let's do this is cut 2. This is J.J. Watt's level concern on the players-only meeting.
Players only meeting. Now, they are sitting on top of the AFC South, but what's your level of concern with that going forward?
Oh, no. I have heard that there was a long players-only meeting. I am on record in the past discussing players-only meetings and what those generally mean for an organization. When I saw the first half on Sunday, I was very close to tweeting out, maybe it's the first players-only meeting in history that was productive and positive and worked. And then the second half happened. So I'm hoping that something more positive comes out. Maybe it needs to be longer. Maybe they need to double the length of players-only.
Wasn't it They were saying 2.
I did hear 2 hours. I have no direct sources, but I did hear 2 hours.
What the
is an extent.
are you doing for 2 hours? Everybody on the team got 10 minutes? All right, everybody in here gets 10 minutes. Taimi, you're first. Fairbairn, what are your thoughts? I missed the 58-yarder. It's the first 50-yarder that I've ever missed, seemingly this year, and we got to be better attention. Okay, long snapper, Wiggs, get up there, pal. What do you got? Okay, CJ, Will, Nico. Is it everybody talking? How is there a presentation?
It's a long meeting, man. It's a long meeting. I don't know what. That's just a long meeting in general. 2 hours. It doesn't matter if it's the head coach running it, if it's the players running it. That's a long time to be in that meeting room.
I hope there was a presentation.
Yeah, there's got to be an Excel sheet involved, right? I mean, there's got to be some slideshow or an Excel sheet.
And with the Texans, it was apparently just like almost a leader council of meeting as opposed to having everybody in there. And JJ went even further. Actually, let's go ahead and play it real quick. Cut 3. This was JJ kind of detailing the typical goings on of a players only meeting.
There is a lot of there's one guy up there that's like, hey guys, I'm going to take control of this. We're going to get this under control right away. And there's a lot of people in the room rolling their eyes, laying back in their seats, kind of waiting. And then there's definitely one guy speaking that should not be speaking in front of the team ever.
Every time.
For sure. And he's going to try and rally the troops and really give his go of it, what he's seeing from the sidelines that he thinks the team needs to work on.
Nice.
And that guy's always a idiot.
Yes. Yep. Always. That is true. Yeah, every team has that too, yeah.
And then somebody guys to bring it. We all need to come in a little earlier. We all need to stay a little later. We all need to really give it a good go this week. As the Jets say, 3 good weeks of practice. We need that, and then we're going to be good. And it just ends, and everybody leaves and immediately starts talking to their close clique of friends like, God, that was dumb.
Talking about everybody's speech.
Like, can you believe what's his nuts got up there and said, like, he played one snap one time, and he thinks he can tell us how to play? Like,
God, I love this so much, and you know it. I'm not a big fan of players-only meetings, never have been.
Neither is J.J. Watt.
Yeah,
that's right.
And it sounds like pretty much any corporate meeting anywhere.
Let's have a little meeting with the fellas at the Buffalo Wild Wings on Willowbrook. It's Clint and it's Ron. It's the Drive, fellas. What's it looking like?
Fellas, how we doing, man? It's good. We're in Buffalo Wild Wings, man. Another Thirsty Thursday. Big shout out to Bud Light for making it happen.
That's right.
It's always good to be. It's always good to be here. We got my man Graham and his lady over here that all the way from Scotland.
From Scotland?
Yeah, from Scotland, man. Takes me back to my NFL Europe days.
Not like Scotland, Texas, or like Scotland.
No.
You're like Scotland,
NFL
Texas.
Europe days. Yeah, I did leave Texas for that, believe it or not. Yes, but yeah, man. So we've got a big day in store here at Buffalo Wild Wings, man. We're looking forward.
That's
to
right,
it.
Willowbrook Plaza, as we were last week. Same spot, same good people. We've got Visa gift cards. We've got Texans for tailgating as well. So come on out and have a good time with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock.
I want to let you guys know I thought y'all did very excellent journalism, very excellent journalistic work with that J.J. Watt clip and going through.
I had never done no journalism, but I hear you.
It was lowercase J journalism, though. I'll say that. But you guys were breaking down who would and who would not be those various different roles in the locker room. Fantastic work, fellas.
Appreciate that. Yeah, man, that was he laid it up. You know, that was well done by JJ, and I mean there were a lot of candidates for the different slots that he laid out.
I don't know if that was planned or not, but damn, that was a really good the way JJ laid out the old players only. Oh, it was so beautiful. Perfect. It was so beautiful.
Yeah.
And I felt like we've all been in a meeting that's similar, and maybe it's not the exact dynamics of the players only meeting, but it definitely was harking back to a place that everybody can get to.
Well, here's the deal. I've been a part of several terrible teams and a lot of those meetings. I think there is a time and a place for one, like let's say the coach gets fired. Right, let's say a head coach, not with the Texans, obviously, not that. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
If the head coach gets fired and we need to have a players-only meeting, like, hey, fellas, look, this season's down the drain. But we got to get behind this guy. We got to go out there and play it. And for ourselves, we got to go out there and put the best film that we can, the best play that we can on film, and we got to get behind so-and-so, whoever's the offensive coordinator. Like, I can understand that time, literally a leaderless group at that time. I can understand that. The team that's 6-2, that's just lost, 2 of the last 3 kind of deal or whatever, having a team meeting, that's an interesting one.
and so many of them, right? Like there's like 2, and that as McAfee, and then we're talking about there's that there may be a third one that may be popping.
Surely
like,
that
hey,
was
man,
a joke, right?
I tell you, it's Martin Maldonado. There's nobody who likes calling a team meeting quite like Martin Maldonado. And I bet I don't even know where he is. I bet he flew in to get a piece of this.
Martin did it.
He did, man. You remember that? You remember that year with the Astros? He just kept calling them team meetings.
Oh yeah.
Are we sure that this isn't just like a group of guys that's getting together and talking, and we're calling it a team meeting?
Yeah.
Are we sure that that's not the case here?
No, I think they team meetings.
Okay.
I think they legit team meetings. Because there's just several guys that feel like that wake up and feel like they're called to call it.
Yeah.
There's several of them you can think of that do that.
All right, fellas, in the loop, we're done for the day. We'll catch you on a Football Friday, but we leave you in the more than capable hands of the fellas out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Willowbrook Plaza. It's Clint, it's Ron, T-Mill back here. It's The Drive, and they get going now. It's you're listening to KILT2 and HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and now The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here. Buffalo Wild Wings, if you were here with us last week, come and roll to the same spot. We are at Willowbrook Plaza, right on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. a good test. Clint, we've got 2 Visa gift cards, $25, as well as a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Titans next week, and two wristbands for you to be able to grab some drinks, grab some food, courtesy of Bud Light. Also, an air hockey game right there that somebody could win. So 4 different giveaways. All you got to do when you come in, or if you're in the building, sign your name and put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win any of those potential prizes. So a lot to get to. Coming up here at around 2:30, we're expecting we will hear from a guy who was Clint's stock up, a guy who was Clint's player of the game, John Mechie, wide receiver John Mechie, who had himself a big game, his biggest performance of the season, 5 catches, 70-plus yards, and a touchdown. He will join us coming off the practice field at 2:30. We're looking to do that, so make sure you stay tuned with us on that. I do want to get to a couple of things, Clint, and just the injuries. When we get the injury list coming up here soon, we will give you the more definite news on that. But running back Dameon Pierce, who had missed the last couple of games with that groin, he returned to practice, Clint, not practicing today. And these are the ones that you're really looking at. Will Anderson Jr., who missed the last game with that ankle, he is not practicing today. Kamari Lassiter is in concussion protocol. He is not practicing today. Derek Stingley did, but reports from Aaron Wilson is it's nothing serious with Derek Stingley. He is on track to play against the Cowboys. Be interesting to see if he is on the injury report, if he just gets an old rest or whatever. But he did not practice today, but reports nothing serious. And then Nico Collins is practicing and on track to return to play against the Cowboys after missing the last 5 games. So Dameon Pierce back on the practice field. Nico Collins continuing to practice off of last Friday. But the big ones there, 3 really defensive starters and 2 of your best defensive players, you could argue, on the field, and Stingley and Will Anderson did practice today.
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing here for me is last week, you make the little adjustment at guard center. It seems like it works out, at least for 1 week, in better fashion. It gives you a little hope moving forward that you're going to be better on the offensive line. John Mechie, in the absence of Nico Collins and Steph Diggs, he steps up and has a big day. And now this week, all of a sudden, you got Nico Collins coming back on the offensive side of the football, which is desperately needed for multiple reasons, as we've discussed at nauseum. And then Dameon Pierce coming back. May not sound like just a impact move or a return, but I do think that him being the guy that spells Joe Mixon, for the 3 or 4 carries that he's not in the ball game, I think that could potentially make a difference. I can him than obviously the other guys, and so starting to get these weapons back and some depth back offensively, along with some adjustments and some guys emerging. That's good for the Texans offense moving forward, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. So
on the defensive front. Well, on the defensive front, I think the Kamari Lassiter thing is what it is. When it's a concussion, boy, you might as well as a fan, you might as well just shelve that guy for a week. And we're almost conditioned at this point to want that guy to be shelved for a week and take care of his. Because
I can't think of anybody that's going into concussion protocol and didn't at least miss one. Like, talking about for the Texans this year.
Yeah.
Right? Toa missed.
Well, it's just rare, especially when they're standing on the sideline holding their head. That's for damn sure. So the Kamari Lassiter thing is I would doubt he plays at all. Will Anderson, I know I've struck out on this take about 3 times this year, but when it's an ankle, man, I just feel like they're more likely to return than what like Joe Mixon did with his ankle. It ends up It ends up costing him 3 or 4 games. And Derek Stingley Jr., I think Derek's been going hard for
maybe a
long time. I mean,
it'd be interesting to see.
He busted his ass in camp. He's a guy that ain't missed many snaps, and a guy that before this season was injury plagued. So you might want to start just thinking about the load management aspect of a guy that's gone that hard for this long, and got a lot of football left to play.
It'll be interesting to see if he with some, because he's not been on the injury list all year. There hasn't been a calf or there's not. He's just not been on the list. All right, so that is the latest there injury wise. We'll keep you updated on the latest when that comes about. All right, as I said, John Mechie coming up around 2:30. As we'll carry that for you, and you'll be able to hear from him coming up next with us. But I think one of the big stories to come out of today is, and I know you two being lifelong Houstonians, and many of you out there, I'm curious your opinion, those of you that are on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can jump in this conversation. But the Astrodome is set for a potential billion-dollar comeback with entertainment venues, hotels, and much more. They kind of, the Chronicle kind of showed this, and they kind of laid out. Is this
potential or is this for real?
It's potential. It's potential. I don't think it's for real yet.
You tease me, man.
They got to, obviously they got to find $1 billion how to pay for it. But I am interested from the people, interested from you two, because obviously there is some sentimental value with the Astrodome, and then there's some like, dude, we got to do something. Like, we got to do something in this thing. But what's your thoughts? Because I've heard different people said I'm a tear it down guy. I haven't heard Lopez today, but I would imagine from the Lopez that I know, he's closer to the tear it down guy. And many people excited maybe going the other way. What's your feelings on kind of renovating the Astrodome and maybe potentially going at least with something like this?
The tear it down guys can kiss my ass.
Okay, all right.
I'm a fan. I sat in the Astrodome. I was an Astro buddy. I've been on the turf. I hoped like hell.
Astro buddy.
Yeah, I hope you don't know what it is with your young ass. You sit over and wait till I get done, kiddo. In high school, you hope to get to a state championship to be able to play in a dome.
Is that where those were played?
Yeah, at one point. At one point, yeah. And I think there's just a lot of history there. And when we're faced with okay, it's there, right? It's there right now. And I think you made a great point, Ron. The truth of the matter is, like, I went to Philly and watched the Army-Navy game. And I'm going to tell you, that is obviously the stadium, whatever, but the ability to walk out of that stadium and walk to, like, venues and huge open-air sports entertainment type places is fun. It's an unbelievable experience. It's great. Been to New England, the Patriots, same deal. They've got, it's just crazy what's all around those stadiums. And you look at NRG Stadium, and there's nothing. I mean, there's, and no offense, but I mean, you leave the ball in to have a good. Now, I mean, I've had a good time there too. But
what hotel bar?
The one in the park. I can't think of the name of the small one, relatively speaking, across the parking lot. Right? It's not it's just slam packed, and it's so, which was fun when you're 22 years old and you're chasing gals. But like right now, I ain't got no interest in going over there. You leave a game, you take your ass straight home, or you got to get on a train and a trolley, whatever the hell it's called, and go.
No, you don't take your ass straight home. You sit in tons of traffic.
Yeah. So here's the deal. It's there, right? And because they haven't made a decision to this point, right now you have the option to somehow intertwine history and the history of the dome and everything that it has, and upgrade it and give everybody the opportunity to do what all these other places have out there, whether it's hotels or concert venues or bars or restaurants, whatever. But you can do all that you want to do, and you can do it while embracing the history of one of the coolest things Houston had to offer back in the day. I think it's great.
All right, Tyler, you've been around. What's your thought? Are you team tear it down, or are you team do something with it like this project they're talking about?
Tear that POS to the ground, man. And I don't say that lightly. I agree with a lot of what Clint just said about what the Astrodome was. What it was. Right now, it is just a home for feral cats and disease. And this thing is an eyesore. It takes up, obviously, a massive amount amount of space of Houston in the history. Leave the past in the past, man. It's a big expenditure for something you don't even know is going to be successful, and you haven't done it to this point, so why now? Tear that thing down. Do something else with that space.
Multiple people texting in. I voted to tear it down. We voted to tear it down twice. It should already be gone. A lot of great high school games were played in the Dome. I'm all for renovating the Dome. Would love to see it happen, but if it's not going to happen, then tear it down and create more tailgate space, and because that thing's an absolute eyesore coming from the text line. Listen, this is just my thing, right? NRG, that has to be one of the largest, if not the largest, people attraction in the city, right? Like in terms of, hey, we can attract people. Like we can have a lot of people in this space, right? Like the football.
I would say with football and rodeo,
concerts
alone, you don't. I mean, it's every other venue pales in comparison.
Right. But that's the place where you can gather. Like in a city, it makes no sense to me to have your biggest place that attracts people and to not have anything around it to take advantage of potential revenue. That's the part to me. And if you're going to tear it down to make more tailgating spaces, to me, I get that. I don't walk out there and think you need more tailgating spaces. But I don't know, like we saw that casino they had downtown in Cleveland. Like if you renovate, now I know that's not, gambling is not legal yet in Texas. But like if you had that and had bars and restaurants and things that could bring revenue, one, it's jobs and it's revenue to the city, and people would go to games. Like Tyler, you said you're not sure if it'll work. I'm sorry. I think people would come out of rodeo or before rodeo, go to games before or after, and they would go into these bars. If this was another, like, the Heights, you could put the Heights, you could put all of those entertainment districts all together inside of it. That place would bring in revenue and money and would be jumping, and it would just make sense because you got thousands of people coming out of a place to then go somewhere and spend money like you do, like Minute Maid. I'm sure all Minute Maid and Toyota Center, all of the businesses around it have gained so much because it's right there and people come out and they're going to spend money.
Well, the reality of it is even if they tear it down, they're going to spend $1 billion building stuff back in there.
Yeah, so and you're going to spend money tearing it down.
It's not the money. Like to me, it's like there's going to be significant dollars spent building whatever the hell they build there, unless they did just make it a parking lot. Which now we're back to the same thing of go to a game and go home, go to a concert, go home. Like there's not like you're not offering the same things that other big cities offer around their football stadiums, and to me that would be silly. I agree. Like my thought on it, to be honest with you, is not like a renovate dome, some kind of open air, like just the dome with some kind of open air mall, venue, restaurant area where you could walk under. That's just the visual of a piece of the dome still being there is all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about renovating the seats and the sides and the everything that's.
I got two of the seats in my man cave.
And look at this guy.
No, I'm just saying, but like Tyler, if you went to a game, tell me if you went to a game or a rodeo concert and it was casinos and it was restaurants and bars, you and Megan wouldn't find your way over there afterwards.
Oh no, I'm not saying. I'm sure it's possible that would definitely go down, but
it's possible. Like I'm just saying, like it's like, to me in Kansas City, it's the dumbest thing. The Chiefs and the Royals stadiums are in the same plot. The only thing around it is a Denny's and gas stations.
It's the same way it is in Green Bay, Lambeau. There's literally a couple of small bars.
But at least there's a bar. Literally, there's a Denny's and a gas station.
Oh yeah.
there is Fellowship of Christian Athletes, a Denny's, and a gas station.
I bet that Denny's is the top grossing Denny's in America.
I'm sorry, there's a Drury Inn as well. They're all that is what they have. And yes, there's a jumping Taco Bell inside one of those gas stations. It's the silliest thing in the world to me. Yeah. When you walk out of Minute Maid, you could see like Ito is jumping. Like you could see everybody falling into those spots pre and post game. Like to have that, it is crazy. And yes, and I see people saying this. Yes, I understand it will take tax dollars to pay. I understand that portion of it.
Yeah, well, let's not get into where our tax dollars are going.
But I'm just saying, I understand it will take that, and to me, like down the line, like I said, it's jobs and revenue that thing would bring in something. Like if you're gonna, like to me, tearing it down, that's fine. If you go tear it down, to me, there needs to be something entertainment-wise around NRG for people to go to afterwards. And the reason why this makes sense is you gotta spend money to tear it down, and then you got to spend money to build something in it. I mean, why don't you just do it? And keep the
I think it would be so beautiful.
It would. It would be a beaut. Someone texted in, Cameron on YouTube and Twitch, agree with Clint, create an entertainment district.
Figure out a way to literally keep the dome and then just blow the guts out of it and do whatever you want with it.
But why, going back just a little bit, why have we had this vote for the people of Harris County 2 different times with it voting to be knocked the hell down? Why are we even voting if that just gets nixed at the end of the day?
Yeah, I don't understand that part. That's like I do. I think I think what was it, condemned in 2009? I don't understand why nothing has been done with it. Like, when's the last time it was used with Katrina?
Hurricane Katrina, yeah.
I don't understand why nothing has been done with it. Yeah. I think that's strange and odd. But no, yes. The big factor is, to me, when they brought the ideas, it is just really odd that there isn't an entertainment, the biggest draw of people in the city. It's just crazy to me. All right, coming up. We look forward to hear from John Mechie as he will join the show around 2:30. So we'll have that for you right here coming up next as we're live here. Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out. Got a chance to win multiple prizes, including tickets to the Texans-Titans game. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You got to sign your name, put it in the raffle box. You'll have a chance to win. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all, a short trip east on I-10, and it is the largest casino resort in Louisiana with the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, and they've got a
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As it is a Thirsty Thursday, it is yet early, but we'll be here till 6 o'clock and get on out here, have yourself a chance to win. We'll start hooking people up with some prizes in the 3 o'clock hour. And I think we have made this fair. If you are here and you continue to be here like our friends from Scotland, if they're here and every hour, I think it's cool you put your name back in again. I don't mind. Give yourself a little extra chance. Maybe that 5 o'clock hour, I think that's
that's more than fair.
Now, don't come in here now listen to me. Don't come in here at 5:30 507 and put seven of your names in there. That ain't working. But I say every hour, go ahead and throw a new one in. Throw a new one in.
On the people in the building, and at 3 o'clock we can ring the bell.
That's right. Yeah, we can do that. So come on out, have a good time. Again, we're at Buffalo Wild Wings Thursday. Willowbrook Plaza. Come on out and hang out with us. Hopefully here in a couple of minutes we'll hear from John Mechie, the wide receiver. Kind of a breakout game, at least for this season. But it looks like Clint Nico Collins is going to return. How do you sense that changes things for John Mechie? Do you sense that changes things for John Mechie? Because last week, obviously, he came in and held. There's an argument like there's Tank Dell, and then there's whoever's hot that day is the next receiver there between Hutchinson and him and Robert Woods. We saw him break out, and I know many people are excited to see him get more opportunities, as you said it yesterday. Do you think his role changes now that Nico comes back?
No, look, I don't think we've seen a John Mechie, with the exception of the New York Giants preseason game, that was I don't know we've seen a John Mechie that was ever made a priority. You even look at last week, I think going into that game, obviously Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz were priority. Obviously, I think Xavier Hutchinson was made a priority there as well. Robert Woods was probably made a little bit of a priority there in the screen game, more so than John Mechie. So I don't know that John Mechie, we've ever seen him made a priority in a game and given as many or more opportunities as any other receiver out there. So I think it's more of the same for John Mechie. I think Nico returns, and he clearly is the lead horse and gets all of the attention in him. And obviously the one playing off of him initially is Tank Dell, and I do the one thing that's different about John Mechie and most, I would say, guys that were buried in the 5th or 6th spot on a depth chart in a wide receiver room. The one thing that is different is, and I didn't understand it at the time, didn't like it at the time, to be completely honest with you, but him getting so much run with the ones in training camp and with C.J. Stroud in training camp is paying off in these types of scenarios. It paid off last week to the tune of allowing your offense to get in field goal range with a chance to take the lead at the very end of the game. John Mechie caught a critical slant on that play and had several catches on that drive, and had several catches throughout the game. So, the fact I didn't understand it, didn't like it then, but sure enough, love it now that he's going to be in the mix and he's going to be getting reps and he's going to be in that huddle with C.J. Stroud. They clearly have a chemistry and on and off the field, and I think that is going to end up benefiting the Texans.
Yeah.
So, no, to answer your question, I don't think his role changes. I still think he's a 3. I think he's a guy that, when they roll coverage to Nico or when they take Tank Dale out of the game and some of the boot stuff, then you're going to have him.
He should have. He should have better opportunities potentially.
Sure.
If they view him to be the one on the field. It's hard to believe, as we sit here and we await John Mechie, who should join us here any minute. It's hard to believe coming off of that game. Unless Robert Woods and Xavier Hutchinson just have some hellacious practice week, it's hard to believe that he probably isn't the one that gets a lot of those opportunities to fill that void of that third spot that you're talking about coming off the game.
Well, here's the thing: is going into last week, I would have been hesitant to say that John Mechie was ready and above Hutch or Woods after that game, and you see some things.
Yeah, clearly,
now it's like, well, he's jumped up on the depth chart a little bit.
Well, he's not only jumped up on the depth or the jet. Either one. Not only has he jumped up on the depth chart, let me try to be clever. He's jumped up on the phone line as well. As we are happy to be joined by John Mechie, wide receiver of the Houston Texans. Hey, man, appreciate you taking the time to come on with us.
No problem. Appreciate y'all for having me.
All right, listen, man, we hear from the fans a lot, and they text in and call in and talk to us about things, and I just kind of want to get from you, man. I think a big talking point this week is the second halves, and from your vantage point, what is happening in the second halves, and it seems the offense seems to struggle, especially to put points on the board.
I think it's just execution. I think the more we talk about it, the more we make it a thing. Like, football is 4 quarters. The first half is just important as the second half. There's 4 quarters to play, not just because if we talk about the second half so much, we're going to start the game thinking about the second half, where we got to be where our feet are. And I think that's what the most important thing is. How can we just really dial into playing one play at a time and execution, regardless of if it's the first play of the game or the first play of the second half or the first play of the fourth quarter or the first play of overtime, just one play at a time.
Well, whether we're talking about one play at a time or we're talking about first half versus the second half match, at the end of the day, getting Nico Collins back makes it it changes the game, regardless of what play it is. So just your from that receiver room that you're in with him. Look, we all know he's a great player. We all know that y'all are tight in that room. But just from a football perspective, you've been around a lot of greats. You played with some good ones at Alabama. You've obviously played here with some good ones. Getting him back. Just as the offense goes, what does that bring to the table, and is there a little bit different pep in the step getting 12 back?
Absolutely, it's exciting to have him back, and it's great having him back. Of course, everybody knows what he can do, and it definitely changes the dynamic out there for sure, especially for a defense. We all know what he can do and the explosiveness he has on the offense, and kind of just that fear factor it brings to a defense. Not just worrying about what the offense has, but now that he's back and healthy, then is going to continue hitting the ground running. It's kind of that. It changes the dynamic for the defense and how they've schemed us in the last couple of weeks for sure.
John Mechie joining us, wide receiver of the Houston Texans. John, things seemed to really open up for you last week as you led the team in receiving yards and got that touchdown which was a really tough catch at the end of the half. Specifically, did you see open up for you that kind of led to that type of an outburst in that game compared to what things happened before in previous games? What happened for you in that game that kind of had that breakout?
I think we were just getting a lot of looks, and I was just getting to the spots, especially with the defense they were running. I don't think anything particularly changed as far as my mindset when it comes to going out there and getting open on routes and stuff. I think it was all of that was the same prep. The way I played the game was the same on getting open, and it was just the ball was finding you. The football and the quarterback's always going to find the open man, and the ball's always going to get to who it's supposed to get to. And I just think that game particular, in the spots I was in, the ball was just finding me in the coverages that they were running.
Well, Mitch, what's the vibe in the building knowing that you guys are playing the Cowboys? And look, it's forget about what the Cowboys are up to right now with their struggles. And look, I mean, we've got our own problems here in Houston to worry about. But something about that Texas on Texas, Houston versus Dallas, that dynamic has to bring a little bit more juice to the room leading up to the game. Is that your sense in prep for the Cowboys?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like in college, when you play that team up the street or that team in the same state or whatever it may be. But I don't think especially as the room, we don't feed into too much of that speculation. I'm sure it's real and it's going on, but all that speculation, and it's really just that and that's how you really approach a week. And I think that's the mark of a successful team is when they can approach each week like it's the most important game of the season. And it kind of goes back to that one play at a time mentality. It's that one game at a time. So right now, all of our attention and efforts and everything just has to be focused on Dallas, because that's all we're worried about this week,
All right, John, we appreciate you hanging with us. Speaking of the Cowboys, it's no secret they have had some struggles on defense this year, and coming off a game where Philadelphia had some good success offensively. What are you seeing, and what are you guys seeing as in terms of on film? What can be a difference for you guys to have some success this week against that defense?
Absolutely. I think Philly did what they did against them, but of course Dallas, like any other team, is going to watch the tape and try and fix a lot of those things that teams had success on, and it's our job to watch the tape and see what teams had success on and how we can kind of try and get the same look and get the same advantages. But instead of dialing into them too much, I think it's more about dialing into us. Like you said, we have Nico back and we have the team and our dynamic. So it's really just doing us well and playing our game right and making sure that our game is smooth. Of course, we know the scheme we're going up against and whatever injuries they have, I'm sure they have the same mindset as next man up because somebody has to be out there playing. So we can't really get too caught up in the personnel. It's just your job to win when the game comes. But I think it's really just doing what we do well is kind of a big focus.
My fellow radio guys here a couple times, and they've told me I was crazy. But I got to ask you, man, because every time I hear you speak, I hear the voice of one individual.
Oh my God!
I hear Jay-Z. Have you ever been told that
Sean Carter?
Yes, we've had this conversation before. Don't act like you don't know who the hell I'm talking about. Mitch, have you ever been told that your tone and your pacing and you sound like Jay-Z?
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I never heard that one. I'll take it as a compliment, though, for sure.
Well, I'm a big Jay-Z fan, so it's definitely a compliment.
I'm a Jay-Z fan too. I'll take it as a compliment for sure. Appreciate you.
But Jay, in an interview setting, is y'all are very, very similar, bro.
I had never thought that one day in my life.
I might put up an interview on watch.
Pull it up. Hey, pull it up, Mitch, and let my man know over here. He ain't gonna take the time to figure it out. He's just gonna rag on me a little bit.
I'm just saying I ain't never heard it. This ain't nobody ever told Mitchie that either.
I'm telling you, man.
You need more people.
No, I don't hear that, dog. I don't hear that, Mitch. No disrespect.
Not when he's rapping. Not when he's rapping.
Just when he's talking.
When he's talking, cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I don't hear that. I don't hear that. Not at all. Hey,
we had you, Mitch. I was one of the guys that had you last week in Sunday Night Football in the post game, man. And the whole time I'm thinking,
that's what you was thinking?
This dude sounds like Jay-Z in person too.
I guess. Hey,
man.
Hey, before we get you out of here, man, which Alabama is this team played LSU, or are they the team that seem to have struggles against teams like South Carolina and Vanderbilt? I don't know what to make of your Alabama Crimson Tide.
Man, I know that the Alabama that played LSU and win them tough games because that's what the standard is, you know. The standard is to win a game however you need to win the game and to be dominant. I think all the other things in other games is just little hiccups along the way. You know, every new team has its journey and story, and of course it's the coach's first time, so it's like that's such a big thing. It would be the expectations wouldn't be as high as other programs, you know, if they lost a couple. But at Alabama, they're still figuring it out, and it's just kind of their little hiccups for their story. I'm sure they're still gonna write a great story this season.
All right, Hove, we appreciate you, man, and good luck this weekend.
Well done.
And get a dub against the Cowboys.
Appreciate you, no doubt.
All right, that's Sean Carter.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
Yeah, I think he just threw up. As he's right, Matt. I think he just threw up the diamond right there. I think he put it up. I wanted our audience to be able to understand it. I think that they would have more understood diamond than rock. I think many in our audience would have understood that. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you hear Jay-Z? Do you hear Jay-Z? Tommy on YouTube and Twitch says, "Dang, it's close." Jay-Z. A little bit more nasal in his voice is what they said.
I'll take the close.
You take the close.
I didn't say it was Jay-Z. I just said there's certain words that he says that I would damn near. Where's he from? He ain't from Brooklyn, is he?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure where he's from. I don't have it. It doesn't sound like he's from the South, but I don't know where he's from. All right, we'll
Canada.
return. That's right. He is a Canadian. I remember. That's right. Yeah, that is right. Ottawa. That's right. All right. Coming up here in a bit as we return with the drive, a little note from the Houston Astros. We'll tell you about coming up here on the way back, and the most important man in the building at NRG. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. A great day, baby. It starts.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Much thanks to Mitch, who joined us, or some of you may know him as apparently Jay-Z, has joined us. Appreciate him rolling with us. If you missed that, you can use that Odyssey Rewind feature, or it'll be on the podcast page coming up soon. Media alert. There's an alert here for the people, and we will obviously we'll let you know that information, and I'm sure it will be known on Payne and Pendergast Monday morning. But the Houston Astros to hold a press conference regarding, as it says, significant business announcement on November 18th, which is Monday, set for 9:30. We'll let you know what that is. Any guesses?
It feels huge. I have no idea.
I don't either. I hate to speculate. Maybe it's some sort of a change. It says business. Significant business announcement. So, I don't know.
Maybe it has to do with that. This is purely a guess, but maybe it has to do with. It could be the name change. I remember that story about Minute Maid, but it also could be. I know they're really starting to move forward on that whole area down there around Minute Maid Park with all the restaurants and bars and all that.
Capitalize on it. That's what we trying to make.
Yeah.
Astrodome. Tell you that might be it.
The dome's not next door.
I thought that was already a go. Is that not a go?
No, it's a go. I just wonder if it has maybe something in regards to that. I don't know.
Or maybe they announce when they're going to break ground or something. Mm-hmm. That's it. Yeah, they did say at the field at Minute Maid.
They need to go ahead and get them new unis out so people can start buying that merch.
If it keeps this,
that might be it. That could be it.
It's got to be bigger than that. They could have ran that on Twitter.
Would they have called that business, though? I mean, it is because of the money they get.
That on Twitter.
I bet you it's the renaming of the.
Maybe Scarface is there leading it. They put something out with Scarface not too long ago, just as a little deal. Maybe little teaser. Maybe he's gonna be out there leading the thing. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, Clint. Gerard Johnson to you feels like a very, very important person. I'm sorry, Gerard Johnson. We'll get to Gerard Johnson being a very important person here.
We talk about Gerard
coming up,
too.
But no, we will. But tonight, a little Thursday night football, real quick before we get to Gerard Johnson, it's coming up in the next segment. But Thursday night football between the Commanders and Eagles tonight. This is a big game. This will be for the top of the NFC East. Clint, I know a lot of people, and I know like you believe the Lions are the top team in the NFC. Man, don't sleep on these Eagles. These Eagles, they are super, super talented, and they got a top 5 defense somehow, and their offense is starting to come together even more. I think they got a top 10 offense. The Eagles might be a lot closer to the Lions. In fact, to me, I'm not so certain I wouldn't pick the Eagles if they faced each other just because of the talent completely healthy. The Eagles is a team to watch. I think people kind of dismiss them because they're quirky, weird coach. But they have been really, really good. 5 in a row and played really good ball. What did it sound like? I
don't know if you're talking about that old show. I didn't know which. I didn't know which one you.
Quirky. What old show?
He said quirky. The look. I think the Eagles with Jalen Hurts, I would never count him out, and that's. Because I agree, the coach and the antics with the fans in the stands and all this kind of. I mean, he's a loose cannon, man. You never know what's going to come from him. But right before all that happened, there was obviously but there was rumored to be issues between Jalen Hurts and the head coach last year with the whole firing of the OC and the DC.
Yeah, they fell apart at the end last year.
The way that went down, I don't think it did the head coach any favors. But Jalen Hurts. Now, he's not capable of doing it his damn self, but he damn near he is. It doesn't take many other leaders in the room with him. He's one of those he's one of them kind of dudes that can overcome a quirky, goofy, out-of-pocket, loose cannon head coach and kind of stable the ship, if you will. He's the kind of dude that can do that. He's got that level of leadership, intangible in him,
and they just got so much talent, Clint, to go along with that, man.
You got to keep that big fella in the middle from Georgia. You got to keep him under wraps and make sure he stays in pocket. He's not out of pocket with the head coach.
By the way, that white corner, Cooper DeJean. As soon as they put him in, he has been really, really good. Their secondary was awful last year, and they just two dudes, man, and Saquon Barkley and Brown that can just. A.J. Brown, they can just take over at any moment, and it's not much you can do.
They've got a great skill set. They've got a quarterback when he's used right. It's nasty. It's hard to stop, and he's throwing it well enough to be effective.
He's got 22 total touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Yeah, man, right now.
And he's a machine in situational football. So I'm not ready to put him in the same category with them top handful of teams, but they're damn sure working their way there.
Yeah, so we'll see there. A big one tonight between the Commanders and the Eagles. You can watch that right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. They got TVs all over the place. All right, coming up, the most important man in the building for the Texans could be Gerard Johnson. We'll explain that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, Texas Star Grill.
fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. At 5hourenergy.com. Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here, as soon as this segment ends, we will be hooking somebody up with our first prize, a $25 Visa gift card, coming up as soon as this segment ends. So if you have not put your name in our raffle box, you can do that right now and have yourself a chance to win coming up here as soon as this segment ends. Right here live. We are here live, Buffalo Wild Wings, Thirsty Thursdays, Willowbrook Plaza, right on the other side of the highway from Willowbrook Mall. So come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock doing our thing, getting you ready for a lot here. There you go. And TV's everywhere. If you want to hang out and watch Thursday Night Football here, great game to kick off the Week 11. You could do that right here. So come hang out with us. All right, Clint. Obviously, C.J. Stroud, important player, person in the organization for the Houston Texans. And the people that protect and work with him are also very important. And for you this week, who is the most important person in the building?
I think Gerard Johnson is the most important person in the building.
Who is Gerard Johnson, for those who may not know? Someone just thinks he's an A&M quarterback.
Former Aggie quarterback. He is that. But he is
He's a big dude, too.
He's obviously the quarterback coach for the Texans. Was a hot commodity this offseason in some circles, and the Texans had to give him a raise and Bobby Slowick a raise to keep him. So he's obviously very good at his job. But he's been with C.J. Stroud since his Elite 11 days. He was in the quarterback training world for a while and worked the Elite 11. So he's known his relationship with C.J. Stroud is beyond anybody in the building. And so it's an interesting dynamic between those two already. But this is more about Gerard Johnson being the one guy in the building that has played the quarterback position, that's taken a snap, that's literally stood back there and got his head knocked off, not literally, I guess, but figuratively, and then came back and had to take another snap, and while linebacker's bearing down on him, step into the throw, finish the throw, make the throw with some authority, and not bail out of throws and not have his mechanics off because of how much he's getting hit. He's the only guy that understands really how detrimental what C.J. went through really was, and he's the only guy that can understand and watch the position in a way that goes, if we're not careful, this is going to get away from us. We've got to stay on top of this. And being the quarterback coach, luckily, and with a training background, not a scheme background, he's got to make sure that C.J. Stroud gets back to playing the position, comfortable, quiet, from the pocket, on time, and not seeing ghosts and with jittery feet and all that. Gerard Johnson is the most important person in that building right now. You can look at it from an offensive perspective too, Ron. Bobby Slowick, regardless what you think about it, last week's plan overall was significantly better than previous weeks. So that three-pronged problem with the Texans, right, that Bobby Slowick issue, took a step in the right direction. You're getting Nico Collins back. Mechie emerged. Tank was more of an impact on this game and has been more of an impact of late. So the wide receiver room is getting back. There's that prong, right? The O-line, they made the adjustments with Patterson and Juice Scruggs. Seems like that's getting better. The one part, really, that's the biggest, most impactful part is C.J. Stroud. And if C.J. Stroud can also start trending in the right direction as it pertains to standing in there and making year, being as accurate and on time as he was last year, then this offense can get back into the conversation of being a real threat in the playoffs. And I just think that the one guy that can handle that should be able to handle that is Gerard Johnson.
I mean, they have got to get CJ right. Right? Like, they just have to get him right. And I know that's what we're, of course, yes, they do. And I think we understand what could be potential causes of it, Clint. But the real of it is obviously CJ has taken steps back from last year. He does not look like the same guy for last year for multiple reasons. And it is now extended past, it's just that the protection isn't good. That I think that might have been the culprit, the potential culprit of it. But right now, it's not just the protection. If the protection was fixed, he'd be right. Like, he is missing throws. He is missing reads. There are things that he is missing now of late that goes beyond actually the pass protection, because the pass protection was better, and we've seen misses. Yeah. Complete misses. So it's about getting him right, and I can see where you get to the point of the people directly working with him and coaching him being there to get him right.
And it's not a panic. It's not it should not become a bigger issue than it already is. This is something, to me, any good offensive coordinator, any good head coach is very aware of. It's not abnormal for quarterbacks to go through this. It's not abnormal for quarterbacks to have to work, again, dedicate 10 minutes a day over a week and really in your mind and your body and your habits, get them all in one place, and you're focused on dealing with chaos, staying dialed in, staying anchored down, and ripping your throws with conviction, right? I mean, you should spend time doing that every week anyway, but when it becomes an issue like this, it definitely needs to be more of an emphasis. And I just don't think that anybody – I mean, there's coaches of all kind that played the position, the ones that didn't play the position that understand it. But there's no substitute when you've got a quarterback coach that literally has done it and has had the hell beat out of him and understands literally from his nose to his toes how important it is to get that lonely work to make sure you don't keep backsliding. And this, to me, this is where Gerard Johnson earns his money right here. I mean, there's obviously some play calling in his future. Hiller may be head coach in his future. But right now, with C.J. Stroud, to me, that's Monday.
This is Monday through Saturday.
Monday through Saturday work, man. You get this done, get it taken care of. Make sure he spends 10 minutes thinking about it and committing to it full body.
Clint here.
That's right. And then as the protection gets better, you're going to start seeing a guy throw the ball with more conviction. And fans are going to see them feet settled in. We're going to see the accuracy that's elite like it has been. And look, the accuracy hadn't been terrible. There's just been a few misses that I think are caused. They're due to the pressure that he's been under, and you got to eliminate those.
There's someone texted in here. CJ got happy feet back there, and that's the part for me is that where does this come from? A place where this just hasn't started to become just like natural. Like how he is back there. Like, I don't know that he's doing it on purpose. Like, he's not coached to do this, but it feels like it has become a natural thing as he gets back there, and he is like feeling the pressure, the pressure. How does that change?
He's not. What we're seeing is actually his mind working, right? So
with his feet moving like that,
right? Yeah. I mean, the game is moving really fast, and now in his particular instance, the game is moving fast. It's not about processing coverages; it's about expecting pressure. It's about not trusting that your guys up front can protect, and so all of a sudden you get in a hurry, and if you hold the ball for more than a second, you get in a hurry, and that receiver just can't get out of his route quick enough for you. You feel like seconds are just ticking by a lot faster than they typically do, and so you watch CJ like last year. I mean, his feet are he's got every one of his cleats are in the turf. You watch him now, boy. It's He's around, and instead of those micro movements that we heard him talking about early in the season, now it's he's moving 3 yards when he should just move 1 yard. I talked about that Tank Dell, that late throw to his left after the PI call on the Xavier Hutchinson go route. He comes back a couple plays later. He play actions, and he's got Tank Dell open on the sideline, and he ends up late. Almost was an interception actually.
He's wide open, CJ.
And so. That if you watch that play, he should have just came straight up, boom, the dig route was covered, reset your feet and get the ball out. And instead, he reset his feet, big shuffle, kind of slid again, and then got the ball out, and he didn't have to do all that, right? But he's been under so much pressure, he's not comfortable right now with those quote-unquote micro movements that he was talking about. And and that's how the margin of error in the NFL for a quarterback is literally – you move 1 yard, you make the throw. You move 2.5 to 3 yards, you're going to be late, and it might be a pick. That is the NFL. That's the margin of error for this football team.
Yeah. I knew this was going to – I wondered if this would come. I don't think this is how many people think, but I knew this would maybe potentially come if the struggles continue from the text line. It's all the damn appearances, all the talk shows, all the travel, all the distractions. My favorite one here, he needs to focus on football, baby. Yeah.
God bless, brother.
CJ's not doing that. No, man. I respectfully, that ain't it. When is the last time you heard CJ like Terrence? When's the last time you heard CJ at something in season?
I'm not worried about that.
Come on, man. Yeah, he was at that white party. Amber scared me.
Was there a white party recently?
No, that one a long last time ago.
That was him leaving the All-Star game. The softball game.
Softball game, no, but I'm just saying he was at a white party. He was at the what's that man's name who throws that white? The guy from Fanatics.
Fanatics.
Yeah,
Michael
Rubin. Yeah, he was at that, but that was before training camp. That ain't it. That ain't it. No, man. It's not like, hey, man, dang, man, how that dude put on 50 pounds in the last 3 months? He been eating. It's obvious. He been getting the hell beat out of him. And it has now caused a lot of different things to affect it.
Well, you just got to stay on top of it. That's the thing is it's just something that I think a lot of folks have noticed and recognized. And I'm just, the point is and again, like I've said before, the problem with NFL football a lot of the times is you get here and all the mechanics and technique work gets shelved and pushed to the side because you're in this space of it's your job and you spend so much time game planning and watching film and trying to figure out this scheme and that scheme, and a lot of coaches and a lot of players take it for granted and they shelve the just simple things done savagely well. They just shelve all that stuff and think, hey, I made it. I'm good enough. I'm an NFL quarterback. I'm one of 32. And hopefully Gerard Johnson, that training background and having been there, is a guy that stays on top of it. And it's never been more important for C.J. Stroud. I would argue, I don't know his high school career, but definitely college and NFL career, it's never been more important than right now. Because I do think a texter said something a while back that I do agree with. Maybe not in the context they used it, but the truth is C.J. Stroud has not dealt with much adversity, sports adversity, quarterback adversity. I mean, he played 98% of his games.
To the last game of his career against Georgia, maybe a couple of Michigan games.
Yes. It was walk in the park, my guys are better than yours good. Last year, however they did it, he was responsible for a lot of it. A good chunk of the season was walk in the park good, man. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. And even when it was tough, it was like, oh, they're exceeding expectations. It's not that big a deal. Nobody expects this out of. Now that the expectations are on them, now that you spend an off season, running Radio Row talking that smack. Now you've talked about being aggressive offensively and doing this. Now that the team has signed more guys and been on the national radar of a top team in the NFL, the expectations are a little different. Now the adversity is magnified a little bit. So how does he handle this adversity? We'll see. I would imagine he's going to pass with flying colors, but we'll see.
I do want to take this time to give a round of applause to the great LeBron James. God, if you missed him. Man, I know you see it. You can clap. That last night, man, third straight triple-double. God, man, 35 last night again.
He ain't load managing this year?
Hey, man, he's played them all, baby. 39 years old.
He got to get.
That's not true.
He's got to get him comfortable enough to bring that boy back up on that roster. Doesn't
Hey,
he?
he's right. No, he's still there. He's still giving high fives coming off the bench. He gave him a nice little chest bump. He ain't getting in the game. That's all right, baby. 35, 14, and 12 last night. Best player on the floor. Best athlete on the floor at 39. Come on, man. He is going to be 40. He's going to be 40 in December.
Yeah.
He's a top 10 player in the NBA easy. Maybe even higher than that. 3 straight triple doubles. Man, I almost got emotional.
What's the bet, man?
What bet?
I mean, let's bet on it. If you're that convinced, let's make some money, man.
I don't bet. I'm just praising greatness and admonishing greatness. You're trying to put some sort of monetary value on it. I'm just saying greatness. I just thought you guys might also appreciate
little NBA regular season triple double.
Just three straight. He's 39.
That ain't no big deal. Ain't nobody playing hard.
I believe he's 39 and 311 days old.
Ain't nobody playing hard in the regular season.
That's not true.
Well, we've had this conversation.
That's not true. The Houston Rockets are, baby.
James Harden did.
No, he did not. He did not appear to. But boy, my man LeBron, man, good for him, man. I know as many as you, maybe you all didn't get emotional like I did, but boy. It was beautiful to watch LBJ, man. I'm cherishing it every moment because he's gonna be gone soon. God, we're gonna miss him.
Where do you think he ain't going nowhere until he gets his boy up there and
his boy's up there. He'll go try to start a team in Vegas. But until then, I'm cherishing every moment. All right, coming up, we're gonna hook somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card coming up as soon as this segment ends. And next. Listen, D'Amico was a star as the defensive coach yesterday or Sunday and calling plays and what that defense did for, I'd say all game long against that offense. But there's one thing that is becoming a trend that they need to get on top of if they're going to play and get as far as they possibly can this season. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you dealing with chronic joint pain right now? Does
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. The energy with that game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we have one winner, our first winner. Congratulations. And coming up a little bit later on here in the 4 o'clock hour, your chance to win another $25 Visa gift card. We got a little air hockey table as well. And then the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Titans. And it comes along with 2 wristbands, courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light. Shout out to the Bud Light staff who've come out. They're talking to people, got some goodies, got some drinks for you, so you can see them as well. And as they are here with us each and every week. So come on out. Also, as I said, 5 o'clock hour, Bud Light, pair of tickets, and a pair of wristbands that include drinks, food for tailgating. You get all of that if you win sign in like my man is, as he is just walking in right now at our raffle box for your chance to win. All right, Clint. I've said this, and I truly believe it, and hell, I feel even better about it, or I might need to even shorten up the list. I've said I think D'Amico Ryans is a tie in game today. And last week's performance without his best defensive player, I know some people tried to argue Derek Stingley, not this year. It is clearly Will Anderson Jr. has been this team's best defensive player. Without him there, hell, he had some injuries through the game as well, including Kamari Lassiter, his number 2 corner, coming out. His performance and what they did game plan-wise and how they held that team, that offense, which to me has been the best offense in the NFL before they ran into the Texans, and getting 5 turnovers was nothing short of amazing and showed how great he is. But, Clint, the one issue that I have, and it's starting to become a bit of a trend because I think we can point to multiple occasions that this has happened, is the big moments. The big moments where the defense has to make a play. You need them to get a stop. You need them to do something. And there are multiple occasions, and it happened against the Lions. It happened against the Jets. It happened against the Packers. There are multiple times where it's not that the defense doesn't make plays, not just that. It's that they're just not in the best position possible to even make the plays. And for a game that is hard all game long for the opposing offense, and the biggest moment of the game, it's just easy. It's easy to pick away. The Detroit game, 3rd and 6, and somehow best receiver St. Brown gets matched up in a zone on Azeez Al-Shire. The game before against the Jets, somehow single coverage with the game on the line, 3rd and 3, you got to have a stop, and Jalen Petrie gets matched up. The entire last drive to get into field goal range, it was the Packers were just, it was just easy. There was not, it was hard all day and then just easy. That's the one thing that I'm looking at is they're great most all the game, and then they're just critical moments. You're like, whoa, like it wasn't even difficult. How do we get there? That's the one thing to me about D'Amico and what's happening with their defense in a great season.
Yeah, no, I think there's, without a doubt, I think there's, they talk a lot about situational football. I don't even know if it's situational as much as it is just critical moment. You know what I mean? I guess that is somewhat situational, but there's just critical moments where there's almost like no-brainer things. Like, how do you play zone versus that offense with 14 in the slot in the game on the line? And allow them to get literally a Y option, a little option route to their best receiver on Azeez Al-Shire. Like, how do you – because it's not like they worked to do that. That was a call. That was a poor call. It wasn't like they put somebody in the slot that what they didn't expect to be in the slot, or, the situation presented a scenario or a matchup that was – no, they were going to play zone no matter what happened. They were going to play that zone, which meant that Azeez Al-Shire be put in a position to where he would have to cover their best receiver. So, yeah, I think there are – it's the one complaint about D'Amico's defense. I think it has been – in the last 4 games, I think it's happened 3 times in critical moments where it's odd. You really wonder how it continues to happen.
Like when I say to me, and they know it far better than I do, when you see the situations they were in, Clint, I thought it was worthy to run on the field and call timeout. Like I thought it was. I'll agree. You know what I mean? Like, just because of the scenario and the situation. When Aaron Rodgers came up to the line and saw who was matched up in the slot, he stopped.
Yeah.
Walked over to Mike Williams and started saying, "It's time. We got to have this. I got to call a timeout."
Yeah.
Immediately, it was that obvious. And Jared Goff did the same thing. He did the same thing as soon as he saw St. Brown in the slot and he saw the defense and what they did. I'd have run on the field and call a timeout. So it's just been, and I know the Packers game drove you nuts, that final drive, and just how soft it was and how easy. It's like they ushered them into field goal range. to begin with. It is interesting to see how that seems to come up in those moments when they're so great. Like I think I'm not saying it always happens. The Buffalo game down the stretch, that final drive, they made the plays and were in the positions. They didn't just give Josh easy throws, but it's been, as you said,
Buffalo didn't have anybody that was going to be able to miss. It's Mac Hollins. Keon Coleman, which I like him, but I mean it's not Devontae Adams and but no, look, I do wonder though, Ron, I have no idea why it continues to happen because some of it is very interesting given DeMeco Ryans is so damn good at what he does. I do wonder if the Detroit situation was a direct response to what happened the week before.
What do you mean? Oh.
Hey, look, I don't have the DBs to play man. I know 14 is going to be in the slot. I don't want to get Jalen Petrie matched up on 14 again in a critical moment in a man-to-man situation, so let's play zone to these guys. I don't like it. I'm just, in my mind, I'm thinking at least he's not doing this. He didn't do the same thing 2 weeks in a row in critical moments. Maybe he tried to catch him off guard. Maybe he didn't feel like he had the DBs to cover their guys. I don't know.
Let me try this with you. What would you have done?
Oh, I'd have shadowed. 14 would have caught Derek Stingley all day.
That's what I was thinking. Especially in that moment. All right, I'm afraid of 9. I'm taking a corner and a safety, and they got Williams, and obviously, hey, maybe somebody's got to take Patrick singled up. But I'm putting, I'm with you. I'm putting Stingley on him in the slot in that moment. Maybe not all game, but in that moment.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I would have rather they done damn near anything other than what they did. I'd rather Petrie been on him again than what they did from a B.
Yeah, that was interesting to see. Hopefully, we see some changes on that as he rolls through. All right, speaking of some news here with C.J. Stroud, it's interesting to see how the AFC playoff race is kind of starting to shape up right now. Of the 7 teams in, it's crazy right now. Where does C.J. Stroud fit into that? Of the 7 teams in right now of the quarterbacks, where does C.J. Stroud fit in? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about our
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Best price, Texas Star Grill Shop.
Let's get it on, baby.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
News coming out of Kansas City. Harrison Butker, their kicker, goes to IR.
Bundle-rooski.
That could be a problem to the undefeated streak with how much they have been dependent on him.
I'll be honest with you. I'd rather them kick the field goal than have any reason to go for it on fourth down with Pat. If I'm being completely honest. That makes the third and 5 or less decision pretty easy for Andy Reid.
You think Mahomes is sitting there thinking, yes.
Oh, yeah. Mahomes and Kelsey, them boys are going to hell with them field goals. We're going to go for this thing, boys. Buckle up.
He has been very key. He has won a couple of games. Big,
yeah.
So that's big news there as they take on Buffalo. And when do When did the Texans play him? Because he's going to have to miss at least 4 weeks. I'm trying to wonder if that's in the window of when the Texans.
Oh, I'm sure.
December 21st.
Yeah, shoot, he'll be back. He'll be good and back by then. He'll be good and loose. He'll be good back. Have him about 2-3 games. Be good and healthy by then.
Yeah. So that's some news there for the Chiefs are trying to go undefeated. Kicker, who's won a couple of games for them this year with big kicks. So it looks like they have signed somebody off the Jets practice squad that's going to walk in and be their kicker. So
well, the way the Jets' luck is going, that guy will kick 6 field goals and win the game this week.
But say he'll put on that jersey and just be possessed.
Hey man, all I got to do is show up and do my job, and it's a nice, good, comfy, supportive environment. And I ain't got to worry about all the drama. Just go in there and play football. Oh yeah, hell, I can go 6 for 6 and win a game for him, man.
We'll see about that. All right,
wouldn't that be a hell of a story?
Yeah. Speaking of the playoffs, there, the AFC playoffs, the Chiefs, they're the number 1 seed. They obviously will take on the Texans here, as Tyler said, December 21st. But as we look at where C.J. Stroud is right now, Clint, and I'm curious from you and the people, if you can be as objective as you possibly can, as you look at the AFC, how it's put together, and the playoffs, if it started right now, and this looks pretty. You can see this happening. The Chiefs are the 1 seed. The Bills, the Chiefs with Mahomes, the Bills with Josh Allen are the 2 seed. The Steelers with Russell Wilson and his resurgence are the 3 seed. The Texans are the 4 seed with C.J. Stroud. Then Lamar, Justin Herbert, and then the rookie Bo Nix. Those are the 7 quarterbacks in the AFC right now. I think at the beginning of the year, there are a lot of people who said C.J. Stroud would be C.J. Stroud might be number 3. And there are a lot of people who felt that way. As of now, from what you've seen this year, where would you put C.J. Stroud on that list in terms of quarterbacks? If of the 7 teams that are, or the 6 other teams, not the Texans, that are in the playoff hunt or in the playoffs right now, who do the Texans have the quarterback advantage over that you would look at right now?
I would put him 4th on that list. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson.
And then you put him over.
And he's on the verge of good Lord, this is painful to say. He's on the verge of Russ being a better choice. I'm talking about to win 1 game.
Like right now,
and playing better right now. Yeah,
right now.
I would put him 4th. And Russ is.
I forget you do got to hang up on Herbert.
No. I was gonna say the one thing I don't know that I've watched 1 snap of Justin Herbert this year. To be completely honest with you, I'm looking at that list and I'm like, I don't think I've seen. I don't even know if I've seen more than 5 highlights or lowlights, whatever. Like I just don't remember. I don't know that I remember right now seeing him throw one ball.
He's playing a better brand of ball. Just say
so
that.
I should probably appreciate it, right? It's not just the.
No, yeah, it's closer to what you would want him to have played. His numbers aren't nearly up to.
Well, I knew that
to the levels of the yards passed, and he's been, but he's
that's the caveat here. I have not seen 1 snap of Justin Herbert this year, to be completely honest. Clearly, Nix is not even in the ballpark. Russ,
Nick's playing well.
They're all playing well. I mean, all these guys on this list are playing well. Russ is playing really, really well, and it's painful for me to admit it, but damn, he's been good.
That's right.
Yeah, look, I would go Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, and then C.J. after that.
C.J. after that. So 4th, you got to.
I would go 4th. Yep.
Someone texted in Russ. Hell no. I'm just telling you, Russ is playing. Russ is
he's playing really good. He's playing really good, and he's got the like that receiving group, that run game. It's a perfect scenario as long as they're winning. Like I felt like he could play well. It was all about if he could survive early adversity. Like if he would have started and they'd have been 1-3 or something, he'd have never survived that. But now that they're rolling and everybody's on a high. He's playing lights out.
Yeah, someone texts. Yeah, people say only Bo is the only one that they would have. That he would have. Yeah, that's below him. Yeah. Only Bo Nix is below him. And someone texted in. Ron trying to bash CJ he expected Clint to say 6 or 7. No, I didn't. I didn't have an expectation of what Clint would say. I think I'm with Clint. I think it's very, very clear right now that he is behind Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar.
Yeah.
Now, the Russ thing to me is the amount of games he's played. I'm gonna be if Russ had played all season and he's played the way that he's playing right now,
be hard.
Russ would be ahead of him.
The problem. Here's EJ for all of us here that are watching it week in, week out. There's a little grace given because I understand the pressure that he's been under.
I was going to say we're seeing exactly what it is.
But the problem is that he's regressing, which I told everybody be careful because it's going to be impossible for him not to regress after he had that rookie season last year. But he's regressing like the last 3 or 4 weeks, like consistently. And it's just kind of come to a head last week with the interceptions becoming a problem, the happy feet becoming a problem, not scoring points in the second half. I understand that's not a CJ problem necessarily, but he obviously plays a big part in that when he's throwing interceptions. Yeah, that's the scary part is that he's starting to regress, and it's hard at this point not to understand and lean into he's super young.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Given how he played last year, led us all to believe and lean into, boy, this dude's mature beyond his years, man. This guy's, wow. And then all of a sudden you start struggling a little bit this year and you start seeing some of the signs of youth start to kind of pop up. And it's not, again, he's played really well for a second-year guy under the pressure that he's been under. But the problem is the bar is set so high based off what he did last year.
Yeah, for me, I would have him fifth. I think Justin Herbert has probably played. Like, how many interceptions do you think Justin? One. He's got one pick this year. 11. Like, he's not throwing for a lot of yards like he used to, but 11 touchdowns, 1 pick, playing pretty good ball. They don't have a ton of weapons over there with him. I think he's probably played a bit better than C.J. Stroud this year. Like I said, Russ in the games, and I'm not going to put Bo Nix ahead of him. Bo's played well, but I'm not going to put Bo Nix ahead of him. At this point this year, from the text line, come on, Clint, he's being sacked at David Carr rate. No, clearly, that's having that's had an impact of why and where he is.
That is the life of the quarterback. As I've told y'all week in, week out, like it's a multi-pronged issue, but the one guy that controls it in the moment is C.J. Stroud, and over the last 2 or 3 games, he is refusing to get the ball out of his hand in a quick manner. And so what they did was they shifted to an all-out quick game screen game attack last week because ultimately, and this is going to sound harsh, but it's just the reality, Bobby Slowick can't trust his quarterback or his offensive line, and you got to be able to trust one or the other to consistently call mid-range progression pass game. Okay, you can't trust. You got to trust one or the other. Like your quarterback's either got to have that quick clock and get the ball out and protect himself, or his O-line's got to be great and be able to allow him to hold they can protect him. Like one or the other has to be there, and right now neither of them are. So they went to the all-out quick game screen game, and that's why they had to do it. So I say all that to say part of the reason that C.J. Stroud is getting hit the way that he is because of the way that he's playing quarterback.
Yeah, from the text line here, no shame in being behind Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar.
None at all.
Russ and Herbert are winning because of their rosters and coaching more than they play. I'm telling you, Russ is making plays. Like I'm not saying his roster's not good. Their offense looks completely different. And I would just urge, and I know it may be hard, but like, why do you think the Texans are winning?
Yeah.
I'm not saying CJ's not doing anything, but the Texans' defense has. Yeah. They haven't scored.
Well, you look at.
haven't scored a touchdown in the second half in the last 4 weeks.
I mean, game on the line last week, my man put a raindrop in there on a go route to a guy that the Jets didn't want.
Yeah.
think about that.
Yeah.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it for a minute. The Jets didn't want him. And he comes in the first game he plays with the Steelers. in the biggest clutch moment of the game, the quarterback drops a dime on him for a touchdown. I mean, they just showed it in the highlights here, or not highlights, but they're replaying that ball game actually.
Yeah, there are clear. I don't even want to call them excuses. There are clear explanations to why CJ has not had the year that we thought he would have. But I mean, it's still like at the pace. Like, he's the lowest quarterback rating of anybody that's in the playoffs right now. And what he is, he has done. So that is, but that'll be interesting to see what happens and where that moves as this season continues. I would imagine all of his stuff will rise in this game against the Cowboys with what they've been giving up, especially at home. All right, what you got coming up here at the 4, Clint?
2 dudes in uniform, Houston Texans. They got to man up, baby. They got to grow up. And when they do, and only when they do, this football team gets significantly better. I'll tell you who those 2 guys are, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 6.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
$300,000 void in Mississippi.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint, bro, I love you, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. We got one of them little Thirsty Thursday parties going on up here at Buffalo Wild Wings up off 240 Willowbrook Plaza, directly across 249 from Willowbrook Mall. Come on through, hang out. We'll be here till 6. I've already had a little grub. The grub is good as usual. Ron, you had a couple drinks already. They flowing all right?
Not bad.
Huh? Not bad?
Yeah, they got margaritas on tap. Not bad.
And every Thirsty Thursday, big shout out to Bud Light for making it all happen. But we've got some giveaways. Ron, what do we got over here? We got another
$25 Visa gift card that we will hook somebody up in this hour. Also, a hockey table, an air hockey table,
courtesy of Bud Light. I saw that.
And then the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans and the Titans and 2 wristbands, courtesy of Bud Light, for a little food and drinks tailgating before that game as well.
Yeah, come on through, hang out with us. It's always a good time. Got Thursday night football, so there's a game here tonight. The food, is, as I mentioned, is great, so you can grab a bite to eat. If you just want to hang for happy hour, they got a little bit of everything here as well. I'm sure you can find something that'll tickle your fancy. Also, if you listen on the Odyssey app, you can use that rewind feature. One of the silver linings, if you will, from the Detroit loss, in my opinion, was John Mechie. For multiple reasons, but he joined us at about 2:30 today.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
Yeah, he doesn't rap, but he sounds like that when he talks.
He just doesn't.
John Mechie, you can go back on that Odyssey app, use that rewind feature, and catch that interview, pretty solid interview with John Mechie. So, but we appreciate everybody out there for listening. Also, Ron, I think there's 2 dudes on this team for me You know, we've seen a large enough sample size of football now with the Houston Texans. And I am typically one, I will admit, I get accused of this often, and I wholeheartedly own it and agree with it. I lean towards issues being either coached or allowed. I lean towards D'Amico Ryans needs to fix something. Bobby Slowick needs to fix something. I talked a little earlier about how important Gerard Johnson is. I'm hard. I demand a lot out of coaches, expect a lot out of coaches. But I'm at a point with this team where we've seen enough football where I believe there's two guys that need to man up, they need to grow up. And if they do, and I mean that in a respectful way, by the way. I'm not calling anybody childish or immature. I'm just saying they need to take the damn bull by the horns, take the next step in their career. And if and when they do, this is an if and when, because I don't know when they'll do it. This team gets significantly better. And Ron, I think it addresses some of the things that we've discussed today already. One of those players is C.J. Stroud. CJ's been great, and I'm not taking anything away from CJ. CJ has dealt with an absolute unacceptable level of pressure this year. But at some point in time in CJ's career, he's situations. CJ Stroud is going to have to know better than throwing a 10-yard out route on 3rd and 13 against the Green Bay Packers on that final drive. Right? He's going to have to fix that in the moment and make that happen. C.J. Stroud is going to have to take control of situational football. Last week, the Tank Dell Dalton Schultz combination that didn't work. Dalton slips. He comes backside, throws it to Hutch after 2 runs. He's going to have to take more control of those situations. If we're just talking about the issues that have been the Houston Texans offense this year, at some point he's going to have to, without Bobby Slowick changing the entire game plan, he's going to have to play the game like he played last year and know when the shots aren't there, when the mid-range game's not there, get it out of your hand immediately and protect your offensive line. At some point, we see veteran quarterbacks do this all the time. If you're a Texans fan and you don't watch anybody else, you watch the Jets game and you watched Aaron Rodgers protect 2 piss-poor tackles in that game. Right? His tackles have been rough. And he protected them and gave his team a chance. The quarterback can do that stuff. C.J. Stroud at some point in his career, Ron, is going to have to do that. We've heard – I know we didn't highlight it on this show, but I know on the field last week, Sunday Night Football, the Detroit Lions obviously beat the Texans. And Zadarius Smith goes over the set, the TV set, and he makes a comment about telling the Detroit Lions defensive line to just listen to the slide calls, and you'll know which way they're going to slide. You're going to know how you need to attack it. Just listen to what they're doing, right? And everybody raised a bunch of hell about see Bobby Slowick, see what that. I hate to break it to everybody out there that Rip and Liz has meant slide right and slide left since we all played football.
I was going to say, we did that in high school.
Everybody does
losing
it. They're not hiding it.
Rip and Liz.
Every game you watch, River, Lake, Rip, Liz, guess what? One means right, one means left. That's what they're everybody does it. So that's not a Bobby Slowick issue. That's an overall football. The problem is most defenses don't have the sense to pick it up, and they did, and now the Texans may need to do some things. We'll see. Point in saying all that is the Texans have struggled communication in their Rip and Liz calls ultimately, right?
Like I was going to say, it don't matter if they got the call. It don't mean that they execute it.
Well, one conversation that is stemmed from this Rip and Liz thing is a protection about this system. The system not letting C.J. Stroud identify the mic and direct the slide protection.
Because the center does it?
Because the center does it, right? At some point in time, that's not a system problem, by the way. At some point in time, C.J. Stroud is going to have to say, hey, I got this. We're going to slide it this direction. I'm throwing hot off this guy. Boom. Snap the full man's thing up. it's going to take a strong safety and a strong side backer coming for me to be hot, snap this thing, and let's go. At some point, C.J. Stroud has to take the bull by the horns and take that next step. And when he does, all the issues that have come to a head or came to a head after 9 games, because I'm not one that believes that it came to a head in Game 10. Game 10 was actually better. Through 9 games, a lot of that can be solved by C.J. Stroud taking the bull by the horns. And again, I want everybody out there, all the sensitive folks out there, I'm not saying that it's all his fault. I'm not saying that C.J.'s got a problem. I'm saying C.J. taking that next step will mask a lot of the issues that this offense have had today.
Would die for C.J. Everyone knows that.
Do you think, year and a half into his career, you think you've seen enough to feel like that should be unleashed to him, given to him completely?
No. I don't.
Because I feel like that may be a difference. His not even his age, but his amount of time in the offense.
I don't think it should have been, but I mean, at any point in time, it wouldn't. Being the caliber player that he is and the student of the game that he is, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they didn't at some point give that to him. Now, if you've got a veteran center or even a center that you can trust, then there's no need to do it. But my overall point with this C.J. Stroud needs to take the bull by the horns, and this team's not going to be what they're capable of being until he does. My whole point is if we're 10 weeks in and we're still talking about, right? I mean, at some point in time, there's going to have to C.J.'s going to be the veteran quarterback that goes, to hell with all this, I got it. Juice, all you need to do is worry about playing the position and just do what the hell I say to do, right? Or you're going to have to go out and get a veteran center that's one of the best in the game and you can trust doing all that stuff. But the point is there's on several different fronts, if C.J. Stroud takes the bull by the horns, this offense gets significantly better. The other one is Derek Stingley Jr. You talked about it earlier. That technique issue, and it still bugs the hell out of me. Like, it still pisses me off when you were talking about it earlier. The way that the Green Bay game ended with Derek Stingley Jr. and they were playing zone, but he's 7-8 yards off and pedaling, and they attacked him 4 straight snaps, attacked his side of the football, and he, because of his alignment and his technique, made it significantly easier for Jordan Love and that wide receiver. It was a wide receiver and a tight end combo. At some point, Derek Stingley's going to be veteran enough to go, no, I'm not allowing that to happen. Not on my watch. It's not going to come this easy on my watch. Jordan Love and a bunch of mid-range wide receivers, not on my watch. And that is a matter of Derek Stingley taking the bull by the horns, adjusting his technique and mechanic, adjusting his alignment at the time, no matter what D'Amico calls, and tightening down the screws on an offense.
You almost want him to get to a point and say, no, hey.
No question.
I got Adams. I got St. Brown.
That's where I'm going next.
I know you.
That's where I'm going next. The man-to-man situation that we watched on Thursday Night Football against the Jets. The great corners at some point in time become the guy that's like, no. There ain't no, you finna put Jalen Petrie on 17? No. We ain't doing that. Yeah. Hey, Coach, I'm going to shadow 17. I'm going to shadow Devontae Adams if we're going to play man this next 3-4 plays or however long you want to play man. I got him.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
Not asking about it. No. I got him. And that's something that Derek Stingley will do in the future, and the sooner he does that, the better off we're going to be in those kinds of situations. You mentioned last week, not a lot that Derek Stingley could do given that there was a zone coverage called, right? Not a lot that he could do. But he could damn sure talk to the coach beforehand, talk to the coach at halftime, talk to the coach on the sideline and say, hey, if we get back out there on this final drive, if we make this field goal or even if we miss and they got to go they got to go the distance to kick a field goal, put me on 14, I got him.
Yeah, we don't have to run zone.
Put me on 14, I got him. Like that is just another one of those steps that, boy, when those two guys, Derek Stingley Jr. and C.J. Stroud, when they decide they're going to take the bull by the horns and they become more of a quote-unquote veteran type of player, and I'm not just talking about tangibly, I'm talking about their decision-making. This didn't have nothing to do with their abilities. This is their decision-making. This football team is going to take direction.
I think with both of them, C.J. Stroud, who you talked about on the offensive end, and Derek Stingley, two dudes that need to kind of take the bull by the horns, as you said, and laid it out. I think it's a common thing that both of those guys coming into the year could be all pros at their positions.
Yeah.
There's a thought that they could be top 3 at their positions. And just both of them, it's just not turned out that way. It's not happened that way, and we're seeing a step back regression, wherever you want to put it, from where they were last year. And I think the expectations got so big on both of them from what they laid out last year to C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year, as you've said, best season you've ever seen from a rookie quarterback, and then Derek Stingley finishing off being the AFC Defensive Player of the month. And you started to see those games, and I think that is clear. Both of them just have not reached the level of play they were last year, nor have they reached where people expected them to be.
Well, it's just at some point, you say it all the time, and I love it. At some point, you got to become a fixer. At some point, you've got to overcome coaching, right? And I don't mean that from a negative standpoint. I just, like, DeMeco Ryans can only do so damn much with his game plan and his play calling. There's only so much he can do, right? I mean, like, he can't guarantee that we're going to get the matchup that you want across the board. He is best in the league at the majority of the time putting his players in position to win. In those critical moments, Ron, is when I think the player, the instincts, the I'm a bad dude has to kick in, right? And with Stingley, it's more moments throughout the game, and with CJ, it's more throughout the game, kind of a mental approach to playing the position. So I just think those two guys, when we see those two guys take the next step and become more of the alpha, because both of them are more soft-spoken dudes, and you know, you got Joe Mixon on the offense, you got Diggs on the offense that do a lot of the talking. On the defense,
Alshire,
yeah, you got Alshire, yeah, you got a bunch like those two dudes right there. When they decide to become more of that alpha and take situational football by the horns, this football team takes a huge step. Hey, I got a question. By the way, we're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings up in Willowbrook Plaza. Come on through, hang out with us. I'm Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley, T-Mill is behind the glass back in the studio. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. I've got a question for you, Ron, and I need you to clear this up because I just caught wind of some audio.
Okay.
Bronny James. I heard Brian Windhorst talking about this G League situation, and I need you to tell me if it's true. Apparently, the Lakers have agreed that Bronny James is only going to play for G League.
Yeah.
He's not going to travel.
He's going to be with the Lakers the rest of the way. Yeah. Smart.
Is that really what they're doing?
Yeah. By the way, sold out the place his first game.
Doesn't sound like
Already
trying to win
out.
basketball games.
We're just trying to develop him here, man. We don't need him to go. We don't. Hey.
So every other player needs to develop. Every other player needs to travel and develop. But now Bronny James is going to be like, nah,
half and half.
I'm only going to play the home games.
And then the other times he's developing with the big club.
He's not getting any special treatment, though. Not
what
at
does he
all.
need to go to South Dakota for?
Well, now, special treatment I can understand. Hell, it is. I mean, it's LeBron James. It's LeBron James. Special treatment's one thing. But not playing road games in the G League?
Developing with the better players.
Very
You're not really going to settle.
Make sense.
You're not
to me.
really going to try to sell this.
That's making sense to me right there. Developing.
I can tell by the look on your face.
Games,
you don't believe in it. You don't believe in
it. With guys like, D'Angelo.
I'm going to be honest with you. That half pissed me off this morning when I saw it.
Oh, God, I didn't piss you off.
You got to be kidding me.
Oh,
no, because I try. I'll be honest with you. I try to, especially when it's the young fella. Like I try to block out the noise and just say, man, I want to see that young dude play well because there's a lot of naysayers and I understand why. I actually want to see him overcome it. But this here,
let him overcome it. It's planned.
They're not.
They are. Let him work there, play some games there, and then develop with the big club.
You're not really going. You're not okay with this.
That's their plan.
You're not okay with this.
I'm fine with it. plan.
That's unbelievable.
That's right. Selling out that bad.
That is disgusting.
Much like a bunch of Texans fans, boys, and how C.J. Stroud can do no wrong, and he's just the hero of the city, and he doesn't do any sins, and he's just the best. I think that's kind of the same with Ron and the James family.
That's not true. LeBron had several turnovers.
That's a great point,
that's
Tyler.
Not true. LeBron had several turnovers.
He gives a lot of Texans fans. I mean,
LeBron
he
had
really
several turnovers that frustrated me last night.
He really,
and he won't do anything with his hair. That is not true.
He really.
I have some criticism about LeBron.
I think it's right. I think it's.
I don't think they should have drafted Bronny.
I think if they were going to draft, if they were going to draft him, they should probably treat him like everybody else. And if he's in the G League, he should probably play all of their games and not.
We also got to be honest. He's not.
Why can't he travel?
I can't believe you said that about your godson.
They're building him up here. They're gonna. He's getting.
See, this is where you see. You're like D'Amico. You're like D'Amico taking up for Titus Howard right now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it is.
I can see the point.
They're all fixable.
Develop him against the big guys and then play home games.
All Brownie's
like they do all
problems
their
are
other
fixable.
young players.
He doesn't go to.
Why does he not?
He doesn't need to go to New Mexico.
Why does he not?
Because he doesn't. All right, he can learn multiple ways.
All
different ways
Brownie's
he can learn.
game issues are fixable, man.
Yeah, they're fixable.
They're damn right they are.
They're all fixable.
He's going to be a great defender, man. Develop that jump shot.
I can't believe
he don't need to go to Bakersfield.
You sound and look, by the way, silly defending this.
He doesn't need to go to Bakersfield. I understand the plan, and it will work. He's going to be a great defensive player. I don't know if he's going to score.
No, hey, LeBron. This is LeBron's
great defensive player.
Tyler, LeBron's going to play.
Jordan, son.
LeBron's going to play every damn game and get it. The Lakers have a big enough cushion in the NBA that they're going to call him up and have him play some more.
Yeah, and now listen, I can admit, I totally believe LeBron had a lot to do with that decision. Coming up,
wow,
we'll give you the latest. Well, he don't need to go to Bakersfield. We'll give you the latest on the injury report. It is rather lengthy, and I'll let you know a little bit more why Derek Stingley did not practice today. We'll continue that right here live on The Drive.
All right, Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property,
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game.
Action starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Congratulations to our latest winner. Still got a couple of more things to hook somebody up with at the end of the final segment in this 4 o'clock hour. Somebody will win an air hockey tape. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one, a pair of tickets as the Texans will take on the Titans, and you can be in the building for that. Got a pair of tickets.
Hell yeah.
There you go. And courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light, who shout out to the Bud Light staff as they are rolling around here helping people out. But courtesy of Bud Light, a couple of wristbands as well for you grab some drinks and some food there. So those come along with those tickets that someone will win in the 5 o'clock hour. Got to be here to win them. And the here is Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza, right off Tomball Parkway on the other side of the highway of Willowbrook Mall. So come on out here, have yourself a good time. People around here having some good wings, some drinks, and it's a good times being had. We got people all the way here from Scotland. Shout out to you. There you go. We appreciate it. There you go. And it's a good time out here, so come on out and hang out. All right, Clint, the injury report is officially out. And let's go through the important names here and important things. The guys that are limited in practice, Clint, Azeez Alshire with the knee. He returned last week. Feel pretty good about that. Nico Collins was limited hamstring. Saw some video of him going through drills. The thought is, and reports are, that he is building to coming back. Blake Fisher, when you see the concussion and limited, that's always interesting to me. Blake Fisher, who came in, I think, for a series or so for Laramie Tunsil, apparently he is limited with a concussion. Jake Hansen limited with an ankle issue. Jeff Okuda, a good one. He was a full participant today. Damian Pierce, he returned to practice. Has missed the last couple of games. He returned to practice with that groin in a limited fashion. C.J. Stroud pops up on the injury report.
Oh, my God.
Calm down. Right hand, but he was a full participant, so that seems to be minor. And Laramie Tunsil, who had to miss some time there with the knee, he was limited in practice with that knee. But then the big ones here, those that did not practice. Will Anderson, again, who missed last week's game with that ankle, still has not returned to practice. He didn't practice today. Danico Autry getting a rest day.
Was Danico played 2 games?
So I was trying to think, how many games has Danico Autry played?
I mean, he's played 3 games, and hell, we play 1 game. We're going to play 1 game in 17 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Danico Autry coming off of back-to-back days of practice with a rest day. Obviously, we don't know what the issue is, but they don't have injury there. They just have rest day. So he did not practice today. Foley Fatukasi, who was struggling with injuries last week, I don't think he returned either, but he had a foot issue. He did not practice. And then Kamari Lassiter with a concussion did not practice. That's one that doesn't look promising, Clint. When you start to say concussion, obviously we'll see tomorrow, but he did not practice. And then Derek Stingley Jr., he has a hip is what the injury report is. He did not practice. Now, with that, reports were from Aaron Wilson that it does not seem to be serious and it doesn't seem to be something that will hold him out of the game. He is still on track to playing, but he did not practice there with that hip issue. I think the big thing is, Clint, is Kamari Lassiter with the concussion, but the other big part of that is Jeff Okuda is now back. He's been on IR. He practiced full today, did not play in the last game which he was eligible to come back in, but it looks like he's going to be able to go, and that'll be big. To me, I would be more surprised now if Lassiter played with the concussion thing.
Yeah, look, Jeff Okuda being back is big with or without Lassiter. I mean, having that, we've been talking about some of the situational football that D'Amico's defense has. The few times they've struggled, it's been in critical moments in situational football, and I think Jeff Okuda could that to those moments, those situations that could potentially be really, really good when Lassiter's healthy. Now that Lassiter's got this concussion, obviously Jeff Okuda being back is huge for the Texans. So I agree with you. I think that's one that really sticks out. But also the Nico Collins, limited in practice, but he is practicing, expected to play. Him and Damian Pierce coming back this week.
Yeah, no, that's big too.
Those 2 guys both were limited today, but the word on the street is, the unofficial report, I guess, is that they're expected to play this week. That's a big boost in the right direction after last week. Getting Mechie. Mechie comes out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, but Mechie has a big game. The little adjustments they made up front at the center guard position. Now all of a sudden you get a couple of key players back offensively. Man, this is getting back fully healthy is going to be big here if these guys can right the ship.
Yeah, the Damian Pierce one is interesting because I don't think they want to use Dare Ogunbowale in the way that they're having to use him in that backup running back role, and I think they just probably give Joe Mixon more carries and more touches off of that.
I love Joe Mixon.
Which, listen, Joe has been a huge part of this team, but I mean, you think about those were some hard 30 touches last week he almost had. Those are some hard 25. And I can see that maybe they don't feel comfortable saying, "Hey man, let's run out Dare here for a few," and it'd be big to get your backup running back in there. But yeah, today, boy, that must have been a hell of a practice with them corners today. No Lassiter, no Derek Stingley in there. But they was running with them one. Jeff Okuda's your lead corner.
Run now.
Yeah, your lead corner, Jeff Okuda. So yeah, man, they've got some issues there. Guys to keep an eye on. Will Anderson Jr. to see if he practices tomorrow, and Stingley, which I don't think there's anything big there. Lassiter will be one to keep an eye on. So those are some big things to watch coming up for tomorrow. Coming up next, we talked a little bit about CJ today and this week, and this is my question. I want you to chew on this during the break, and we'll discuss this. You can send things in right now. Based off what you've seen, based off what you know of everything surrounding him, do you believe C.J. Stroud can get to that status of quarterback, that top 5 type status of quarterback that we all thought he potentially could be coming into this season? Or do you think this year it is a lost cause? Do you think he can get there? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I'll tell you every day, man, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well.
Our Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue live right here from Buffalo Wild Wings, Willowbrook Plaza. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And we've had a good time here as always. Come on out, have a good time. Get your tall beer. Get your Reed. Get your Pepsi. Get you whatever you want to get, man. And they've got everything you need here as the staff will take care of you as always. Our good Bud Light staff are walking around, and they got things that they can have for you as well. So a good time to be had here at Buffalo Wild Wings. So come on out and enjoy yourself with us as we continue to roll through. So I did ask this question, and I saw several people roll through. And express this and express their thoughts on these things. But I'm wondering, Clint, I've been listening to you, and I've been listening to you talk about and his feet's a problem, and he's getting happy feet. You can see everything going in his mind, and he is off. And, boy, man, I'm just wondering, from you, the people I think they've weighed in on a few of this, like when he came into the year, it was like top 5 quarterback. That was the thought process. To me, it was a lot of people was like, hey, we got Allen, we got Mahomes, we got Allen, we got Lamar, you got maybe Burrow, and then CJ's right there. A lot of people had it that way, and maybe even higher. Is there any way, at least this year? I think obviously, down the line that's something. But do you think this year there is a chance that he can get back to maybe that stat? I don't think he's at that right now. But do you think there is a way this year that he can get back to the place that many people thought he would be?
Yeah, absolutely.
You do think? Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so it is,
was,
as D'Amico would say, fixable.
Look, I'm going to be – well, it's all fixable. I mean, the problem is that what does it take to – anything can be fixed.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is what?
How likely that
do we need an oil change or do we need a total redo here? You know, I mean, do you need new wheels?
Engine,
the engine. Do you need everything? You know, it can all be fixed. Sure, my problem is just the flipping it can be fixed is
they're all fixable.
Yeah, that's just a kind of a crutch, I think, at this point in time. But yeah, look, I mean, C.J. Stroud, he's one throw away last week from being back. If he throws that touchdown to Tank Dell and they take the lead that they would have been 30-13, a 17-point lead on the Detroit Lions, and they end up winning that football game. And C.J. Stroud, after what he did in the first half, as well as he played in the first half, you know, what that would have done to his numbers versus the interception, yeah, he would have been back in the conversation or on a really good path to get back to that last week. I mean,
things are fixable.
He's not that far removed. How many more you got, Tyler? Hell, I think everybody in the damn organization said that. It's just become
try to find a Gerard one now.
It's like they're programmed to say it now. But yeah, no, CJ can get back to it real easy. I mean, it's not hard to get back there. Bobby Slowick's changing Stroud, abiding by it and buying into it. Getting some guys healthy here, that protection shored up a little bit with Jarrett Patterson. Yeah, I mean, I could see him lighting this thing up this week and playing lights out. Now, the key is like Bobby Slowick can't come into this game and think that it's because it's the Dallas Cowboys and they suck, that all of a sudden you can go back to what you were doing that got the hell beat out of him for 9 weeks. Like you got to take the same game. Don't give me this whole what does it take this week to beat this opponent. I'm so tired of that crap all over the league. Like you take the game plan that you just took and damn near and should have beat Detroit, and you take that game plan to Dallas and you'll beat them boys by 2 scores.
Weak ass Cowboys.
I just wonder, but just kind of the conversations we've had of like, Is this something that habits have potentially been developed that, you know, may be more difficult to try to break in season while he's dealing with it, right? Like, is it that's the thought is just like the feet, the footwork, and you know how he's kind of carried himself in the pocket has started to come about the last now 2 or 3 weeks. We're starting to see that, and I just wondering if that is something that can just be broken. Like it can be stopped, or maybe it's not a habit that's been developed.
Here's the thing: it can, but the better question is C.J. Stroud ready to do that for himself? And what we've seen of late is he's not. It's going to take Gerard Johnson, who I talked about being the most important guy in the room. In the building. It's going to take Bobby Slowick committing to the quick game and the screen game versus calling whatever he wants and knowing that C.J. Stroud is going to play a certain brand of quarterback. Like, is C.J. Stroud ready to be that guy and commit to what it's going to take to be that guy, or does he still want to be the guy that wants to be aggressive and wants to just hope and pray that the offensive line gets better at their slide protections and dealing with twists and games up front? You know, to me, it's a C.J. Stroud. Does C.J. Stroud want to? Or does he want to continue to run for his life and, you know, hopefully you win some games that way?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
he can definitely get there.
That,
he can absolutely get there.
Yeah. Yeah, it just – yeah, and hopefully that starts this week, right? And hopefully – you know, it can, you know, he puts a full half together and it starts.
The scary part of it, or not scary, the concerning part of it is like I don't know how anybody that watches the Texans has any confidence that either or is going to happen, right? As fans, we just want them to come together and win games. I don't care who is responsible for the change. And I don't care. I don't care if it's C.J. adjusting or Bobby adjusting. The reality of the situation is anybody confident that we're going to see more of the Detroit, or are we going to see more of what we saw the previous 9 weeks? Are we going to see the C.J. Stroud that we saw, with obviously the exceptions of the interceptions? I get it. Those are problems. But committing to getting the ball out, the working low to high, the protecting himself, not keeping his offensive line from having to overwork. Are we going to see that, CJ, or are we going to go back to the other one? Are we going to see this Bobby, or are we going to go back to the other one? I don't know anybody that's got any confidence in what the hell's going to happen next.
Yeah. We'll see. Monday, they have an advantage. They have a team that has been the Cowboys have been giving up. What do you want to do? Run it? You want to pass it? They've allowed you to do everything. Now, they do have Micah Parsons, who can ruin games if you allow him to. And Lord knows they have the Texans have shown the ability to allow players to ruin it.
He's a cowboy.
Go back to the game plan the first 9 weeks of the season, and Micah Parsons is going to be your NFC Player of the Week. Book it.
We said book it.
We don't like that.
You take that Detroit plan, you may keep him out of the box score.
Yeah, maybe. All right, as we continue here, coming up in the next hour, your chance to win a pair of Texans-Titans tickets.
Is
coming
it already
up
5 o'clock?
In the 5 o'clock, almost.
Damn,
I got
Chief.
4:51. Just wanted to let you all. Hey, big day Monday. Is Bear.
Your dog.
The old dog Bear. We had a hey, he's been cool. I thought it was touch and go there if he was going to remain a member of the Hughley household there for a second by the fireplace, and it's just I've just thrown my hands up with it.
You got to get it replaced.
Oh yeah, I mean just got to get the whole thing replaced. I think he said, hey, you guys talked about y'all want a new flooring, so here we go.
You literally have to pull the carpet up.
Got to all of it. He's getting his balls taken away.
Oof.
Why?
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
7 o'clock in the morning, Monday. He's got no idea. I'm watching him just walking around, thinking he owns the place like he always does, and he has no idea. Them nuts is coming. 7 o'clock. Now they won't. I've talked to them. The lady looked at me like I was crazy, because I would like to have them.
Oh my God.
And I want him on my desk upstairs, and I want to have the ability to show him at any moment that don't get this twisted. Because we have a kind of a power struggle on who's running things.
Who's the alpha?
And I want him to know that I have his balls in a jar. But the lady told me we can't do that, sir.
That's disgusting.
She said we can't do that,
that's
sir.
rough.
I'm just saying.
You literally asked for him?
Yes. I want to have them. I want to have
Why would you do it to him in general?
Because it's time. One, when he goes to, like for instance, when we go out of town, he goes to a spot. He can't play with the other dogs. He's got to have his own room. It costs more, by the way, too. He's got to have his own space, and he can't play with the other dogs until he's neutered.
And I want you knocking them bitches up.
Yeah, and he's going to be. And they say, and Tyler said it as well, but for me also, it's a mental thing for him. I want him to know that it was me who did it.
Bob Barker smiling down on you from heaven, man.
That's a tad bit disturbing.
Well, you didn't see what he did to that shoe.
Oh, I warned you about it.
He just walks away from me like it's
shoe,
nothing.
Carpet, wires outside to your grill.
I just destroyed it. Yeah, he did. But I want him to know it was me. And I want to take him. Yeah,
shake him and see if he winces.
Shake him in his face is what when he starts to get.
Shake him.
And I know there are some of you out here that may the dog police that may have an issue with me.
I think Peter
maybe they may think it's worse than Clint, who wants to keep them outside for 6 or 7 hours, 90-degree heat. But for me,
6 or 7.
I want him when he starts to buck. I want to have his balls in that jar to show him. Hey, Bear.
I mean, you're a sicko, man.
Just let you know what I can do.
I mean, he's disgusting.
I do look at him, man. He has no idea what's happening to him.
Hold on, Joe.
Like he has no idea.
Yeah.
The nuts are being taken. Cannot wait.
You're a sick human.
I'm going.
That's evil, bro.
I want to be in there. Oh, come on. Some of y'all know that. You didn't have some dogs.
The actual neutering isn't, but your excitement is a little terrifying.
It's disturbing.
I'm taking his nuts.
I just think he needs some. I think sometimes Bear, I'd say 90 to 75 to 90% of the time, doesn't want to. Doesn't know.
Family joy going to become Ron's.
There ain't no way. If he knew I had him, who's running things? I got your balls taken.
Damn.
Coming up.
Coming up next.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Coming up next, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you updated on the injury report. Big Thursday night football game tonight as well. We will keep you updated on all of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, Mokaram Law, y'all. They've been helping Houston, Texas.
Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Weak ass Cowboys.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Bomber and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is we'll hear from Moneybags here in just a bit. Hopefully it got better last night, although I was tracking that Houston, Louisiana Lafayette game. They cracked 40. They got 45 points, but I think he was in the clear with that thing. But that'll be coming up a little bit later on, T-Mill's Best Bets. But the latest is we are here live. Buffalo Wild Wings will be here till 6 o'clock. We are at the Willowbrook Plaza location, and we are going to be here, as I said, till 6. And we have one more prize to give away. Congratulations, our latest winner. As he is our latest winner. One more prize, as we have here a pair of tickets. For the Texans and the Titans, and not only do you get a pair of tickets, you also get 2 wristbands, courtesy of our good friends of Bud Light, that come with a couple of drinks, couple of food tickets as well. So make sure you fill out your name, put it in our raffle box like this young lady is doing right here, and you'll have a chance to win. That's coming up a little bit later on in this hour. And real quick before we get to it, from the text line, Ron, you need help due to what I said about my dog with Bear. Listen, you're not there alone with him and what he does to me and what he does to us. Okay, you're not there. All right, I just want to have a little dominance. That's all. Let
him know who the man of the house is.
That's right. He tries to fight it. That's right. Right. You don't have your ankles and toes bitten like mine are. All right, so calm down on that. But let's get to it here as the injury report is out, Clint. As we look through it all, there are several things on this injury report, including guys that didn't practice, of Will Anderson, Danico Autry, due to wrist, so hopefully he's all right. Kamari Lassiter with a concussion. Derek Stingley with a hip issue, did not practice today. Some of the good news there is returning to practice is Damian Pierce, who's missed games. Nico Collins did practice as well. What is it to you level with some of these guys that didn't practice? Kamari Lassiter, Will Anderson, I think the headliners there and the ones I think in most question if they'll play or not.
Well, I'm going to stick to my guns. The ankles just don't tend to scare me as much as hamstrings, and damn sure not as much as concussions.
So you think there's still a chance with Will?
Yeah, I think there's still a chance. And look, the fact that Kamari Lassiter did not practice, I mean, usually the getting back to practice in a limited form is one of the boxes that they have to check in concussion protocol. And so if he's not practicing, he's nowhere close to the final steps of concussion protocol. So Kamari Lassiter, I would shock me if we see him Monday night. But Will Anderson, I'd bet good money Will Anderson's out there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He ain't practiced in over 2 weeks now. Well, you think he'll be out there? We'll see. I hope so. I hope so. I'd like to see him out there. Clearly, man, your guy who has been your best defensive player, you would like him to be out there. You would like him to be out in the game. You would like him to be out there for you. We'll see. Hopefully, he is there.
Hopefully, he's there. Hopefully, he's full go. I think it's a treat, man. I don't think we've seen the best of this young fella yet, but being able to see Will Anderson or Micah Parsons on the field every single snap damn near next Monday night is going to be special. That would be a tremendous defensive watch to watch those two guys the way they play the game, and to be able to see that, we'll sit down and watch that game, and either defense is on the field, you got a chance to change the game. And I'm not putting Will Anderson in the same category as Micah Parsons quite yet, but he plays a very similar game relative to just being absolutely relentless. And that hopefully he's healthy and we get to see that.
Yeah, hopefully he is. Kamari Lassiter is one that I don't think he's going to play. With the concussion, we've seen, most guys miss at least a game with it, and he didn't return in the game. He's not practicing as he is a concussion protocol. But the other part of that is Jeff Okudah has not played yet this season. He is looks like he's going to be a go as he practiced in full. He was eligible to come back last week. He did not. In a game that I think the Texans will have big control over against the Cowboys because they're just that much better than the Cowboys. This is one to see what Jeff Okudah can do in a game that, is not like, hey, man, Lamar and that Ravens defense or Patrick Mahomes, to get his feet wet, to understand what you got him. This is, to me, is one that's a good one for him.
Well, I mean, here's the thing is you got to be careful with the Cowboys is they've got a game wrecker as good as anybody in the league in Micah Parsons on the defensive side of the football. And they allow him the freedom to do just that. Line up anywhere you want against anybody you want and go get the quarterback and disrupt the game. That factor, when our offense is on the field, that guy's ability to change the game, he's going to change the game at least once in some form or fashion. What you got to do is keep him from changing that thing 3 or 4 times and just wrecking everything you're doing, right? And the problem,
he's probably going to make a play or two.
Right.
Yeah.
And the deal is now you flip and you go to their offensive side of the football, right? And we're missing one corner in Kamari with a concussion. You got one that's got some level of a hip issue that didn't practice today in Stingley, although we're not worried about it. And then you've got, hopefully, Jeff Okudah is active and playing. But you've got a cover defender problem. And guess what? You might also have a rush defender problem if Will Anderson can't play, because also in a limited fashion, Danico Autry actually was rest. That was rest, though, wasn't it? So I'll take that back. So Danico's nice rest.
Missing the first 6 games.
But they've got, point is they've got a game changer on the offensive side of the football in CeeDee Lamb, who, again, a guy that they let roam all over the field, and so it's going to be hard to keep tabs on him. And if he gets loose a few times, and he particularly does it early, then you could have a different front-running Cowboy team on your hand and have some issues. So while, yes, the Texans should go out there and blow the doors off of the Cowboys, I firmly believe that. I firmly believe they're the better team. The Cowboys do have 2 X-factor dudes, and one on each side of the football that can flip this game on its head rather quickly.
Is an issue. It's just, with the pressure that I think the Texans are going to get, like they get often, and like the Cowboys give up often, Cooper Rush and Trey Lance, whoever it is, I don't think they're going to be able to get the ball enough to CeeDee Lamb out there. And
you hope not.
Yeah. With that case, but I do think this is this not to say low pressure, but as I said, I think the Texans will be in control and a good first one back for Jeff Okudah. So good to have them back, because if you didn't have Jeff Okudah, you're right looking at D'Angelo Ross, who they brought back on into the fold yesterday. So there it is. That is the injury report. We'll be looking out for it tomorrow to see if there are any changes or any guys that may be declared out before the game coming up on Monday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night the Rockets got a big win against the Clippers. Six guys in double figures in this game, and including Thompson and Eason coming off the bench. They both had double-doubles in this game. Both had 18 points and double-figure rebounds. They both had double-doubles in this game, as this was just a all hands on deck. Everybody contributed, led by Jalen Green and his 21 points. But they beat a Clippers team, and to me, fellas, the thing that was most impressive that I enjoyed, and I think you will enjoy the Rockets, those of you who will start to watch the Rockets, is you can clearly see, like, hey, the Rockets, who there were times where you could clearly see that there was a different level. Even in the times they got up for certain teams, you could there was a clear different level between them and other teams. And you can see at the very least, and I think you can argue early right now, and especially the way they looked yesterday, that they may be above them. You can clearly see they are running with the Clippers. Right? They're a team that is on a similar level, if not a bigger level than the Clippers. And that is a joy to see that game in and game out, they don't look, outmatched. Yeah. They don't look, in a certain way. They look like they are ready and mature to play with these teams. And that game, watching that, in and out of it, I mean, it looked easy, right? Like, when I say easy, it didn't seem like it was like they gave everything they had. Like, it didn't say like somebody had 40 or something. So the Rockets are to me, the thing that we wanted to see is they're becoming more consistent every game in and game out. Well,
it feels good to be on the path that the Rockets are on. And look, I just looked up while ago on the TVs. I mean, they're showing playoff seeding 10 or 11 games into the season. I don't know what the hell kind of value is in that, but the Rockets are up there, and they're rolling. In the meantime, the conversation about the Mavs is how many people are out on the Mavs because they're struggling, obviously. So it's good to be on this side of the conversation, sitting at what, 8-3 now.
4, I think.
8-4, 8-3.
Like, listen, like you can get off to a hot start, right, and play.
Yeah.
But it is like when you watch them, it's like, they're on the level of these teams, and I think that's a really big deal. And their young guys are starting to come about, and that if they keep Eason healthy, man, he's kind of got that attitude as you talk about that Udoka attitude. He most definitely has that. A tough player, really good defender, and he's coming along. So. Continue with the Rockets as they're rolling through with a really good start to the season.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
5 o'clock fire.
That drop makes me laugh every time.
It's one of my favorites.
He had a nice little game last night. 13 points, but a nice all-around game last night.
Love you, Alpy.
From Alpy. All right, Thursday Night Football tonight. This is a big weekend of games. We know the Texans are going to Dallas to play the Cowboys. You got the Chiefs, Bills. You got the Ravens, Steelers. And tonight kind of sets it off with the Washington Commanders heading to Philadelphia. The winner of this game is in first place of the NFC East. And the Washington Commanders clearly have been the surprise team of the season, along with their quarterback, who's been the surprise player of the season. And Philadelphia, Philadelphia seems to be a team that many people often, and I think I talk about all the things that are wrong with them, but then you look up and they're 7-2, and they got a top 5 offense and a top 10 defense, a top 5 defense and a top 10 offense, and Jalen Hurts has 22 total touchdowns and 5 interceptions, and Saquon Barkley is an argument to be the number 1 free agent signee of the offseason. So this is a big game. I personally, obviously there's a lot of season left. I personally think the winner of this game has obviously a great chance to win this division and, obviously earn themselves a playoff spot. But a big game tonight between these two teams.
Yeah, look, I think the sexy part of this game tonight, the matchup, you mentioned part of it is, Cliff Kingsbury, Jaden Daniels, the high-powered Washington offense. That's a top 2 or 3 offense in production and one of the better offenses in the league versus that Philadelphia Eagles defense, which is one of the top handful of defenses in the league. So I think that's the eye catcher. That's the headliner. That's the story everybody's talking about coming in. But I think the one thing, Tyler, you might want to listen up on this one before you pick them best bets, especially if you got a little room for me. This is a Saquon Barkley night. This is a Jalen Hurts night.
So you like over 93.5 for Saquon rushing?
Yes, and I like over for whatever Jalen Hurts is. This is, if you just, sometimes it's hard to look at the big boy stats and just go, okay, there's a mismatch here. But when you look at this, the really only weakness across the board on either one of these teams is the run defense up, and that is not going to play well against Baltimore. That is not going to play well against Philadelphia. That is not going to play well against San Francisco, teams that can and will run the football downhill. And so I think Philly tonight on the ground wins this game. But what a hell of a matchup. I love watching Jalen Hurts. This offense is fun to watch, and then you flip it over and you've got an air raid offense with Jaden Daniels running that thing. Cliff Kingsbury's offense is beautiful.
I may be jaded for what I watched Sunday, but I think the Eagles are the best team in the NFC. I think when it's all said and done, their talent, their experience too. This is a team that went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. I think they are a better team than the Lions. I do. I trust Jalen more than I trust Goff. I know that Nick Sirianni gets a lot of deserved, side-eye looks. I think him and Dan are, especially with their decisions, their aggressive decisions are not as far off as you would think. I mean, obviously I think Dan, I trust Dan a little bit more. But their talent, their defense, and all the guys, the high-end guys that they have over there, as you mentioned, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Smith on the other side. I just think they have a ton of talent. I really like the Eagles and when they have that Cincinnati Bengals offense that's been humming on everybody to 17 points in Cincinnati.
Yep. That
was one where I'm like, oh, this is because it was their pass defense that was the real problem. And they're them the whole Burrow who has gotten everybody. And they held him down. That one to me was one that made me look at them differently. So I like the Eagles. I think they win big tonight, by the way, as well. And I'm sure we'll get into this with T. Mill's best bets. But I really like the Eagles tonight. All right. One of the big stories around the city today is that there has been a proposal for a $1 billion project to kind of change things with the Astrodome. And there are a lot of people with mixed feelings, and these are the perfect conversations in what we do because I think there are a lot of people on either side. Which side are you on? Are you on the side of tear that damn thing down and just move on? Or are you on the side of, hey, I kind of like the proposal of doing something with the Astrodome, adding some potential retail opportunities in the Astrodome and doing something with it. Which side do you stand on? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ability Tree Experts. My man Lou.
the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Favorite sports talk in town is live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's
Ruski do.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
To the gentleman who told me to go read a book, as I said about getting bear neutered, go read a book. Train him.
He's having a bad day.
I just want you give me that book. Give me that book. I'll go read it. I promise you. Now I want to also say that we have hired multiple trainers, but you give me that book, and I'll read that book. I want to know the book, because if I just got to read the book, and then I'll stand with that book and implement everything that book says to see if Bear will do.
Marley.
That's what I do to him sometimes when he really starts to be.
Call him a different name.
Marley, from Marley and Me. He turns into that. He turns into Marley sometimes. Yeah, he's not. I mean, he can eat rocks, so he's pretty talented, to be honest with you.
Sound like you got your real winner there, bud.
But we love him.
Somebody's got to.
I love that. Like, you think of it to yourself, you know what? I bet Ron's never thought about a trainer. You know what?
That he's never thought about discipline.
No, never. Bet he never has. Nope. Yeah. He's just going right here. Oh, man. All right. As we're live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, coming up after this segment, we will be hooking somebody up with our final prize, Texans Titans. So if you're on the way here, you got about 10, 15 minutes to sign your name up and get yourself in with a chance to win those tickets. All right, big news coming, and I saw it out of the Chronicle. It's around all over the place now that the Astrodome potentially could have a $1 billion renovation plan that could include different retail options inside of it. They would keep the structure but build it, put different hotels, different shops potentially in there, and it is a $1 billion cost. And I find it interesting, and many of you who have lived in Houston forever or your whole lives, most of your lives, like Clint and Tyler have strong feelings on it. And that's what I said. I wonder, and I'm seeing some people respond in on this, wonder where are you at on this? Do you want them to just shut it down and tear it down and move on? I saw some people say tear it down to have more space for tailgating, tear it down to do other things. Or did this potential plan to add retail options and things of that nature, that kind of turn you on to saying, "Ooh, I like to be able to keep that historic building and do things like that too"?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, I can't even understand the method of the madness of folks that don't want to. I mean, I'm of the understanding that you're going to spend an unbelievable amount of money, no matter. The thought is, like, I've been to Philly to a game. I've been to New England for a game. And both of those places, I've been to Dallas for a game. Most places are either so new they haven't done it yet, or they have built a complex around the stadium that includes all kind of different shopping and all kind of different restaurant options and different event centers, which you've already got a lot of the event center stuff over there with the on the complex that you wouldn't obviously tear down. But the thought that that's going to cost money and that's ultimately what they would replace it with, like, I assume that's the idea. So the thought of somehow executing a plan that keeps the history of the Dome alive while also providing all of that, I just don't know why that wouldn't be the plan. It would be, I mean, and look, clearly you would remove the majority of the Dome and just keep certain aspects of the Dome that's there, but I just don't know why you wouldn't keep that as part of the plan.
No,
if we're already here, I absolutely love it, man. I went to games in the Dome. I was an Astro buddy, stood on the turf, took pictures with Jose Cruz and Terry Poole and Billy Dorn and Billy Hatcher and all these guys. Punks want to come along and they just want everything new.
Perfect timing.
They just want everything new so that they can screw it up ultimately.
Damn millennials.
Yeah, man. No, I just don't know why you wouldn't want to mesh that Dome into something 2024, 2025-ish.
Yeah, I just like, and I'll
man.
let Tyler give his thoughts, because I believe Tyler's on the other side of this, which I'm seeing many people here on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. To me, I just, however it is, and the Dome and what they present, it seems like it'd be a really, really cool thing. I just think there just needs to be revenue options. There's revenue right there, something around.
It's definitely
NRG.
Wasted space and opportunity.
It's wasted space and opportunity, and they don't, as you said, there's a hotel bar, like for you to come out of the rodeo or to come out of any kind of event at NRG.
It's been the same. It's still. Me and my wife used to go all the time. She's younger than me, obviously, but it's like it's since she was in that world, and since she was old enough to get into a bar and have a drink, it's walk across the parking lot and go to this hotel bar, and it's that way today. It's 20 years worth.
Yeah, and like Tyler, if I remember right, you were in Minneapolis for the game. Like, there's stuff all around. There's stuff to do after.
Oh, everywhere in Minnesota.
And places to go outside of it. That's just my biggest thing. Like, I would say that even if the dome, wasn't there or not, like, why is there not some sort of an entertainment district right there? There should be, like, 30, 40 bars and restaurants.
Maybe
right
there's
there.
like a.
Well, if there's a zoning issue right there, though, what they have shown that they can do that right there is that they'd have the ability.
Well, there's definitely some issue, and I'm willing to bet you that the adults in the room are screwing it up somehow, some way,
Yeah.
and not either tearing it down 15 years ago or doing something with it now. I just think that, like, if they did something with that, and the only thing that even resembled the dome was the top of it,
that'd be cool.
How cool! I mean, that's I don't know. I think that would be really cool, and you and build up around it, super fancy with all these different amenities, if you will, and that'd be beautiful, man.
Yeah, so your team, but Tyler, your team tear it down. You've reached that point. You're just tired of it.
Yeah, and everything y'all just talked about and all the details and ideas that Clint just laid out, like, I'm not denying that the idea could be very cool, and that if it was optimized and done right, like, I'm with you. That sounds like it could be awesome. But, I mean, we're talking about local government here, guys. We're talking about, how long is that going to take? What's it going to do to the tax dollars of the people in Houston? Like, I don't know. It's been sitting there rotten for forever. Just knock that thing down and let the present-day Texans use that space.
I agree with your frustration, Tyler. The only thing is it's going to take just as long to get to a point where somebody can tear it down as it would take to get to a point where somebody could do something with it.
That's an interesting thought. Yeah.
If you're going to pay to tear it down, and to me, there's a problem that you still have of your thing that attracts people, the most people that it can attract in the city. There's nothing to do outside of it where you could take advantage of people as soon as they leave wanting to come out. They have to fix that, and this looks like an option.
Go hang out in the teal lot.
Yeah, hang out in the teal lot. I'm telling you, them people from Detroit, boy, they would have spent all their money
Boy, you
last
almost
week.
slipped up, didn't you?
I did, boy. I did. You hear
Man, remember going to that game? Remember going to that game, that preseason game with the Texans, man? Texans in the the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah.
Went in that restaurant, got us a nice little meal, had us a couple drinks. When I walk over on that turf field where they had all those deals set up. I mean,
there it is.
Like that on steroids?
It's steroids with hotels and things. Oh, man. You imagine Super Bowl or big events that you could use it?
Yeah.
That is it's just money and jobs.
Yep.
Right there, just rolling. All right, coming up, we're going to hook somebody up with a pair of tickets to the game without that experience. But we'll also discuss here the most important man in the building at NRG. The most important man in the building this week at NRG, and it is not a player. We'll discuss that and T-Mill's best bets coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, who doesn't enjoy a good dip, huh? Whether it's simply chips and dip or you're eating wings and you need
the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at
5hourenergy.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our latest winner, Teresa. She is off the handle. Give her a hand. There you go.
Your mom's in town?
My mom's in town. They spell it the same way, too. Teresa flew off the handle. Boy, she's excited, and she should be. She is our winner. I'm telling you, if you come on out and hang out with us on Thursdays, you have a chance to get a dub. You got a chance to win multiple prizes, including the big one. We usually have Texans tickets that you can win, and you can't win them if you don't come out and put your name in the raffle box. So we appreciate everybody who came out. By the way, tomorrow, come out with us tomorrow. Football Friday, I saw Melissa text in and say she was going to drop by, so good luck. But
Eastside Melissa.
She doesn't punch
our
me in the
only
arm.
female listener.
She believed that, too. But they'll come out tomorrow.
Did he just make fun of Melissa?
He did.
Damn right I did.
He doesn't have to.
I didn't stutter.
He did. Just don't punch me for him.
Yes.
Bring it on, Mel.
You hold Ron accountable. He's the one poking the bear.
I'm not. I just simply said she said she was going to stop by. We'll be at East River 9.
Come on, Joe. Can't wait to see you.
Tomorrow
Always
downtown.
enjoy it.
I'm telling you, you can play a little pickleball. You can play some golf, win some prizes there as well, and get a chance to see on the first tee arguably the best view of the sideline. So come on out with us tomorrow. We'll be out there having a good time. Before we get to the most important man in the room and know it's or in the building at NRG and know it's not C.J. Stroud. Hell, it ain't even Bob Slowick, according to Clint Stoerner. Before we get there, I want to thank everybody who helped us get this thing going today. Everybody who came out, we appreciate you. Our great promo staff who always help us put together the best show we could possibly can. Our engineer, Matt, who has kept us on both the radio and as well as YouTube and Twitch. And clearly I am his favorite. And the staff here at Buffalo Wild Wings, give the staff a hand here, man. She does a great job every time. She does a great job. Our Bud Light family, as they have hung out and done their thing as they always do here every single week. So we appreciate you all as well. And Tyler back at the studio holding everything down as well. So we appreciate that also. Come out with us again, Football Friday tomorrow, East River 9, 2 to 6 as well. All right, Clint, who is it? If it ain't Bob Slowick, if it ain't C.J. Stroud, who is the most important person at NRG, and why? Why, if it ain't them, if it ain't those guys?
Look, I think it's Gerard Johnson. I mean, at this point in time, it's the improvement, the moving the needle, the offense getting better. It's all about C.J. Stroud, right? And we've talked at length about the interceptions last week and the struggles. That Slook was better last week. That plan that he put out there will win. Nico Collins is back. John Mechie has emerged. They're getting healthier. The adjustments that were made on the offensive line appear to be improved pass protection at the very least. And so right now, the part that has to get better is C.J. Stroud has to settle in. He's got to settle his feet down. He's got to get comfortable seeing things again. He's got to pick and choose when to take shots. He's got to work low to high. And he's got to do all those things, number one, so he can protect himself, but number two, so that the offensive coordinator can take the handcuffs off and feel free to call any and everything, because he trusts that C.J. Stroud is going to make the right decisions, both in protecting the football as well as that working low to high thing and picking and choosing when he's going to take his shots, right? And we're seeing a C.J. Stroud that the struggles, the handful of misses that end up hurting you in a game, I believe are a direct response to the pressure, the heat, the hits that he took over the first 9 weeks of the season. Better last week, but the first 9 weeks were rough. And I understand there's a couple games in there that were fine. I'm just overall, it was rough. And we're seeing a guy that is the game's moving really fast for him. There's not as much trust and confidence there as there has been in the past. And we've got to get back to – C.J. Stroud's got to get back to being that guy. And that is the most important thing for the Houston Texans right now. And in charge of that, responsible for and capable of making that happen is Gerard Johnson, former Texas A&M Aggie quarterback, former Elite 11 trainer where he met C.J. Stroud and their relationship started, and current Texans quarterback coach. Gerard Johnson is the most important person at NRG Stadium right now this week. The 10 to 15 minutes a day that should have started last Monday, if we're being completely honest, but it's going to happen every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all the way up until they get on that damn plane to go to Dallas.
Yeah, listen, they have been searching for whatever it is to try to find CJ. I know last week we were sitting in here at this very Buffalo Wild Wings at this very desk, and I know you were annoyed about the, I got to play with Joy, but I think all of these things, and what you're talking about is in hopes of trying to get CJ to be himself, to get into playing the way that he played last year and the way Clint he's played his whole life, and not being trigger happy, inaccurate, missing throws or playing in his head or choppy feet or happy feet moving. I think it is all in an effort to getting to him playing at the way that he normally plays and the way he played last year to get him to that spot. Whether it is his demeanor, as he was saying last weekend, or what you're saying is to get back to being able to flinch. Because it's not like he didn't see pressure last year. Not as constant as this, obviously. Yeah. But he handled it. It wasn't like this, right? And he was able to hang in there, keep his eyes downfield, and make accurate throws even when he was under pressure. And I think that they're trying to get back to that dude is really important.
Well, last year they adjusted, beautifully throughout, whether it was overcoming offensive line or it was overcoming not having your wide receivers. And through that, he did not take a beating consistently the way that he has right now. And So last year he never flinched in those moments. He's been hit so much this year that it's affecting him. Call it flinch, call it seeing ghosts, call it happy feet, call it whatever the hell you want to call it. It's real and it's a problem, right? And the key now is to get it moving back in the right direction. And the only way you do that is Monday through Sunday, because you play Monday night. Gerard Johnson gets with C.J. Stroud, and they're not trying to game plan. They're not worrying about what the coverage is. They're not worrying about anything but a sole focus on, I got to get my drop, whatever it may be. I got to stand tall in the pocket. I got to work my micro movements, and I got to deliver the football. And the key is do all of that in chaos, whether they're hitting you with bags, they're screaming, they're throwing stuff at you, whatever they may do. You got to get 1,000 reps this week of doing that. It's lonely work. It's after hours. It's overtime. It's not fun. But the reality of it is so often in the NFL that's taken for granted. So often in the NFL we get here, these guys making a bunch of what they do, and you let the technique and mechanics work fall to the wayside. And you just can't do it. You just can't do it. You cannot do it. You damn sure can't do it when you're getting the hell beat out of you on Sunday. And when the combination, when you start getting the hell beat out of you on Sunday, the only way to come out of it, and with that happy feet stuff and seeing ghost stuff and struggling a bit, is to make sure you're getting that lonely work in every day. And Gerard Johnson, if anybody in that building knows, like I'm not talking about knows the importance of it, but literally knows what he's going through because he stood in the pocket and he's taking hits and he's delivered the football. He knows exactly what he's talking about. Gerard Johnson is the one that knows, and he's the one that I think can fix it.
Let's see if that gets fixed coming up on Sunday. All right, Tyler, let's get to your best bets. You were 1 for 11 going into yesterday. And you won more than you lost yesterday. Now I think we're marching 4 for 16 for the week in terms of your bet. So you won 3 and lost 2 yesterday. So that's a positive route. Where are you at today?
Yeah, moving in the right direction. Winning, getting 3 of those 5 best bets yesterday, hitting that mark we always aim for, 60% on that. Hopefully keep it going tonight, and I'm going to give you some bets for Thursday Night Football as I typically do. Best bets here. I got 6 of them for you. I got some action in this game, and Clint, don't ask. I'm out of room, man. I'm trying to make up some red numbers here. All right, first.
At least you got it out the way.
I think I'm on the opposite side that you are here, Ron. I am on some points. I teased this a little bit, but I take the Commanders plus 5.5 tonight against the Eagles. I like those odds, and I like those points. Also, I'm on the under overall for this game. I think it's too high for Eagles Commanders tonight, under 49.5. And now 4 player props for you. I'll list them off. First, Jaden Daniels, quarterback of the Commanders, over 30.5 pass attempts. Then I got the former Texan pass catcher, Noah Brown. I have him over 3.5 receptions tonight against the Eagles. And then 2 Eagles props here. I got A.J. Brown